Hi, everyone. It's Keith from Fathers and Galaxy. Today is a very special day, a day where we celebrate all the fathers in the world, especially the greatest one, my dad, Kerwin Yarde. So, in honor of this day, we're doing a rerun of some of our greatest interviews with other dads in the galaxy. And to my dad, the best one out there, I love you.
This is Podathon 2024. We are Kerwin and Keith of Father-Son Galaxy. We have the pleasure of welcoming a true icon of the stage and screen, Mr. Billy Dee Williams. With a career spanning decades, Williams have left an indelible mark on the entertainment industry. His film and TV credits include classics like Brian's Song, Lady Sings the Blues, Mahogany, and Batman. He is perhaps best known for his portrayal of the smooth-talking businessman, Lando Calrissian, in the Star Wars saga, The Empire Strikes Back, Return to Jedi, and The Rise of Skywalker. Beyond acting, Mr. Williams is also an accomplished painter and author with his memoir, What Have We Here? Portraits of a Life, offering insight into his remarkable journey. Welcome, Mr. Billy Dee Williams.
Yeah, hi. How's everybody?
Thank you so much. This is truly an honor and a pleasure.
Thank you.
Yes. So you were born and raised in Harlem. Your journey into acting began with your Broadway debut at a very young age. What was it like stepping onto the Broadway stage as a child?
I just say, this reminds me of me and my son Corey when he was his age.
Thank you.
Having great discussions, I bet. Anyway, I'm sorry, you were saying.
You were born and raised in Harlem. Your journey into acting began with your Broadway debut at a very young age. What was it like stepping onto the Broadway stage as a child?
Well, when I was 6.5 years old, and my mommy got me involved in the show business. She was working in New York City at the Lyceum Theater, the old Lyceum Theater. She was working for Ben Boyer and Max Gordon. And they were doing a musical, and they knew that she had a little boy who was like 6, 7 years old. And they had me come and audition. And I went, so she took me down to the audition, and they had me walk across stage 1 time, 2 times. And I was so enamored with so smitten by the whole idea of being on this big stage. I wanted to do it the 3rd time. And they said, Billy, that's okay. You don't have to do it the 3rd time. Well, I decided that I had to do it the 3rd time. So I started crying if I couldn't do it. So I always say I cried my way into show business. Yeah. But anyway, that's how I got my first experience in it was a musical called The Firebrand of Florence. It was written by a man by the name of Music. It was written by Kurt Weill. Kurt Weill was he wrote Three Penny Opera with Bertolt Brecht. At that time, they were from Germany, and they escaped Nazism back in those years. But anyway, I was on the stage with him, with his music, The Firebrand of Florence, and with his wife, Lade Lillian. And that's how it all began for me. And the thing I had to do were 2 little chants. And 1 chant was make way for the Duchess, for her grace the Duchess. Make way for the Duchess, for her regal Duchess. And then I had to come back on stage the 2nd time with a message from the Duchess. Message from the Duchess, from her grace the Duchess. Message from the Duchess, from her regal Duchess. And that's how I got started. But I always figured, I never really looked for show business. I always figured that I was somehow destined for it.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Art has been a significant part of your life. How do you balance acting, painting, and writing? And how do they inform who you are as an artist?
Okay. Well, my whole life revolved. I'm not a tough guy. I've never been a thug. My whole life has revolved around the arts, and I don't ever remember never being involved some ways, either in always with painting and drawing. My sister and I had a twin sister who was a very fine artist, and so that's all. It was always been very much a part of my life. As far as theater is concerned, that came a little bit later, but that's became very much a part of my life. But my life is, as I said, has always revolved around creativity, and so I've been really fortunate that way. And I was fortunate enough to have parents who encouraged my sister and I in towards those kinds of endeavors.
You received critical acclaim for Brian's song. You also got an Emmy nomination. How did that role of playing Gail Sayers change your career and your life?
Well, certainly at that time, interestingly enough, when I got the role, Lou Gossett was supposed to play Gail Sayers, but he was playing basketball on a weekend and injured himself, so he couldn't do he couldn't do the job. So they called me in out of desperation, and I got the job. Now again, I always felt that was a one of those situations that was meant to be. At that time, and this story is about an athlete dying from cancer. My father was dying from cancer at that time. So all of these events, that event, and plus meeting Jimmy Kahn, and we had this great chemistry with each other. The coupling of those events drew me into. It served to well, as a result of those events, it all worked for me getting the job. So it was I always regard that experience as an act of love. It was one of those perfect moments that every now and again in your life you find yourself confronted with. The director, Buzz Kulick, was part of that experience, which was an extraordinarily rewarding experience. So getting a nomination, both of us got a nomination for the characters that we did. We should have received the awards, but because they couldn't decide whether to give it to me or give it to Jimmy, they decided to give it to an English actor, I forget his name, who did he did the Six Wives of Henry VIII. So we lost out on it. We shouldn't have. We should have been. They should have given both of us the Emmys because we created such a huge impact with Brian's song. So anyway, as I always say, you win some and you lose some.
Speaking of winning, want to talk about your role as Lando Calrissian. Now, according to your book, I understand that you didn't have to audition for that role, that George Lucas wanted you to play Lando. Do you know why he wanted you to be the actor, to play Lando Calrissian, and what did you bring to the role? Why was that role important for you to play?
Well, I'm very charming.
Yeah. Yes.
And so, I don't know, I had a persona that was, well, it was the charm, the good looks, and all that good stuff that really contributed to me playing Lando. Lando is, well, first of all, when I heard the name Calrissian, I thought, wow, that's interesting, because Calrissian is an Armenian name. So I said, let me see what I can do with that. I played with that. And then, of course, when I got the cape, I mean, that's solidified the whole thing. And so I decided to make this character into a really bigger than life character, devoid of the whole uh, I didn't want to present ethnicity. I wanted to just present an individual, which is what I try to do with all of the characters I play. I don't like getting locked into trying to hold on to one perspective as opposed to another perspective. I think everything for me, from my perspective, it's all about nuance. It's all about all of the gray area to play with, especially if you're being creative and in order to be innovative for me, I have to embrace everything that's thrown my way to play with, rather than get into the politics of what I'm doing or being asked to do.
The entertainment industry has evolved significantly throughout your career. How do you perceive these shifts, and what further improvements are necessary?
Well, you got AI now, and I think that's going to take over everything. But no, listen, it's a progression, like any situation, from generation to generation, uh, as we evolve. I mean, certainly there are always going to be the changes. Um, I don't know. If you're talking about it in terms of black actors and things like that, there are a lot more people working today than when I came along. Uh, so, which is a good thing. But I think also it allows the more success. It allows people to start thinking in much broader terms about who they are, what they are, and how they fit in. So I see a lot of that beginning to happen.
And reflecting on your professional and personal journey, what legacy do you want to leave behind for those who are coming up behind you? What motivates you to cultivate such a legacy?
Yeah, that I think from my perspective, I mean, I've always tried to lead an eclectic life. I mean, I'm always incorporating, including, and never rejecting, uh, always embracing and using it to come up with new ideas, new innovative ideas. So uh, uh, I I can't live my life being pissed off all the time, and I think that's one thing that I see with a lot of people. They spend more time and energy being pissed off instead of really just keeping the five senses working and moving and embracing and coming up with new ideas. For me, it's about coming up with new ideas, using everything, all my tools, and everything that I witness with my hearing sense, seeing sense, smelling sense, tasting sense, touching sense, uh, allowing all those my senses to be alert, so that I can always be in a position where I can take all of these things that I'm witnessing and using them in some wonderful, new, creative way. And even at my age, I'm 87 years old now. I'm still a little kid. I'm still like this little kid, wanting to know, wanting to embrace and see where I can go with it.
In addition to your movie career, you've made notable appearances on television and voice acting roles. How do you approach working in different mediums, and what do you enjoy most?
I don't know. I do all of it, and I enjoy all of it. It's as simple as that. I just embrace it, enjoy it, and always, I always look at it as an opportunity to see what I can bring.
What do you consider the role that you're feel as your best work? You want people to remember you by a particular role. What would that be?
Well, of the roles that people know about, certainly Brian's song, Gail Sayers, certainly the movies I've done, I did with Diana Ross. I think I gained a reputation for being a romantic leading man, and that's something I always wanted to be when I was a kid growing up. I I it, I think I created something that was never a little brown skinned boy like me. It was never created. It never really happened on the level that it happened with me. So I'm very happy about bringing that aspect into the fold. I'm a romantic person. I like romance.
As you continue to inspire audiences around the world, what projects or passions are you most excited about pursuing in the future?
Well, at this stage, I'm not looking forward to doing too much. I've done just about everything you can possibly do. I don't know. I leave it. I'm open. And I'll see where it all takes me and what comes my way. And if I still have the energy to pursue it, I'll do it. But at this stage in my life, I just want to relax and give it to you, young kids. You do it. You got all the energy. Even you.
Yeah. Okay, right. Even me. Right. Okay.
Listen, I got I got a 60-year-old son. I'm sure you're nowhere near that.
Wow. No.
But even
Not yet,
40,
no.
even at 60, he's always open to new ideas and always looking forward to seeing the possibilities.
If you had the opportunity to play Lando again, would you take it?
Oh, absolutely. There's no question about it.
Yeah.
Great character. And what's good about good characters like that is that even though you bring a lot of a certain vulnerability and a certain charm to it, there was something dubious about the character, and that's always good when you're developing a character. I think you're never quite sure what that character is going to do, but always ends up having a heroic facade. I like heroes.
You know, I'd really love to see Lando in his own show sometime soon.
Well,
That would
maybe
be
you
nice.
do.
Maybe one day you'll write it.
I actually have some ideas.
Well, that's fun. Put them down.
Wonderful.
You never know.
You never know. I want to share something with you. I've been a Star Wars fan since I was 12, and the first film I saw was The Empire Strikes Back. And I'm, middle-aged. Since then, I've seen The Empire Strikes Back about 85 times.
Get out of here.
Yeah, it's true.
It's a good
Favorite
movie.
Star Wars movie.
Yeah,
It's a great movie.
it is. And it's not only my favorite Star Wars movie, in my opinion, it's one of the greatest films ever made. So I never in my wildest dreams would I ever thought I would sit down and speak to Billy Dee Williams. So this is truly an honor to say to you, thank you, from that 12-year-old little boy and me, seeing you up on the screen. Thank you so much for the joy you brought me. And you left a legacy. You're leaving a legacy that I'm passing down to my son. So you're the reason why that movie will endure. And, there'll always be a love for Star Wars and The Empire Strikes Back.
And Lando.
Absolutely.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone. This is a special episode of Father-Son Galaxy. We are raising money for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Thank you for watching us on this Podathon 2024 special edition. Until next time, take care, and we will see you again.
Hey, the very best to you.
Thank you so much. All the best to you, sir.
May the force be with you.
Stay well. Chandelier.
Hello, everyone. This is Kerwin of Father-Son Galaxy. My guest tonight is Todd Hoffman, who is a co-host of Big T, Little T, a Star Wars podcast, and he's a huge wrestling fan. And we're going to talk about wrestling. Todd, how are you doing?
Doing well, and you're saying it wrong already. It's wrestling. We're talking about some wrestling today.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, I've been out of it.
We got to keep this loose. We got to keep this loose. So.
Absolutely. Yeah, I've been out of this for a while, so I may be asking some dumb questions throughout this episode. Like where
never a dumb question.
But when I came to you about this subject, I was telling you the story. And I wanted to just tell it again. I was in New York City and I was going to Forbidden Planet. This is one of those big comic shops.
Big comic book shop.
Yeah. And, located on Union Square. And I walked in. Of course, I haven't been there in years.
Mm-hmm.
So I walked in. I was so excited to be back. And I'm walking around. I'm just looking, nothing out of the ordinary. I'm seeing comic book section, the new releases section, and then get to the toy area. And you see toys for Star Wars and Marvel.
Everything's tracking.
And then I look to my right and I just see a whole wall of pro wrestling action figures.
Right.
And I'm shocked. Like, where'd
this come from? Yeah.
Since when did comic book fans watch pro wrestling? Like, I've never seen the two of them together. So I was intrigued by this and I wanted to talk to you because I know that you're a big wrestling fan. And the first question I have for you, I wanted to ask you, when did you start watching wrestling?
Okay. Before our question, I got to get this off my chest right away. The biggest thing about wrestling is everybody says it's fake. Okay. Right. That's the biggest thing. guess what? All the entertainment we consume is fake. So I just want to, Breaking Bad's not real. Star Wars is not real. Game of Thrones is not real. Wrestling is real, but it's definitely, there is some scripting, but at the same time, it's kind of like real life drama. So just wanted to get that off my chest. So, but to answer your question, I started watching wrestling was like probably 9 or 10. And so what Saturday morning cartoons, the kids don't know what this is, but the Saturday morning cartoons would happen. That would end like at 11. And then from like 11 to 12 was like world of wrestling, and was like WWE. And so they would condense, some of the shows that they had into this kind of TV format. And, we're peaking at 85. This is 85, like right when like Hogan's getting hot, and just like, so all those characters are larger than life. And here I am just like eating it up. I'm just like, have the cereal bowl and just like, yep, feed me more, and it really, it was starting to peak with Hogan coming on the scene and stuff like that. And so like, Hulk Hogan, Andre the Giant, Brutus the Barber Beefcake, my man, Macho Man, Macho Man Randy Savage. There's all these kind of larger than life characters on the screen. And so that's kind of how I got into wrestling.
Gotcha. Wow. Yeah. So I do remember that golden era of wrestling with the WWF at the time, back in the 80s and the 90s.
Not the World Wrestling Foundation, which is where they had to change their name because of some, conservative animal lovers. But that's good. Animals are great, but that's
yes, right. Yeah. So they were the WWF, and then they changed it to World Wrestling Federation, and then changed it to World Wrestling Entertainment.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, you got it.
And I'm sure it's wrestling is international. It's a global phenomenon.
Yeah.
I was looking at their numbers from 2023. WWE is worth more than $8 billion. That's pretty huge. Yeah. Yeah. So, okay. And then who would you consider your favorite wrestlers? Do you have one or more than one favorite wrestler?
I have quite a few lists, but I would say like kind of, if you do the Mount Rushmore or something like that, first one's Macho Man Randy Savage. That's like my boy. I just love Macho Man. He's over the top. His promos are by far the best, and they're great. So I like Macho Man. Sting is probably my second. I love Sting. Sting is like WCW, did a little time in WWE, but mostly WCW and AEW is where Sting is at. I just love him. CM Punk is another one that is up there. He's a Chicago boy. He also kind of branched out. He actually did UFC for a little bit and then came back. And so, so he was in WWE, then went to AEW. He came back to AEW and then recently just went back and joined WWE. So, so CM Punk, also like Goldberg. Goldberg was in the 90s. So, he was big in the WCW era, and, Goldberg. And then there's a lot more favorites, but basically those are kind of like my top 4 there. So,
have you ever been to a live event?
Yeah, I've been to several live events. In fact, my dad took me, was at the time called the Rosemont Horizon, and we would go. And at this time, these were what would preferably called like live events in WWE language today, or dark events, because it wasn't really televised. It was just like a show, and they would still wrestle. And again, back then, this is where they were pretty much on the road 365 days. They were on the road all the time. So they were doing a lot of live shows. And so we would go, we went a couple times, probably got some picture somewhere of like really dark, like really dark, like not in focus wrestling pictures. But yeah, I started going. And in fact, I even conned my dad, and me and my buddy, we went to WrestleMania 8 in Indianapolis. And that was huge. It was awesome. It was great. That was back in the day of Ticketmaster, where you had to go to like Carson's and like wait in line. And I was like, Dad, we have to go to WrestleMania. It's in Indianapolis. And we went. It was awesome. It's great. It's great. And then, yeah, I've been to a bunch of WCW ones, AEW. Yeah. And Trent and I just recently went to a SmackDown, and we were spent. It's like emotionally draining, but it's so much fun. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah. Any favorite matches that stood out for you?
I mean, there is obviously a lot of great matches that I've seen live, but also, obviously with the pay-per-views, and I think they call them PLEs now. I don't know. They're always changing because it's not really pay-per-view anymore, because like you're in the network, so you're like right now I think WWE has Peacock, so it streams on Peacock, and then now Raw is on Netflix, which is ginormous,
Huge,
so
yeah.
it's huge, so that's bringing in more casual people now, so but yeah, as far as favorite matches, I mean, there's so many, man. There's so many. I mean, the recent run with Cody Rhodes has been really fun. So Roman Reigns was a champ. He had the belt forever, like I think 3 years or something. And so WrestleMania, he was going against Roman Reigns. You think he's going to win. This is his year. And then he loses. And you're just like, what? And then flash forward a year later. So last year, this is when Roman is teaming up with The Rock. So The Rock came back. And so he was beating up Cody Rhodes. Everybody's ganging up on him. And so then that WrestleMania match, like Cena shows up, Undertaker shows up, Rock shows up, and they're all trying to interfere and stuff like that. And Cody finally just singly takes down Roman Reigns, and he becomes a champion. So it was literally probably 3 years of storytelling for that match, and I think that's what's cool about wrestling. It's like, yes, it's scripted to a point, but most of it, you're telling a story. You're telling a story in the match itself, along with all the other promos and everything else that's leading up to that event. But the wrestling match itself is a story in its own little thing, and if done well, you're going to get these kind of ebbs and flows, and you're just like, oh my gosh, like, is this going to happen? Is he going to win? Is he not going to win? And they got the false finishes and, the big moves. Everybody gets their bumps. And then, hopefully it comes out on top with your guy that you wanted,
Interesting. So we know that you have a podcast that you co-host with your son, Trent.
Right. Yeah.
So you're a big Star Wars fan, obviously.
Obviously, yes.
Is there
check?
Is there a connection or what does wrestling and Star Wars maybe have in common that you could share both with your son?
Yeah. First of all, Darth Vader has the best wrestling entrance. He's got the pyro, he's got the door that blows up, and then he's got a cool outfit, in the wrestling world, that would be like a cool gimmick. He's got the look, he's got the music, he's got the pyro when it comes out. I mean, Darth Vader's entrance is bar none. That's like a really easy connection. But I think it goes simply back to good versus evil. In wrestling talk, you have a baby face and you got a heel. You got a kayfabe and you got somebody that is the mean guy. And so it's like good versus evil. Fundamentally, that's what it comes down to. And you have that in Star Wars. You have good versus evil, and getting to see that play out, So I think that's where there's a big connection between the dark side and the good side, and the bad guys are going to cheat and try to steal and try to do it and get the win. And the best wrestling is when the bad guy has the belt, because the good guy is always trying to chase that belt. And the good guy, like a Ric Flair, or like a bad guy like Ric Flair, he's like just a heel. He's doing all this dirty stuff when the ref's not looking, or he's got a goon that helps him out. Like there's all those like little things that every good bad guy has a lackey or a team, and the good guy does too. Like they have people that help them out when things get rough. And I think again, Star Wars, you can't do it by yourself. You need a team, and that it kind of flows. You need the rebels and need that, against the Empire. Single-handedly, you can't do it, but as a group of people, you can take over, the bad guy or the evil Empire,
So it also comes down to storytelling, doesn't it? Because you mentioned that, it is scripted, part of it, wrestling, and you don't know the outcome. You don't know what's going to happen, who's going to win.
Right.
And, you want, of course, the good guy to win. And if he does or she does, you're standing up, you're cheering, you're applauding. It's no different than going to see a Star Wars film where you're rooting for the good guy, or, you might be a person who roots for the villain.
Some people like Empire, the Imperials, stuff like that. But
yeah, that's very interesting. Mm-hmm. Now talking to you about it, I can see where the connection is, where that the same group of people who watch wrestling are the same people who go see a Star Wars or a Marvel or a DC film.
Yeah, I think too, like, with Marvel and the superheroes, it's like you need this advocate to help save the day, and the good guy has good morals, and this superhero, Superman's coming out, like you have this kind of Boy Scout, like somebody that has good morals, but he's not from this world, and fighting an evil corporation with Lex Luthor. It fundamentally comes down, like I said, it's good versus evil is where it kind of fundamentally happens. And then you have your kind of champions, like in the superhero realm or in the wrestling realm, you have like that's my guy. I identify with this guy. And again, it could be a bad guy or a good guy, but like, I really like that guy. And it could be, or a girl, it could be like whatever, if it's a gimmick, it's a look. And again, now things are crossing over. Sasha Banks, Snoop Dogg's cousin, is in The Mandalorian. Gina Carano, slightly different, but UFC in The Mandalorian. They blend more than you think they blend, I think,
Yeah. So more than any other, you correct me if I'm wrong, more than any other pro sport player, it seems that professional wrestlers have a more easier time transitioning from wrestling to acting. Why do you think that is?
Because they're acting every night. Like when you think about like a promo, or when they get in front of, back when, when I was growing up, the promos were usually a tape thing. Like they're cutting, like they're setting up the match. Like, okay, Macho Man would be like, I'm going to take you down, Ricky Steamboat or whatever. It's taped. In modern times, the promos are live. Like they're literally in front of, 20,000 people cutting this promo on why they think they're better than this guy or what they're going to do. And they have to read the audience. They have to know, and feel like, okay, this is how I'm going to deliver it. But they don't have it. It's not like they're reading a teleprompter, and I think that's where it becomes very natural for the wrestler to transition to acting, because like, dude, I do this every day. You gotta, again, yes, do people get hurt in wrestling? Absolutely. But a lot of it, they're selling it. It's like, oh my gosh, not only did that move look amazing, but now that guy's like, he's not getting up, like he might be dead, like they're selling it, sure, they might be hurt a little bit, but they're really just selling the move. And so I think cutting live promos and interacting with people and staying in character is exactly what actors do. Robert Downey Jr. is not Iron Man, but I really do think he's Iron Man, and just like, in the wrestling world, like I think Stone Cold Steve Austin is going to beat up Vince McMahon, like, for real. Like, that's a real deal, you know, like, so I think that's where, you know, it naturally blends. Now, is every wrestler an actor? No, but, you know, like, another Miz is on the roster, and he started like on an MTV reality show. And he's like one of the best heels. Like, he get, you know, in wrestling terms, he gets a lot of heat, like a lot of heat, because they don't like him, but he's like a good bad guy because he just knows how to be, you know, that what you don't like in people. You're like, oh, it's not good, you know?
Interesting. So I was curious to see how far back how far back it goes with wrestlers in film. When did it start, or who were one of the early, the pioneers of wrestlers turned actors? So what I found was that the earliest acting role played by a professional wrestler was Tor Johnson. Now, Tor Johnson he was born Carl Erik Tor Johansson in 1903. He's a Swedish professional wrestler and an actor. He's 6'3". He was 6'3", 400 pounds. And at the time, he appeared in B movies in the 1960s, many of them directed by Ed Wood. The Bride of the Monster, Plan 9 from Outer Space, Night of the Ghouls. You know, of course, you know, because of his size and his lack of acting skills, you know, they needed him to be the heavy, right? He had to be the menacing character. And that's where the stereotype comes into play. And this is something I didn't know. So do you remember the movie Ed Wood starring Johnny Depp? Okay.
Yes. Yep. Mm-hmm.
So they had a character in the movie based on Tor Johnson, playing Tor Johnson in the movie. And that was played by a pro wrestler named George the Animal Steele.
Yes.
George Steele. Yeah. That name sounds very familiar.
Yes.
So that's interesting. So that was, as far as I know, one of the earlier acting roles from a pro wrestler. In comic books, Tor Johnson was also featured in a cartoon, a comic strip that was called Tor Johnson at Home. It was published in 1981. It was an issue of Robert Crumb's Weirdo magazine.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. And then even in Marvel, this is something I noticed too. Secret Wars. We've been hearing about that. That's coming up soon.
Right.
There are a group of villains in Battle World, and they were called the Wrecking Crew.
Okay.
And if you hear the names, I mean, it sounds like wrestling moves. Yes, right. So they're called, one is called the Wrecker.
Yeah.
Thunderball. Pile Driver.
Yeah.
And Bulldozer.
There you go.
Yeah. So somebody from Marvel, you know, apparently was a wrestling fan.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Yeah. So I thought we could just spend the rest of the time just talking about wrestlers in movie roles. Like, one were some of our favorites, one where, you know, it was cool to have them. We know there's no acting skills there, but at least they stood out. We've already talked about him. So let's start with Hulk Hogan. The first time I saw him was in Rocky III.
Rocky III Thunder Lips.
Yeah. He was
so good. So that Vince McMahon did not want Hulk Hogan to do that because he just didn't want to do it. But Hulk's like, I'm gonna do it, and actually, it worked out into Hulk Hogan's favor because it even propelled him even more, because you have a major movie and the size difference. It's in the script. It's like, you know, what is that, a brontosaurus, or, you know, like what? I mean, it's just Stallone's in great shape, but then you see this larger than life man of Hulk Hogan, and Hogan's in his prime. I mean, he's just, it doesn't even look real, you know, and it's great. It's great.
He towers over him. It's just ridiculous.
It's great. And Hogan was, before he became the Hulkster and the Hulkamania, he was a heel. So he's playing into that bad guy role. He's got his girls, you know, they come up, and it's just like, this guy's gonna, you know, again, they're playing into the like, oh, this is fake, it shouldn't be real. Hogan knows how to throw a punch. He knows how to do all these things and beats up Rocky. It's great. It's a great kind of first step. But but then he does like the nanny or something like that. It's like, okay. But he showed up in A-Team. You got,
That's true.
and that's another and that's another connection, because now you're bringing in Mr. T
Exactly.
into that. Mr. T and Hogan pair up in WrestleMania 1. I mean, that's one of the things that Vince did a really good job of, is not only poaching the talent, because like wrestling was very territorial, like each, the Midwest, the Southeast, or, South, North, they all had these champions, like local champions. And Vince went in and basically took all the champions and put them in his, it was kind of a good old boys club. And he kind of just like, I want the top talent to come in. And that's how kind of WWE took off, because now you have the best of the best being in one organization, but again, that crossover between mainstream and wrestling, it becomes less of a carnival act, and this is like a real thing. Like now it brings some legitimacy. So wait a minute, Mr. T's like a bad dude, now he's hooking up with Hogan. Oh, they're gonna, it just brings, so you got, and I think that first one, you got Cyndi Lauper and you got like this kind of edgy. It's not mainstream, it's not as, back then it was edgy and not as mainstream. So it's like, wait, wrestling? But now you have these kind of bigger stars from Hollywood interacting with wrestling, and it becomes kind of almost like a good partnership or marriage, if you will. So, but yeah, I think, Hogan to me is probably the first to kind of break that, so now he's starting to show up in TV shows and, movies. And I mean, I think it's, that's kind of what started it all, I think.
Well, you're absolutely right. I mean, he's one of the most recognizing figures in pro wrestling. And I remember the first WrestleMania. That was in 1985. And it was just huge, because I was living in Brooklyn at the time. Okay. And the event took place at Madison Square Garden. Yes. So you couldn't miss it. It was on TV. Everybody's talking about it. Yeah. And then you brought up Cyndi Lauper, which is, a very weird time. Like Cyndi Lauper, for the young kids who don't know, she's a pop singer from the 1980s. And apparently she was a wrestling fan. And, she was such a big fan that in her song, one of her biggest songs, Girls Just Want to Have Fun,
Captain Lou
Albano played her dad in the video.
And it's like, perfect.
It's very unusual. Yeah. But I think that's what it was. Like you're right. Vince McMahon knew, okay, well, in order to make this exciting, you got to get the stars of Hollywood involved. You know what I mean? Get the music, get the actors, and bring them all together. It was just, it was like a Las Vegas show. It was a who's who. On that day.
Right. It's trying to bring some pomp and circumstance to just a wrestling match. There's a lot more theatrics, and again, so WrestleMania is the biggest and best event, and that still holds true to this day. I mean, the production value of what they bring is second to none. I mean, they know not only, like in wrestling, it's called spots. Like you need to make sure, you're towards this camera or this area, or when you do the finisher, this is where you're looking, and you want to make sure you're getting the right moves at the right time. But then it's also all the camera work, I mean, case in point, I forget, it was a recent one where Logan Paul, again, a YouTuber, is now a wrestler and destroying it. He is phenomenal. He's a phenomenal athlete, but everybody hates him because he's like this outsider, He literally, they got these drone cameras now in his promo, or like at one point of the match, the drone's flying over. He grabs the drone, right? And then I forget who he's wrestling, but then the wrestler does a move off the top and he's holding the drone. And so now you got this kind of GoPro moment where you're hitting the mat with Logan Paul with a camera. I mean, it's amazing. It's you can't beat it, and it's like it's planned but unplanned at the same time. It's like, okay, and it's great. I mean, it's just it's kind of cool, production with the theatrics of wrestling.
Yeah. All right. Well, Hulk Hogan again.
Hulk Hogan,
Rocky
yes,
3.
Hulk Hogan. Yeah.
Do you have any other wrestler in one of your in a movie?
I mean, the two. Yeah. I mean, you got really three big ones. I think obviously you got The Rock, right? So
yes.
Dwayne The Rock Johnson. I mean, Scorpion King, I think, was one of his first, and it's probably one of the most. It's a really bad film. It's just bad CGI, just bad everything. Yeah. But that did not deter him from, becoming probably. I mean, if he's not the highest paid actor, he's pretty close, and he's constantly at his age. He's constantly, he got ripped for Hercules and all the he's in Fast and Furious and Moana. I mean, he's diversifying his portfolio a lot, but he is a mainstream kind of actor. Dave Bautista is another one. He's been a lot of, I mean, his probably most famous role is Guardian of the Galaxy. He plays Drax. He's phenomenal. Like, he plays that role so good. And pretty much the whole time he's just wearing pants. He's got no shirt on, like he looks,
sure. If you look like him, you wouldn't wear a shirt either. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Exactly.
Right,
I mean, he's got the, got that look, but he's also in a lot of action movies. He's doing a bunch of, he's diversifying himself as well. And then you got John Cena. I mean, John Cena is rising up the ranks. He's doing a lot of movies. Peacemaker on Max was amazing. He's amazing in that. I mean, those three, right? I mean, like Rock, Cena, and Batista are definitely big. There's another guy, MGF, who is a heel in AEW. I just read that he was in Happy Gilmore 2. Like, he filmed scenes in Happy Gilmore 2, which is, like, there's a lot of, and then, there's just a lot, like I said, mentioned Sasha Banks. Like, she, because of her prominence in wrestling, transitioned into acting for The Mandalorian, I mean, it's all there. It's there, but some people, and I think that's where, like, Cena's coming back. Like, Cena's been back for a little bit, and he's got the belt, and he's saying that I am leaving with the belt. I'm the best wrestler, and I'm leaving with the belt. And he's like, he's a bad guy. He turned on Cody with The Rock. I mean, it's like, it's great. So now Cena's kind of doing one more kind of a final stamp in wrestling, but I think he's a pretty big player in Hollywood for sure.
All right. Yeah. So The Rock, you're right. I think he is one of the highest paid actors right now. And
he's gotta be.
He does have, he loves the big budget movies, I can't blame him. He make a lot of money from them, but you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Scorpion King, The Mummy Returns, Fast Five, Jumanji, Moana, Black Adam. Dave Bautista, I find him very interesting. Now, I didn't know he was a wrestler. I mean, he looked like a wrestler, but I didn't know his background.
Right.
Of course, we know him from Guardians of the Galaxy. But to me, as far as pro wrestlers turned actors as of now, he seems to be the most versatile.
Yeah.
I think what he's trying to do is, not get stereotyped in playing the heavy, the henchman, the bad guy role.
Yes.
And I think he's really looking to understand his craft and acting, and he wants to do dramatic roles. Because I was, listening to an interview that he mentioned that, he's talking about his acting career and that, he wants to avoid these stereotypical roles, and he's looking for more dramatic roles. And he says, I never wanted to be the next Rock. I just want to be a good actor, a respectful actor, a respected actor. So, and look, his credits are, besides Guardians, he's got Dune Part 1 and 2, Blade Runner 2049, Glass Onion, a Knives Out mystery. Yeah, I heard about that. Like Blade Runner 2049, he was really good. Yeah,
so good.
Yeah,
yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if he would be probably the first wrestler to maybe get an acting nomination or an acting award.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
I would like, hey, if Ryan Gosling can jump over to Star Wars, maybe Dave Bautista can jump into Star Wars. So
why not? Exactly. Now, John Cena, I have a story about, not a story, but what's interesting about him. So this past May, we went to the Fan Expo Philadelphia.
Yeah.
John Cena was the biggest draw there. I mean, there was no other actor bigger than him. Like he was the main event at this Comic-Con convention. Right. And something else that they did at the convention is they actually held a wrestling match. I wish I saw it, but I didn't get a chance to see it. But I heard it was pretty cool. So it was let me see. So it was a live professional wrestling featuring some of the top independent talent from across the United States. I may try to look for it on YouTube. But
I didn't know that actually happened.
Yeah. But I it's just amazing to me that you now have this happening at a Comic-Con convention.
Again, I think to go back to your original question, you shouldn't be surprised. I know you were surprised when you went into the comic book store, but like you have wrestlers old and new, they have their own like little wrestling cons and all, like all this stuff. But then bleeding into like, again, like, the big one here in Chicago, C2E2 or, fan expos or whatever. I mean, they're right there in the mix, and it's a niche that people want to scratch, and like they're there for one. I mean, I think that's what's the beauty about Comic Cons is like you're there for one thing, but then there's all these other different genres, and they kind of co-mingle, and I remember one year, I think it was Wizard World or something like that. They had same thing. They had a wrestling ring and, for promotion, and, they had wrestlers there. And I mean, it's like, it's all right there. And then, there's these larger than life people, again, with comics, it kind of all gels. And then obviously t-shirts, action figures, all the merch. I mean, that's why WWE's they make probably more in merch than anything else, so
you also mentioned Sasha Banks, WWE Women's Champion, WWE Women's Tag Team Champion. Yes, and she was in The Mandalorian, although she had a few episodes in season 2, but didn't return for season 3, and I don't know why. But I was also listening to an interview that she did a few years ago, and this is something she really wanted to do. She feels that she was born to be a wrestler, and that the ring is her home. And when she's in the ring, she feels complete. I thought that's pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. So I have a few more if we can talk about them. Performances and films.
I love that you have notes. I love
this. Yes.
Yeah. I love it.
So how about this one? Jesse the Body Ventura.
Oh yeah.
In Predator.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Jesse's interesting is that so it also happens in commentary too. So Vince McMahon for a long time was the straight guy telling, and then Jesse was the bad commentator, and so he would always push McMahon's buttons, and in Predator, he's basically playing himself. He's playing the Jesse the Body Ventura in WWE is what we see in Predator, but in this band of motley crew people, he's perfect. I mean, he's perfect. It's just like a small bit role, and it's perfect, But I don't know if he's done anything else. I mean, Predator, I'm sure he's done a couple other things, but Predator's
nothing as big as Predator. Yeah.
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 Mhm.
Now, this is something I didn't know about Jesse Ventura. So he was a member of the United States Navy Underwater Demolition Team, now known as Navy SEALs.
Seals, yeah.
Yes. So he was in the military. And after he left, he decided he wanted to join the WWF. And you're right. He was a color commentator. And so, our imitating life, he was the character that he played in Predator was a soldier. So he just fit right in. And then,
right in.
Yeah, exactly. And then
he became the governor.
Politics. Yes. He went in, became mayor, elected mayor of Brooklyn Park, Minnesota, and then the 38th governor of Minnesota. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Who would have thought? Yeah.
Who would have thought? Yeah, exactly.
All right. Got another one. Andre the Giant in The Princess Bride.
Princess Bride.
Yeah.
Have fun storming the castle. Yeah, I love him in this. I mean, Andre the Giant is a freak of nature. I mean, they called him the eighth wonder of the world for a reason. I mean, I mean, if you ever the best Google picture is just showing Andre the Giant holding a regular beer can. It doesn't even look real. I mean, his hands are just massive. There's a great, I think it's WrestleMania 3 or something. Bob Uecker, again, crossover from baseball. Nice, Bob Uecker is basically a comedian for baseball commentary. He's so great. And there's a famous promo where Andre the Giant is just like shaking and choking Bob Uecker, and it's great. I mean, because his hands were just massive. He was a massive man. He was perfect in that role, kind of playing that kind of dumb squire thing. I mean, it's great.
Yeah. 7'4", weighed over 500 pounds.
Yeah.
He played Fezzik in The Princess Bride.
Yes.
So the screenwriter, William Goldman, was a wrestling fan. There you go.
Mhm.
And when he was creating the character of Fezzik, he knew that he wanted Andre the Giant to play the character. Like, who else could,
Andre.
right? Yeah. And then you mentioned about WrestleMania 3. That was the same event where Hulk Hogan actually body slammed Andre the Giant.
That is correct.
Yeah.
That's when Hulkamania took off, brother. Yeah.
Hulkamania running wild.
Running wild.
All right, got another one for you. How about Randy Macho Man Savage? It's Spider-Man.
Yes.
I know
Spider-Man.
It's a very small role.
3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Yes.
Bonesaw.
Yes. Yeah. What do you?
Every time I see Macho Man, I just smile.
Yeah.
His promos are just great, and Bonesaw McGraw is a real. I mean, that Tobey Maguire, like, pretty much verbatim is from the comics, right? He had to get money, he had to do a side hustle, so he became a wrestler. And Bonesaw McGraw is a real character in the Marvel universe. But when they put him in a cage, I mean, it's perfect. And Macho Man is just like fantastic in that film. He's just like, I got you for 3 minutes. It's gosh. Love it.
Yeah, he stood out. You're like, when you see him for the first time, it's like, wow, who is this guy? He had the flamboyant outfits. He was one of the most popular wrestlers in the WWF at the time. Yes. Then he switched over to the WCW in the 90s.
Correct.
Yeah. So pretty good. Randy Macho Man Savage.
Yes.
All right, I got one more name.
Okay.
Rowdy Roddy Piper.
Oh, and They
Live.
Yeah. Yes.
Do you know?
It's a great one.
Yes.
It's a B movie.
Yes, it is.
Zombies were a thing even back in the 80s.
Yeah, it's a cult classic.
A cult classic.
Yeah.
It's like the what's he say about the bubble
gum? Bubble gum, yes, right.
Yeah.
I'm here to chew bubble gum and kiss.
Yes. And I'm all out of bubble gum.
I'm all out of bubble gum.
It's great.
Oh, yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Piper.
Yeah.
Another classic, kind of his own thing. And he got another crossover. He got, what was that comic's name? Man, it's escaping me. He smoked a lot. He was in the 80s. He was pretty popular, and they got into it. Like they had, like, I don't think it was Dice Clay, but it was like, it was Dice. I don't know. It's like another Robert. So I don't know. I would have Roddy Piper in They Lives it's great. It's
Yeah.
a great. I mean, it's definitely B material, but it's a classic, cult classic for sure.
Yeah. And it had one of the longest fight scenes probably ever in movie history, where he, I have to look into, like why this was in the movie, the reason, because, and why did it have to be that long? But I just couldn't take my eyes off of it. So he's fighting in an alley with Keith David. Now, I don't even know if Keith David, I mean, he's very physical actor.
Yeah.
I don't know if he was doing his own stunts, or if he had a stunt man come in and do it, come in and fill in for him.
Right.
But it looked real. I mean, the way they were throwing blows, I mean, it looked just like a wrestling match.
Yes.
And of course, Roddy knows how to do that. And
so
that's the
he knows
best
how to
person.
throw a punch.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And it went on for like 7 minutes, Todd.
Yeah.
It was an amazing thing to see. So now you mentioned Gina Carano. Now she's not considered a wrestler.
Right.
But is it an offshoot of wrestling? Is it kickbox? Well,
she was UFC.
Kickboxing?
She was a UFC. Yeah,
Okay.
like she was UFC. One of the first women too. And then she had that physicality down, another one is Ronda Rousey. She terribly vicious in the ring and made the switch. And in fact, Piper is her favorite wrestler, and she actually wore his jacket into her debut because she just loved Piper, and I mean, again, adjacent. I mean, Brock Lesnar, he was a UFC guy. Ken Shamrock was a UFC guy. There's a lot of guys and girls that were in that. And again, like, specifically UFC and boxing, I mean, your shelf life is very, very short. I mean, you can't maintain that. Where, again, like a Brock Lesnar, he comes over and he has a lighter schedule. He's not on the road all the time. And so you could still maintain your shape and not put your body through all that, rigor, and just beat up, so.
Well, do you see any wrestlers now who you could see eventually making the transition from wrestling to acting? Anybody that comes to mind?
Not off the top of my head. The one that is really, the two guys that are really popular right now in WWE, Roman Reigns, again, also related to The Rock. There's a big Samoan influence, Hawaiian influence in wrestling. And it all started with Rock's family. I mean, back in the day, Rock Johnson, like his dad, but like many, Vince and them had a nice relationship where he would send some of his stars over there for a little bit, and then they would send the Samoans into wrestling. But Roman Reigns is a big one, very popular. And then Cody Rhodes, huge. He's got a lot of pop going in the wrestling speak. Like, he's got a lot of behind him. And I think he has the look that could potentially start as a small role. And if he decides to move on, I think he could probably be just as popular as Cena, even more, yeah, he's been wrestling for a long time. And his dad, Dusty Rhodes from the 80s.
Yes, Dusty Rhodes, yeah.
So he's a second level generation guy. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot, like I said, I think Hollywood is always looking for the next thing, and sometimes it's not that far to look over and say who is dominating in this area that could bring, again, the wrestling crowd into the movie theaters. Again, Hollywood is always looking to how do we get butts and seats, to kind of keep the movie industry alive. I mean, to me, it's a no-brainer. It's about as no-brainer as a sequel. It's just like, oh, this guy's making money over here. You can definitely make money for us. We put her name on it. So
Speaking of next generation, what about Charlotte Flair, Ric Flair's daughter?
Charlotte Flair is definitely, so Ric Flair had a son and he passed away, unfortunately. And so Charlotte Flair decided, like, I want to maintain, like, his son, Ric Flair's son, was going into wrestling, but passed away tragically. And so Charlotte's like, at that point, it's like, I need to follow my brother and follow my father. And she's really dominant in, in her genre in the WWE women's division. And yeah, I mean, I think she's great. I mean, I don't know, like, I maybe in acting sometime. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to tell with I don't know if we got enough exposure yet, because unfortunately, they're getting better. I mean, the women's division, again, women were not portrayed very well in wrestling for a long time, and now they actually are legitimate wrestlers. It's not these, bikini matches or anything. I mean, all this stuff that was accepted back then. Now they are better, and sometimes even better than some of the guys. It just, they're definitely allowing them to do what they do best. There's a girl, Rhea Ripley. I mean, she can pick up most dudes. Like, she can throw down. She's Australian. She can throw down with most dudes. Like, I'll be like, I wouldn't want to mess with her in a dark alley. Like, she could mess up some people, and that, it's good to see. It's very healthy, I think, for sure.
Todd, look, I have not watched a wrestling match in about 30 years, but now having this conversation with you, I think I'm going to maybe check out a few, just to see, what I'm missing.
Yeah. So like, obviously the easiest thing is you just go to Netflix, watch Raw one night, they're bringing back. So, like, this was other thing kind of solidified my fandom, was like, they had Saturday Night Live events. Okay. And so it would, SNL was like 10:30, right? At 10:30 Central our time. Right. And so they would, every once in a while, NBC would run this wrestling thing. And I was like, I gotta watch this. And I begged my parents, can I please stay up? Because I barely, 10:30 was like past my bedtime or whatever. And so that Saturday Night Live event, this is when Hogan and Macho Man are tag team, and they're called the Mega Powers. And they're cutting the best promos, Hulkamania, Savage, all together. But there's Miss Elizabeth. So Miss Elizabeth was Randy's, kind of manager, but she would, she was his valet, basically. They start building this up where like Hogan is like, kind of creeping into Miss Elizabeth, like that might be a thing. So in the Saturday Night Live event, Macho Man just loses his cool. I literally thought at 12 or 13, I'm not sure how old I was at that point. I literally thought, I'm like, he is going to kill Hulk Hogan. Like, this is happening right now, live on TV. Like, like, Macho Man was so jealous and so incensed, and you're just like, he's gonna find, Hulk Hogan in the back, and they show, Macho Man's just tearing things up in the back, and he's going after Hogan and beating him up. I'm like, oh my gosh, he's gonna kill this man, and like that, just like, I was sold. I was like, this is the greatest thing. It's like, I know it's not real, but like, where wrestling really flourishes is that edgy line where there is some truth to what they're saying, and there might be actual beef between the two. You don't, and like, there's some real stuff and then some fake stuff, and you kind of mix it all together, and it's just like, dude, this is pure gold. So I would encourage you to watch maybe Raw. And like I said, they're bringing back Saturday Night Live on NBC. You can watch one. The next one's gonna be Atlanta, and Goldberg's coming back. That's his hometown. Man, I can't wait. Oh yeah, and then on Peacock, like they have the events. One of the things that I don't like is there's a lot more pay-per-views than there should. I just like less pay-per-views because then you can have a better build. But pretty much WWE is doing it like every month. I'm kind of old school. I'm like, I'd rather have like the build and get to like, some of these major ones than just like, oh, here's this month. And then 3 weeks later, it's this one. And it's like, okay, let's slow down a little bit. But, I'm not running the company, but that's my opinion. But anyways.
Yeah, it's a big business. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
I'm definitely going to do that. Just watch a couple of matches. I will start with Netflix because I think they put a lot of money into bringing wrestling to their, to their streaming service.
Yeah. I mean, and again, I think that just speaks to the popularity. And then one little more catch is that the UFC company, TK whatever, they bought WWE.
Interesting. Okay. Wow. Is this recent?
Yeah, pretty recent. I mean,
okay.
in the last 2 years or whatever.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
How about that?
So they're very invested in making that product more national. I mean, you can't get more national or more global than Netflix,
Got it.
In fact, in overseas markets, Netflix is the one that does the pay-per-views now, not Peacock. So there's a American, there's a American deal. I don't know what you would call it, United States deal. And then there's like a national deal where Netflix is actually promoting that through their streaming services, across the world.
Interesting. Okay. All right. Yeah. So now this all makes sense to me, Todd. So I'm not going to, if I walk into, a Comic-Con or, go into not a toy store, but a comic book store.
Yeah.
And I see, this whole line of wrestling action figures, it makes sense. We're all one and the same. Yeah.
You're going to see a Funko Pop. Yeah. You're going to see those Funko Pops and there's going to be wrestling. I mean, it's, it's all right there. So I hope you see the connection.
Yes, I do. So thank you so much for explaining this to me. This was fun. This is fun. This is
awesome.
A good walk down memory lane, a lot of interesting characters.
Say, hey man, you gotta say your prayers, take your vitamins.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It was a lot of fun, so I'm going to see if I can get back into it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there is a dark side to wrestling a little bit and you have to be careful, and especially with kids, and, you have to be careful of that. But I mean, at the end of the day, just like everything else, you got to filter what you need to filter for your kids. But I think the product is definitely better than it was, and run by Vince. Now it's run by Triple H, who is a former wrestler. And, there's a lot of, there's some baggage in the back that unfortunately, is what it is. But at the end of the day, when you look, what you see, in front of you, I think it's a lot better product. And, they're actually now returning to this, instead of sports entertainers, they're calling themselves pro wrestlers, so it's kind of getting back to a little bit more stuff. And really what's really healthy is actually you have another company in AEW, and then the independent scene, which you're mentioning, all these independents it's like a groundswell. All these guys that possibly were quote unquote rejected from WWE are now in the independents, and they can wrestle and sell merch whenever they want, and so like there's a groundswell where it's like just being a little bit more healthy. But I will say, just like Star Wars fans, wrestling fans can turn on each other in an instant. There's a lot of inner fighting, like between, well, I only watch WWE or I only watch AEW, and I think even Cody Rhodes said that, like, he's like, yeah, he loves Star Wars. Cody Rhodes loves Star Wars. And he's like, yeah, there's only one other fan base that turns on each other, and that's Star Wars fans. So
yeah, right.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
You're not wrong. And then from a podcasting perspective, there's a ton of wrestling podcasts, brother. I mean, there's
okay. That's a good idea. Yeah.
I mean, like Busted Open is a 7-day week, multi-hour podcast on Sirius FM. I mean, it's ginormous. So not only, you have just like Star Wars, you have this kind of lot of podcasts in the market. I mean, wrestling podcast, if that's, again, if that's something that you like, you can kind of dive into. There's a great guy, Chris Van Vliet. He interviews wrestlers, and it's like perfect. I mean, he's getting into the person they are, and about, talking about great matches and what was going on here. And it's fascinating, and so the podcast market is just as equally as huge in wrestling as well.
Excellent. Thank you, Todd.
Yep.
Where can
Sure.
people find you?
Yeah, they can find me on the interwebs and the Googles and stuff, but you can find Trent and I at Big T Little T Podcast on the Instagram, and BLILT Podcast on Twitter, X, and all that stuff. And then follow us on Twitch, twitch.tv/Big T Little T.
Very nice. Thank you.
Yes.
We ask that you would, if you like this video, if you're watching us on YouTube, please hit the subscribe button. I am Kerwin of Father Son Galaxy. You could find us on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, and X. We are also, we have an email address, is keyard@fathersongalaxy.com. So, and you can get us wherever you listen to your podcast, any streaming platform.
Right.
So we are available. So thank you so much for watching or listening to us. Thank you to Todd Hoffman of Big T Little T. And this conversation, very interesting conversation about pro wrestling and the geek culture. Until next time, everyone, take care, and we will see you again.
Welcome to a special Father's Day episode of Father Son Galaxy. I'm Keith, and this is my dad, Kerwin.
Thank you for joining us. Today we have guests who are the members of the Dad Batch podcast. They share a deep passion for Star Wars, cosplay, and most importantly, fatherhood, bringing a fresh and relatable angle to their conversations. All right, let's start with Joe Lara, who is AKA Tech, and his son Austin. Then Rami Shanaday, AKA Echo, and his son Bray. And we have Stephen Schultz, AKA Wrecker, and his son Oliver.
Hey,
gentlemen, welcome to Father Son Galaxy.
How's it going?
All right.
What's up, guys? What's up, everybody? Thanks for having us.
How are you? We're just so excited to meet you, and we can't wait to just talk about Star Wars and talk about your family. So happy Father's Day, first off.
Happy Father's Day.
Thank you.
All
You
right.
as well.
Happy
Thank
Father's
you.
Day.
Now, we know that there are 5 members of the batch, right? So there are 2 that are not here with us. They weren't able to make it. So that would be John, who is Hunter, and Brian, who is Crosshair. So we just wanted to just give them our regards. We're sorry that they couldn't make it, but we just wanted to shout them out.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It's we're definitely a squad. That's kind of how we see ourselves, our own little family. But obviously, this is really the first of all that you're inviting us, but to focus on this side of actual family blood, our children and being fathers. So that's awesome.
Okay, thank you.
Could you share the story behind the creation of the Dad Batch in your podcast?
Ooh, we get that question a lot, so we've actually got the story kind of down pat. So we've all known each other for a long time. So Brian, John, Stephen, and I are up in kind of the greater Los Angeles area. Joe's a little farther south, down by San Diego. So we actually, as part of this Bad Batch costuming that we've been doing, we encountered Joe and realized that, how much we had in common and everything. So over the course of a few months, we started coming together around these characters and these costumes. And John and I were at an event, picking up some armor parts, at a sale, and we met Joe and got to talking to him. And then in the meantime, Stephen and Brian, we're all friends. And so we came together around these characters, and it's funny because each one of us has a character that, or gravitated towards the character that actually sort of is most like us. And we laugh because it's almost like we kind of look like our characters a little bit too, sort of like people and their pets. But we started, you know, when you're working on a project like this, especially a group build, you're communicating with each other and sharing tips on painting and things like that. And so we had a group chat that was going, and somewhere along the way, that group chat got renamed to the Dad Batch, just because, you know, we're all fathers, and we thought it was funny. And then in the meantime, Brian moved from Southern California back to North Carolina, and that chat group became our lifeline to him. And every once in a while, we'd be talking, and somebody would hit the little video call button, and all of a sudden it rings on everybody else's phone, and then we all start talking to each other, and we would be doing this little video chat, just laughing at our own jokes and craziness. And it's at somewhere somebody's like, "Oh my God, this is so funny. We should record this." And that moment was sort of the birth of the Dad Batch podcast. We had the name thanks to the chat group, and the idea of recording it became the podcast. And so we, you know, put some ideas together around that and started doing it. And lo and behold, here we are. So.
Now, when you decided who was going to portray what character, you said it was based on your looks, but did you come across any of the members who wanted to play, more than one member wanted to play Tech or Wrecker or Hunter? And how did you resolve that?
We never had that moment. We all sort of picked. So I joke, I've got the hairline. I was blessed with the hairline to do all the bald characters. So I've got a Lobot costume, Lobot from Empire Strikes Back, and he has that cybernetic headset around his head, very much like Echo. And so I was instantly drawn to Echo. In the meantime, Joe was already gravitating towards Tech. Steven is Wrecker. So John, between kind of the 5 o'clock shadow and the longer hair, he was Hunter. It all just sort of made sense. We never for a moment ever collided on what characters we want to do. There was never a question.
I see. Okay. And I'm curious to know then, so if you can just go through, and we can start with you, Ramey. Why did you decide that you wanted to be Echo?
So there is something extra fun about doing a group costume, right? It's one thing when you've got a Boba Fett or a Stormtrooper or any like we're all members of the 501st Legion. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that group, but we're all members of that, and we do events in our costumes for that all the time. And there's plenty of opportunities to do, you know, kind of those onesie twosie characters. And you know, Din Djarin, the Mandalorian, can walk around at an event by himself and not be out of place. But when you've got a squad of characters like the Bad Batch, where they are always together, it makes sense for them to be together. Those kind of costume builds are extra fun, because it's one thing to have one character walk in, but when you've got 5 or 6 that are all from the same media and they all look the part, and the costumes are, you know, to the level of detail that we put into the work, there's just something extra special about that. So any chance that you can get to do a group build is always fun.
And Joe, why did you want to be Tech?
So yeah, I was in the military for quite a while. I served for 24 years total, and for a large part of that time, I was actually embedded into a special operations team. And my role was very technical, and no pun intended, it was very technical. And the fun is, my son, Austin, and my other son, Brandon, were heavy into Clone Wars and helped pull me in as well. And they had actually watched the first episode of season 7, The Bad Batch, before I did. And as soon as I walked in the door, they all stopped and looked at me and said, "Dad, you need to watch this episode. There's a character that you need to see." And as soon as I saw Tech, that was actually the catalyst for me to get into the idea of building the costume, of becoming this character, and getting the 501st. So I was the one on the outside of this group in LA. I was down in San Diego during COVID of all times, and figuring it out. And then, like Ramey said, then I met him and John, and it just kind of all came together. The force was definitely at work when we all met. But that's a little bit about how I came to Tech.
Well, first off, I just want to say thank you for your service. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Stephen, why
Yes,
did you want to
sir.
be wrestler?
Well, it's funny because when John and I first saw the Bad Batch premiere a few months before anybody had seen it, he and I both had gravitated to those characters just based on their storyline. I think John was more so gravitating towards it being a clone that didn't look like any other clones, which fascinated him. But for me, Wrecker it was like looking in emotionally, the character, it was like looking into a mirror. We're both scared of heights. We're both boisterous and loud. We love having fun. We're like the big kid of the group, biggest heart, and we like to blow stuff up. But I think what really cemented it for me was during lockdown, my wife would give me haircuts because we couldn't go out to get a haircut. And I used to have a traditional, like very traditional, like side part with, the hard part and all that stuff. And one day my wife just kind of went up on the fade a little too high. and I was like, no, okay, just keep going around until you can fix it. By the time I knew it, my whole head was shaved. And at that point I was just like, well, I guess I got to keep it now. And this was during the record build, so it just kind of fit.
Wow.
We know about the lockdown, and
and the haircut story is especially close to us. My dad did that to my brother, just kind of like, trimming the edges, and then, a bit too much hair came off, and then he's like, oh, now I gotta take it all off.
There's no going back.
You got to preface that I have never cut hair before.
It's okay.
Not like he had a license.
Right.
I wish you had a license.
This is the first time I bought a barber set, clippers, and a trimmer. I had no idea what I was doing. I watched a couple of YouTube videos, and it still didn't come out what I expected.
YouTube, the greatest source of information on the planet.
Okay,
that's right. Yeah.
After Wikipedia, because you always believe what you see on the internet.
Well, I tried, and look, 2 years later, I'm still cutting their hair. So we have not gone back to the barber.
2 years later, I'm still biking it, so it's good. Yeah.
Well, I know we have the second generation here, so I actually want to hear from them. So Keith has some questions that you can, after he takes a sip. You got it. Yes.
Yeah. So, could you guys describe a specific moment when Star Wars brought you closer to your kids? Like to your fathers, I mean. Not to your kids. You don't have kids.
Well, so Bray, let's start with you.
Okay.
Do you have a favorite character or a favorite moment in Star Wars?
Well, my dad's office was always very Star Wars'd out. And even when he was in meetings, I would always just be in there playing with his stuff. So.
Yeah. So you're 6 years old, is that right?
13.
Oh, you're right. 13. I apologize. Yes. You're right. 13. All right. So
He's 13.
You're almost halfway there. It's okay.
You look 9.
So, yeah, you do look very young. Yeah. So what is your earliest memory of Star Wars? How do you think you were introduced to Star Wars?
I remember I was in my dad's office and I was looking for a character that I couldn't find anywhere. And eventually, after an hour of looking, I noticed it was in my hand.
That's funny. Are you a Stranger Things fan by any chance?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Favorite season?
What? Well, what do you? Okay, go ahead. Favorite season of Stranger Things?
Yeah. What's your favorite season?
Okay.
1.
Season 1?
Yes.
Season 1. Okay.
Season 1.
Well, that's good to know because I've only seen one season, the first season. So, but you've seen all 4.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I'm invested.
And why did you think Bray would have been interested in Stranger Things?
Because he has a Stranger Things shirt on.
Ah, look at that. Okay. All right.
I can see the lettering. I know the font from Stranger Things like the back of my hand.
Excellent. Excellent.
It's an amazing font, actually. I got to figure out how to make that font.
Okay. So, Austin, I understand you're a musician. You like music?
Yeah. So, I'm actually finished my second year at Berklee College of Music. So yeah, I'm in college. But yeah, I'm studying contemporary rock production, essentially, the writing aspect of music, and then also, producing it, making it sound good. Yeah, that's just a little bit about me. But yeah.
Right.
Cool.
Mm-hmm. And then what are you looking to do, when you finish college? What are your goals?
Yeah, so I know I have two passions, and those two passions are, scoring picture, which is essentially, going into the film and television industry, working on the music side, as well as, writing and production in like a studio setting, for more like commercial radio music, that kind of stuff. So I know I have those two passions, and with what I'm studying right now, it'll allow me to, hopefully some point in my life, be able to, tackle those two aspects. But yeah, right now still trying to navigate a path to get there. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite composer, film composer?
Yeah, film composer. Funny enough, Star Wars, Ludwig Göransson.
Nice.
Yeah. Also, I mean, it sounded like I was gonna say John Williams. Obviously he's amazing.
Yep.
But yeah, no, something that really brought Ludwig to my attention is, one, he scored Mandalorian, Black Panther, Creed, just a lot of great movies. But he's also, Childish Gambino's, producer in the studio, helps him, write his stuff. And I thought that was just, cool that, there's someone who can do multiple things, not just one facet of music. So yeah, that's why he's, up there for me. But yeah.
Yeah, that's very good. He's an excellent composer.
Oh yeah.
So Oliver is 6 years old. Is that right? Oliver, do you have a favorite? Well, first of all, do you like Star Wars? Let's just start there. What do you like about Star Wars? Favorite character, maybe?
Whoa!
No, that's
Luke Skywalker.
Luke Skywalker.
Oh,
Nice, very nice.
good answer. Yeah.
Very good. Luke Skywalker. That's a good one. Wow. All right. Okay. All right. Well, all right. Let's go on. Let's go back to.
Hopefully, you can still hear us if your eardrums
Well,
are still alive.
there are firecrackers outside. I don't know if you heard it.
Yeah,
but,
funny
Yeah.
story.
Yeah.
I mean, we've had quite the experience with fireworks. Let's just say we had these neighbors who set off an entire Macy's 4th of July parade in their driveway.
Yeah.
They never came back. A month later, they were gone.
Yeah.
Oh,
The police had to show up to shut that one down.
Yeah.
wow.
Oh, boy.
Entertaining.
I could have sworn I was in New York at a parade. Jeez.
Okay. So let's go to this one here.
So, for all the dads, could you describe a specific moment when Star Wars brought you closer to your children or taught them a life lesson that you thought they needed to know?
So I'm not sure about the life lesson piece of it, but definitely, I mean, so I mentioned earlier that we all have costumes in the 501st, and that we at least Steven's done this. I've done this with all of my children. So our kids all have costumes as well, and there are certain characters like Jawas or even an Ewok or Ezra from Rebels, where a child playing that character actually makes perfect sense. And so all of the kids have costumes. Ray's got several, and it's great when you can go to an event and be your character, but then also have them running around and being a different character, and you can interact with them and kind of almost have that sort of in-universe experience where you're talking to a Jawa and they're just trying to steal your stuff or whatever. So those are some of my favorite moments, especially just within the 501st Legion in general, is being able to have done that with my kids.
Steven, same question for you.
Well, just to piggyback on what Raimi was saying for a little bit, when Oliver was about to be born, I was so extremely nervous to be a new father. And Raimi actually made a little mini Jawa onesie for Oliver. And he for the time, he ended up being the youngest member of the Galactic Academy because 45 minutes out of being born, we threw that on him in the hospital and took a photo, and boom, he had his cadet ID number ready to go. But
Awesome.
I will say, I think it was Halloween 2020. We built. Is that when we built your Mandalorian costume? Yeah, and I mean, we did the full 3D printed kit, custom soft goods. He had the little rifle that attached with the sling going down his back, and his little baby brother was Grogu, right? In the stroller.
Yeah.
And that was fun. You even had the music going when you're walking down the street, right?
Yeah.
So I think building that costume together was pretty fun, huh?
Yeah.
Joe, what about you?
So it's obviously, I've been a huge fan of Star Wars my whole life, and when you have two young children, there's a certain time, and you're not sure when it's appropriate for them to see certain scenes in Star Wars because you don't want to be too graphic or whatnot. But I would say, age of 4 or 5, kind of showing them parts of Star Wars, and then it just became part of something that we could talk about. But I would say it's really Austin and his brother Brandon, their love for the Clone Wars that raised my awareness and attention to another part of the universe that I wasn't really paying attention to. I was really focused on a lot of the movies, and they actually pulled me in. So instead of me influencing them per se, they heavily influenced me, and I think it resonated as well because there's a lot of military themes with the clones and this war that was going on, and even some of the language. It's some of the things that we talk about on the Dad Batch podcast when I'm able to share my take on some of the stories that we're able to enjoy is the writers and they all pull from real life. And so that connection of Clone Wars and the boys' influence on really got me immersed. So I would say they probably made me a bigger fan, if anything. Yeah.
So can we start with, back to the dads. When you fell in love with Star Wars and when you had children, how important was it for you to pass it down? I mean, for example, if you have parents who are big sports fans, from birth, they have their child wearing their favorite jersey, sports jersey. How serious were you about, after, knowing how much you love Star Wars, how important was it for you to pass that down to your children?
Well, I think in my household, my brother is 11 years older than me. So he was, he got to see Star Wars in the movie theaters when it came out. That was part of his childhood growing up. So in my household, Star Wars was always a known thing, but I didn't really get into it until 1995. Power of the Force 2 Kenner figures started coming out again. And there was a Darth Vader figure that was like one per case, super hard to find. And I was just begging my dad to get me that figure. And my dad was working in a hospital, hospital hours. So I have no idea how he came home with this figure one day. But when he handed me that Darth Vader figure, that I think right there was the catalyst for me. It just sent me on a complete Star Wars trajectory for the rest of my life. And it was something that my dad and I could always share. And I think because of that, I mean, it's kind of a no-brainer for me. I would never imagine forcing Oliver to forcing him to like something that he wouldn't like. But I don't know. What do you think? Do you think I forced Star Wars on you, or you just kind of liked it on your own because I liked it? It took a while.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Right. It wasn't something that I had planned, but it just seemed like the great opportunity to talk about Star Wars, because this was around the time when I introduced Keith. It was in 2015 when the sequel trilogy was now coming out, and I introduced him through the little golden books of Star Wars. But yeah, there was not anything that I was, he has to know Star Wars. He's got to know who Darth Vader is. It was nothing like that. It was just, let's see what happens. Given the books, and the rest is history. He loves it. And he knows Star Wars, I would say, a little bit more than I do.
I don't know. What do you think your favorite thing is other than Star Wars? It's probably like Marvel stuff, right? I think Oliver gravitates more towards like the Marvel, like the superhero stuff. Definitely the superhero stuff, but Star Wars for him, it's just like, it's understood. Like it's just in his blood at this point. So.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh, by the way, unironically, I happen to have the Black Series action figures of all of you guys.
Can you see it?
Nice.
Yeah, there we go. Coincidence. Nice. We had these. Yeah, we bought these. We have the same three. Yeah.
This one doesn't have the goggles under it. Oh,
that's an added piece.
Can I have that?
Awesome.
I could probably hook you up.
Look at that. There's Echo.
That's the same one.
Yeah, the same one we have. Yeah, it's amazing. How about that? All right. So
Echo's helmet's kind of wonky because he's got this thing that you have to like take off.
Takes a little, yeah.
Trust me, I know all about how hard it is to put that thing on and off with that on my head.
That's why Echo had to cut a hole in the back of his helmet, because he couldn't deal with it either.
So, Joe, tell me how you were introduced to Star Wars.
I'm actually the oldest of the dad batch, and sometimes I feel it in my body, at least my bones. But I don't remember seeing A New Hope. It was really Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi is when I really started understanding what Star Wars truly was, and I just remember eventually getting a hold of, before the VHS tapes and VCRs were a thing, you had to wait for a showing on CBS or a special night broadcast of
right.
Star Wars, and I remember being glued to the television set to watch it, and then the very next day trying to reenact and be Han Solo on the playground, or Boba Fett or whatnot. So those are some early memories. And then my neighbors had all the toys. I think I had to sneak away with one and put it in my pocket because, to get those action figures was a fun thing. But yeah, those are kind of my early memories. Star Wars was around Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi.
Rami, how were you introduced to Star Wars?
So I'm just a hair younger than Joe. For me, Return of the Jedi was the first one that I saw in the theater, and I think my oldest brother probably was the one who took me at the time. So I didn't see either of the first two. And so again, seeing A New Hope or Empire Strikes Back, like I saw them out of order, which arguably we're all watching them out of order if we saw them when they came out in the theaters. But so having seen Return of the Jedi, I mean, obviously any kid that kind of grew up in any of our age, like we've basically had Star Wars around our whole lives. And so it's just part of pop culture and part of the fabric of being a little kid in reality, just like Marvel and DC and superheroes and all this other stuff. So it's all just part of being a kid. You can't go into the toy aisle of any store without seeing Star Wars toys hanging from the pegs. So, that's something that I think, we were all into when we were kids too. So I remember going to a friend's birthday party when I was somewhere around that age, and they had gotten some Star Wars toys, and I didn't have any yet. And so I was fascinated with the stuff that he had gotten. So I think that was probably one of the early things that kind of pushed me in that direction as well. So
All right.
Okay, so for the kids, if you had the opportunity to meet a Star Wars character in real life, who would be your top choice, and what would you want to ask them?
Austin, how about we start with you?
All right. Yeah. So growing up, my favorite character was Obi-Wan. Yeah, I would like. I think I was Obi-Wan for Halloween, like maybe 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it
You
was
were
like
always Obi-Wan.
always. Yeah, I had the little plastic lightsaber, you know.
Had the stance down.
Always.
Oh yeah.
But yeah. So I'd probably meet him first if I could. Gotta ask the classic question. Well, it's not really a question, but
This is a greeting.
say,
Oh, yeah.
you know.
Hello
Can't
there.
go wrong. Can't go wrong.
General could never be.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oliver,
Luke.
you said it was Luke Skywalker, correct? So that's your favorite. Okay. All right. And then Bray, if you had the opportunity to meet a real Star Wars character, who would it be? Who would be your top choice, Bray?
BD1.
Oh, nice.
Changed it.
Nice choice.
Nice choice. Okay.
You know BD1.
Yes, from Andor, isn't it?
No, from Jedi Fallen Order.
Oh, Jedi Fallen. Right. Oh, but he appeared in The Mandalorian.
Yeah.
Right. Didn't that?
There was a BD droid in The Mandalorian. Yep.
Right. Okay. All right. May not have been the same droid. Right.
Yeah.
That's
In
true.
Pelimato's shop. Right.
Yep.
Yes. Okay. All right.
You're kind of channeling your teacher vibes here, just like calling on people.
Okay. All right.
That's
All right. I want to talk about the Bad Batch just for a little bit because, your name is based off of the Bad Batch. So, and there's hundreds of characters in Star Wars, but you chose the name, the Bad Batch, based on the Bad Batch. So I want to know, what does the Bad Batch represent to you? What draws you to these characters? What do you love about this series?
Oh man, I'll go ahead and start with that if that's okay. I think for me, and we kind of we don't really focus in on it in our conversation, but you see it in our banter and our back and forth, the way we communicate as costumes is we're all different, and we actually embrace that. Like you see it in simple things and tangible things like building costumes. There might be one of us that's really good at a certain method. Another one is really another method. And when you look at the Bad Batch on screen, they're experts in their own field.
Yeah.
And it's that diversity of thought, the way to tackle a problem. They're not all thinking the same thing. And that's what makes that group stand out. And that's what made them so successful. I mean, they were perfect in their mission success for so long. And I think that's something that we kind of flesh out ourselves naturally. Yeah, that's just what comes to mind.
I think there's a certain level of difficulty for me letting go of friendships, relationships, and so when it came time for Brian, our Crosshair, when he had to, do what was best for his family in that moment and move across the country, I'm like, dude, you can't break up the squad. There's got to be a way we can keep in touch. And I think this was a couple years ago, so it's like everybody was video chatting, and I was like, we just can't let this die. I've been part of too many groups in my life that were, it had the family dynamic that we have, but eventually it just kind of, fizzled out. I wasn't going to let that happen this time, not with these guys. I think each of us, the 5 of us, have such unique qualities in our personalities that we really complement each other with. Like if I ever have a question or I'm thinking about, I know, when you ask yourself the question and you already know the answer in your head, but you got to get that confirmation from somebody else. So if I'm looking for something, like if I'm looking for the good-hearted answer, I'm gonna go to Joe. I'm gonna ask him, like, what should I do in this situation, or how should I handle this? And Joe's gonna give me the right answer. If I'm looking for the wrong answer, I'll probably go to Brian. And then, you know, if I have any, like, if I'm like having a technical issue or an engineering issue, I'm gonna go to my friend, the rocket scientist, literal rocket scientist, Ramy. Because I mean, I'm like, who do I know who's an engineer that can solve this issue that I have to fix a 2x4 stud in my house? Oh wait, I do know an engineer. It's this guy. So you know, we all bounce each other off each other like that, and I don't think I've ever had that kind of group in my life.
You know what's funny? You guys' friend group is really similar to the Bad Batch, because when you think about it, Crosshair kind of left the team, and no one was ready for that, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of parallels there. So,
Great insight. Good insight.
art imitating life.
Yeah. The Bad Batch to us is very important. We started our podcast in 2021, and the first series that we reviewed was the Bad Batch season 1. And when I first saw them in the Clone Wars episode, right? I remember, you know how every Clone Wars episode, it starts with a caption right after the Star Wars logo, a quote, right? And then I always remember the quote, I never forget it, is embrace others for their differences, for that is what makes you whole. And then when I saw them, the introduction to Clone Force 99, and they talked about how they had these special abilities and they were not like the other clones, the regs. To me, it represented neurodiversity to me. I have a son, my youngest son is on the autism spectrum. And it just, you know, I just saw this storyline about him where, you know, you have the regs, or you may have the neurotypical people who may look down towards them or think, well, they're not like them. They're defective. That was the word that was used to describe Clone Force 99.
Unfairly so.
Unfairly, right. Yeah. And then, you know, Wrecker, you know, will absolutely say we're not defective. You know, we've got special abilities. And that's how I look at, you know, kids who are on the spectrum. So
Wow.
that really means a lot to me, this show. And then over the two seasons now that, you know, we had the Bad Batch. I mean, these characters have grown, and, you know, they're family. I love their camaraderie. There are brotherhood, you know,
Their character development is great.
Exactly.
It didn't kick the bucket in season 2. It still stayed strong throughout every time we've seen the Bad Batch.
Yeah.
Unlike some characters when they appeared later on in the series.
So the Bad Batch is very special to us. So
that's awesome.
Yeah. So
yeah, thank you for sharing that. Yeah, I appreciate that for sure.
No problem. All right. Well, I want to talk about cosplay now. I am not a cosplayer. I've thought about it. Just not quite there, you know. I just need the courage to, you know, wear a costume and represent myself in this costume. You guys seem to be the pros at it. All right. So for somebody who's never done cosplay, don't know anything about creating their own costume, this is cosplay 101. Where would someone, what would we suggest someone like me start if I wanted to get into cosplay?
You got to pick the character. What character would be your ideal costume?
You know what?
Yes.
I'm thinking, I think I'd be Rex.
You would be Rex?
Nice.
Yeah, I like Rex. He's always been my favorite clone trooper because he has morals. And like, I feel like after the first season, he kind of reached a turning point because he's like, you know, I've seen what happens to my brothers in the war. Like, why am I still doing this? And he learned to question orders, just to follow them, but to follow them in a way that he agrees with. Like he follows his own ideology while still listening to others.
Wow.
And even when the chip went off at him, he knew who Ahsoka was still. He still knew the Jedi were. He couldn't fire at them. Like he still had his morals. I think that makes a great clone trooper. That's why Rex is the best.
Right.
That's
And
awesome.
you would create a Rex cosplay. You would go as Rex.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
And I want to get like one of you guys' costumes, like
Yeah.
something like yours with the 3D printing and all that.
Yeah. Right. For example, let's say I wanted to dress up as Moff.
Cody.
No. Moff Gideon. I want to wear a cape. I think I look great. But it's one thing to say, okay, well, I want to dress up as this person. There's another thing where it has to look authentic. And you guys are, like top of the line authentic.
You're gonna need a wig for that.
Yeah, I'll see. I'm being teased here. So let's say you have a character. I have a character. Where do I get the materials? Like, where do I start?
Where do you get the wig?
Yes. Where do I get all that?
So it depends on what you're going for. There are clubs. There's like the 501st Legion is a costume club. Moff Gideon as a Star Wars character, or being a bad guy, would be part of the 501st Legion. And so where the 501st Legion comes in is like they tout themselves as being movie or screen accurate. So there are standards that you have to build a costume to. For example, you can't make it out of cardboard and expect it to look. And I mean, that said, I know people that probably could. So it's a balance between the materials you're using and the skills that you've got. But the idea that would be, you need to decide kind of what you're going for. There's nothing wrong with building a Moff Gideon that wouldn't meet the 501st standards, and yet you still take that to a convention and it looks fantastic, and you take pictures with hundreds of people, and you have a great time, and it's still something that you can be very proud of. So it just depends on what you want to do. Even that said, like, you can use the 501st Legion's forums, and there are online websites that you can go to that will give you tips on how to source the fabric and soft good materials that would go into the suit, and where to get the armor. And there might be files that you could 3D print, or there might be somebody that makes them out of plastic that you can buy. So there's usually all kinds of different options.
Tell you what, I could 3D print you a darksaber. All we need is like some metal spray paint, some white filament. We're also going to need like translucent 3D printed filament, so that when I put the LED strips inside, you can see it through the 3D print stuff, like maybe plastic.
You're thinking, you sound exactly like us when we're trying to figure
Oh my God.
That looks awesome. Okay.
I'm curious, Keith. What print do you have a printer already?
No, but when I was in the first grade, fun fact, I'm in the gifted and talented program, not to brag, top of my class. 98th percentile.
Okay.
Nice.
Anyway, the first thing I wanted to do was 3D print the Millennium Falcon.
Ooh.
Yeah.
At like 6. I didn't really get how 3D printers worked. Like, you couldn't print an entire replica like that all at once, because that would take like 2 weeks. But now I get it.
I think because you have the passion already for printing, and you don't even have a printer yet, I would recommend that would be a good avenue to go with, because with 3D printing you can create anything from just literally spun plastic. Rami was talking about the different clubs. I just to elaborate on that a little bit more. If you want to dress up as a bad guy, you would go to 501st.com, and they have these discussion forums that you would sign up for. Once you get in those forums, there is sub forums for each of the detachments. Now, a detachment would be like all the stormtroopers, because their costume is built in a certain way. They would go to the stormtrooper detachment, or the Imperial officer detachment, for instance. For someone like Moff Gideon, you'd go into that detachment, where people who have been doing this for so long are going to give you all the tips and the tricks of like, oh, this is the fabric you want to buy. This is the link to go get it. here are the files that you want to print if you have a printer for the armor and this and that. And then you can even post your progress on your build in real time so that other people can give the constructive criticism or the critiques of like, oh, this is backwards, or you got to reprint this or size this up or size it down. And they have the same thing for the good guys. So if you want to be one of the good guys or like Luke Skywalker or something, you can go to rebellegion.com and it's the exact same thing.
I see. Okay.
You know what if I were to create like my own custom clone trooper? Because I'm thinking like a mismatch of phase 1 and phase 2 clone armor with light blue and red stripes all over the armor, a custom blaster, like a tinted dark blue visor.
So you could, you could absolutely do something like that. Now, something like that wouldn't obviously go in the 501st because that's never been seen before on screen. So there's nothing to be screened. You're right. But if you wanted to build your own,
I can make another clone trooper.
You never know.
We have other clubs like the Mando Mercs. And in the Mando Mercs, you're doing something along the lines of that. You are creating your own character who's a Mandalorian who lives in that universe. And I think Joe's actually going through this process right now. Right, Joe?
Yep. So I have my own original character, custom Mando, but my wife, Kim, is in the process of submitting for approval. And so it's a lot of work. And then you take photos and you get feedback and you make adjustments. And then eventually you get the thumbs up. But yeah, pretty fun process.
Wow.
Yeah, so what if I took like the template of phase 2 armor from the 501st and then I painted it like on my own and then submitted it?
So that would be a little bit different in that, just like what Ramey said, if you want to be in the 501st, then there's certain like parameters to be in those clubs. But if you want to make something that's outside of that, that's also encouraged, because that you could wear anytime, anywhere. You could wear it at a convention, and that doesn't have to be. That could be made out of any material. You have a lot more free. But that's the only thing we kind of want to make sure that everyone that's listening is clear that we want to encourage costume building because it is fun. If you choose to go towards the path of movie screen or screen accurate, then you're going to want to go towards the clubs. But if you want to go in the club and just look and pull ideas and then build your own, that would be outside of the club, but it's still highly encouraged. At the end of the day, it's a large community of people that are passionate about these characters, whether it's from the screen or it's original. It's all good.
Wow. That's awesome.
You just got to figure out where to get the light blue paint.
Oh, well, we can talk about that.
If you only knew
We're going to go to Home Depot, pick up every light blue palette, and then I'm just going to go through them and find the one I like, and I'm going to buy it.
Okay. Joe, what you're saying?
I was going to say, if you only knew some people that could help you, now you know us, we can definitely keep the conversation going.
Yeah, if only we had an entire crew of people that we're on screen with right now.
I wonder who that could be.
We got to start looking.
Wow, that's awesome. That's awesome. So I want to take the last few minutes and just talk about your podcast.
Steven.
Yes.
Oh, okay. What would you like to know?
Yes.
All right. What are some of your most memorable moments or conversations on the Dad Batch show? And are there any interviews or discussions that you particularly found that you loved?
Yeah, I think my favorite part of the show is text Q&A when we get our listener questions. We always get the questions like, oh, what's your favorite food or what's your favorite costume, stuff like that.
Generic.
But yeah, well, if that's what they're interested in, that's fine. But we've had some really like hard-hitting questions that have from time to time, they've made me misty-eyed answering the questions, or just thinking about certain processes that we have to do with like with even building costumes, where there are things that you don't think about when you're in the process of doing something until somebody asks you, and then you look back and you're like, oh yeah, I guess all of that does make sense. This is why I did that, and this is why I built Wrecker, and stuff like that. But yeah, I think it's my favorite part. It's getting the listener questions, the listener engagement.
Yeah, we do live streams on our channel like all the time. And the funny thing is, like, nobody asks us store brand questions.
No,
Like,
they're
everyone
complicated.
comes up with like these college dissertation questions about the moralities and depth of characters,
And we love
and
it.
like what character struck a deep chord with you, or whatever.
Yeah. Star Wars fans are the most intelligent fans, and they have a lot to say. So we love the Q&A.
This community is the best.
Yeah, it's a wonderful community. Absolutely. Yes. Joe, Rami, is there anything else you want to add about your podcast? Any memorable moments?
So having done this, I mean, obviously the Bad Batch, right? And so we got the opportunity to do, as part of we're all members of the 501st, and they did a telethon during Christmas time last year, and they gave us the opportunity to interview D. Bradley Baker. And so we actually did it for that, but we very much ran it like our podcast, which was a little different from the footprint of the rest of the content for that telethon, but it worked well for us and we were comfortable with it. And we basically got to do a podcast with D. Bradley Baker as our guest as a result of that. And getting to talk to the guy that brings the voice to all the characters that we do was an amazing experience. So that was fun. That was a great moment.
He actually quizzed me on my Clone Wars stuff. He said he voiced 501 Clone Troopers, and I'm like, I caught that instantly. I'm like, you be like the 501st, and he's like, congratulations, you are a Star Wars mega fan.
There you go.
Like,
he knows his stuff.
And I think for me, the one that stands out the most was actually spread across several podcasts. So through some really neat relationships across this incredible community, we had the idea of doing a giveaway to raise money for charity. And this charity that we picked, and this is the first time doing this as a group of dads, was for NDSS, the National Down Syndrome Society. And we thought we were gonna, if we could raise $1,000, that'd be amazing. And so we had a chrome tonneau from Disneyland that John painted in chrome, and we started getting some pieces together. And before you know it, we raised a lot of money really quickly. How much was it, Rami? What was the total?
It was over $15,000.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome.
Since you guys are fundraiser oriented, have you ever thought about joining a podathon this year?
Yeah, well, you have to explain what podathon is.
All right, so basically, podathon is a fundraiser where they gather like a bunch of different podcasters, and they do a marathon special of all the different shows throughout a day, and all the money they raise goes to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. And occasionally, they'll like interrupt the broadcast to give you the current total, a little bit of a halftime show, encourage you to keep donating, and they'll even have you on sometimes to like talk about your part of the panel.
Yeah.
You even get to have guests, so you can send in like requests for what guests you want to have, and they'll try to get them for you.
Yeah.
We are huge partners with Make-A-Wish Foundation because we're in the clubs. Absolutely. I mean, we'd be honored to be a part of something like that for sure.
Wow.
We should join the clubs too.
Yeah. I'm interested to learn more about the NDSS. Yeah. And then our last question is, what do you hope listeners gain from listening to your podcast? Are there any specific takeaways or messages you strive to deliver through your conversations?
I think one of the things that's come into mind for me, and there's several messages that we could put here, right? But one of the common things that we hear is that we're all like, people will tell us that it sounds, when they're listening to us, they feel like they're in the room with us. And that's the vibe that we try and put out on kind of any topic that it is that we're talking about. So whether we're talking about building costumes or Fatherhood or just Star Wars in general, or what we want to make sure that everybody knows that we're approachable and family oriented. And like, I mean, to one of the earlier questions, this concept of found family is something that's very big in the Bad Batch and is also kind of big in our lives in the way that we approach the community. So hearing that people feel like they're in the room with us when they listen to us, that tells me at least that we're hitting the right tone that I want to be projecting, because we want everybody to feel like they're just part of the Dad Batch family. So.
Absolutely. I think one of the messages that I want to put out is, we all you're born, you can't choose the family that you're born with, right? But cherish them if you can, but also cherish the family that you earn.
That's wonderful.
I think it's just the squad, the family connection. It's all about community. That's really, I think, don't do life alone. There's people out there that are Star Wars, and if our podcast can help bring people together, that's what we'll try to do for people.
This has been an incredible opportunity to speak with you. I'm just so honored to have you, and I'm so glad I was to get at least 3 of you together to talk about Star Wars and your podcast. I'm a big fan of the Dad Batch, and I love what it stands for. Happy Father's Day once again to you dads.
Thank you.
Happy Father's Day to everybody out there.
Same to you.
Yeah, and then where can people find you?
You can find me at stevie.kicks on Instagram, sometimes Twitter.
Okay.
Thedadbatch.com. Joe?
Austin, you want to say where people can find you, your website?
Oh, there you go.
Oh, yeah. AustinLauraMusic.com. Yeah.
And tech.badbatch.
Excellent.
All right. Well,
you can keep it brief. Where can people find us?
Bring your sleeping blankets, y'all. It's a long exit.
It doesn't have to be.
So you can find us wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay.
Our socials are Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Fatherhood Galaxy. Website, fatherhoodgalaxy.com. Merch store, fatherhoodgalaxy.myspreadshop.com. Patreon page, patreon.com/fatherhoodgalaxy. Join us on our race to 1,000 subscribers. As of right now, we have 945, so please subscribe to us. Also, YouTube just lowered their monetization requirements. So that means that we are that much closer. We just need you guys to click on our videos, watch the content, grab your helmets, get the Mantel mix, and enjoy.
Awesome. Oh, look at that. That is incredible. Oliver, oh, how nice.
All right, you know what?
This is awesome. There we go. I know. Keith is going to cry in a few minutes, so here we go. So thank you so much, guys. This has been wonderful.
One.
This is wonderful.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you. There you go. Want to represent. Yeah.
Wow. I just got an idea.
Yes. What's your idea?
Something.
Yes.
What if I made a helmet and I put an AI in it?
Ooh, okay. Wow.
Like if I coded like my own AI that'll answer to my commands.
You know what? What I like about this episode is that it's got you thinking, right? Yeah, this is excellent.
You know what? You don't have to build a costume. You could build a droid.
Like I could build an assisted droid. I could build a costume and a droid, and I could have the droid answer to my commands and follow me around by using motion sensors.
There you go.
Good.
It's happening. All right.
Get my welding goggles, Dad.
Thank you to the Dad Batch, Austin and Joe, Stephen and Oliver, and Raimi and Bray. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. So for everyone, we hope you enjoyed this episode. Until next time, take care, and we will see you again. Hello, this is Kerwin and Keith of Father-Son Galaxy. Our guest in this episode is Leland Chee. A Lucasfilm veteran for over 25 years, Leland serves as Senior Creative Executive for Lucasfilm franchise content and strategy, which is involved in Star Wars storytelling across all platforms, including films, TV, books, and games. As a keeper of the Holocron since 2000, Leland manages Lucasfilm's Holocron continuity database, used to track well over 100,000 characters, events, locations, and pieces of technology created for the Star Wars universe. He is also the lore advisor on LEGO Star Wars animated content, notably on the series Freemaker Adventures and a trio of specials, the LEGO Star Wars Holiday Special, Terrifying Tales, and Summer Vacation. Leland Chee, welcome to Father-Son Galaxy.
Hello.
Thank you so
glad
much.
to finally meet you.
This is a pleasure. Thank you.
Tell us the story behind the name Keeper of the Holocron.
Well, as you mentioned, I have a database called the Holocron, and so when I was first hired by Lucas, I worked in the licensing department, and they asked us to the job opening was for a continuity database. And so to track all the Star Wars lore that we were developing at the time. And this was in 2000 when Wizards of the Coast, a company called Wizards of the Coast, got the license for the RPG. And they wanted to have a repository for all of Star Wars lore that was being created at the time. The prequels were coming out, but there was games, there was books, and there hadn't been a database to track the lore for all that material at that time. So prior to that, there was just a lot of Word documents and physical binders that you would have to find this information. And so I was hired to put all that information into a database. And then, my first week there, I'm building the database, and it was the director of publishing, Lucy Wilson, who said, "Okay, you're building this database. What are you going to name it?" And I was like, "Wait, I get to name the database?" And instantly, it's like, okay, it's got to be the Holocron. And for people that are immersed in Star Wars lore, the Holocron is a cube-shaped item used by, we all know this. Star Wars fans all know this. But yes. If you're one of the few that don't know this, watching this podcast, it's a database used by the Jedi as a repository of Star Wars lore. And so, this was the obvious choice for what to name the database. Now, in 2000, the only people that knew about holocrons were people that read the comics and read the books. It hadn't really extended into publishing. Now you see them in animated content. You see props. The thought that you could actually go to Disneyland and buy a holocron in 2000 was like the wildest thing. It's been really cool to see how expansive the world of just holocrons has grown. And so I'd mentioned Wizards of the Coast. They were the first. That was the first group to put me in credit that in a book in their first RPG that they released with Keeper of the Holocron, and it sort of just stuck. Keeper of the Holocron had been a term that was created in the comics that went along with the device itself, and so the idea was that it would project an image of the famed Jedi, and they were known as the Keeper of the Holocron. That was the individual Jedi had their own holocron, and it was their image that came up and gave knowledge to people that were seeking that had opened it, and to share all the lore of the Jedi. So, long story, very short. I got that name in 2000, and it's just stuck, and it's because of the database that I built.
So is there a website for this holocron data?
So the holocron is an internal database. So we all know that there are internet sites. There's Wikipedia. Even before there was Wikipedia, there was something called the unofficial Star Wars Encyclopedia. So there's always been sort of repositories of lore for Star Wars that are available to fans, and lots of people have their own. There have always been websites tracking, the most minuscule, the most granular detail of Star Wars knowledge. But what this is, the holocron database that we have, it tracks content that's as it's in development, and that's the key. Is because our group needs to know what all the other groups are doing, so that they can talk to each other. That's one of the challenges that big franchises face when doing what they call this transmedia. When you have different platforms that are telling a singular cohesive story that are working in the same universe, that are using a shared universe. And so this transmedia storytelling that we're doing, to be able to do that, someone's has to know what's going on across all the different groups, what's happening in film, what's happening in games, what's happening in publishing. And what generally tends to happen is groups get siloed in the group that they're in. So the film people, they're focused. Their main focus is what's going on in the film. The live action series people, they're focused on their one thing. And what our group does is have a hand in all of that storytelling, so that we can make it talk to each other. And the way that you have to be able to do this, or what you need to be able to do this, is to have a singular, in my case, having a singular tool where all that information can be stored as it's being developed. Now that's the key, is as it's being developed, because if you wait till it comes out, then you're already 2 years too late, maybe 5 years too late on something that's was in the work, that's already in the work. So by having the shared knowledge, you can sort of like bypass, you can avoid obstacles, you can put stakes in the ground for, okay, we're going to tell storytelling in this era, we're going to use these characters, we got to make sure that those different channels of storytelling don't compete with each other. So it can't be made public because there's so much layers of secrecy that have to be in place, that you could not make this thing public.
Okay. You once said your job is to know more about Star Wars than anyone else. What's an example of something you know about Star Wars that a fan might not?
First off, there is a team of us. There are what we call, if it's a super deep cut, there's a group called the 6-6, and there are 6 of us lore keepers. Pablo Hidalgo is part of that group. Matt Martin is part of that group. Emily Squicani is a part of that group. So we are the 6-6, and so for me to say, know most about Star Wars is I'm in pretty great company in terms of like the masters of the lore. Sorry, what was the question? Was what do I know that other people? I have been super steeped in Huttese for the past couple of years. I've amassed a lot of Huttese experience translating Huttese. So one thing that I got to do for the Lego Star Wars Holiday Special was create the lyrics to Jingle Bells in Huttese. So Joe Blasto, you can go to the Vivo. I have a songwriting credit for Joe Blasto and Huttese.
I want to talk about you becoming a Star Wars fan. So let's go back. Tell me about your experience of seeing Star Wars for the very first time, and how did that movie impress you?
So I'm one of the OG fans. We're of the generation of the OG.
Yes, we are. Yes.
When we were fans when Star Wars came out. So in 1977, I was 6 years old, And those movies were coming out. They came out for 6 years, between 1977 to 1983. I was like the prime age to embrace Star Wars. It felt like it was made for me. We had the action figures, we had the soundtrack, we had the storybook on records, and so I had just immersed myself in every facet of Star Wars, that trading cards, you name it. If it had Star Wars on it, I wanted to try to get my hands on it. The very first thing that I saw for Star Wars was, even before it came out, I saw, cities like to have like local television. So we had a local television show called Creature Features. And it would air on like Saturday nights at 11:30. And that was the first they had the host was a man named Bob Wilkins, and on Creature Features they showed the scene with the Millennium Falcon, with the TIE fighters attacking the Millennium Falcon. And that's my first memory of it, my 6-year-old memory of it. I remember seeing the movie at a theater called the Coronet Theater in San Francisco. Unfortunately, the Coronet is not there, but it is this sort of classic theater. There was a line going around the block. This is when blockbusters were first becoming a thing, and you saw people literally lined around the block to get into this movie. And I remember driving by, seeing the line. There was just a huge fervor for this film, because there had been nothing like that, at least in my 6-year-old brain, like that was that big, and that had just captured everybody's attention. Nowadays, you've got lots of movies. You got a new movie every week. It's hard to compete for the attention. But back then, Star Wars came out in the theaters, and it was around for a long time. It was in theaters for months, because you didn't even have VHS tapes where you could go watch Star Wars over and over again. The only place that you got Star Wars was sitting in the theater, reading all those books that you have, listening to the storybook, and through these other ways. But you didn't have it. You couldn't watch the film itself unless you went to a theater during that first run.
Yeah, you're right. Right nowadays, there's a lot of content, but back in between 77 and 83, we only had the 3 Star Wars films, and we had to wait every 3 years for the next movie. Now
we did have a few other things. We did have Star Wars Holiday Special.
Okay, all right. Well,
Star Wars would show up on shows like The Muppet Show and Donnie and Marie. It would show up there was a Richard Pryor special. I remember the Richard Pryor special. I had that one. I taped that one, because they had the actual Cantina aliens in that special that were in the film, used for this Richard Pryor special. Was amazing.
Wow, I didn't know about the Richard Pryor special. I have to look for that. I had no idea.
It's pretty fantastic. Yeah.
And you and I also lived in a time where there was no Star Wars, right? Between the years 1983 and 1999, 16 years, no films, no new films. Yeah. What did you do?
It was rough. It was that time was.
It was.
And the reason, one of the big reasons why it was so tough is because you did not have people to talk with about Star Wars. That fandom that we had held for 6 years, that had encompassed our lives so much. When Star Wars went away, we didn't have the internet to be able to find other people that love Star Wars, and people just weren't talking about it. You couldn't go to a store and get a birthday card for Star Wars, because it just sort of wasn't in the zeitgeist. Now there were things that there was the Star Tours opened up during that period, but it wasn't something that was capturing everybody's mind at that point, because by then people were moving on. We were moving on as well. We were getting older. So it became a lot harder to justify getting action figures.
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of sort of it became more of a private thing in your Star Wars fandom during those very fallow days. I'm sorry, I cut your question.
No, that you're actually that was going to lead into my question. How did you pass your time in those 16 years? So it sounds like you didn't put Star Wars aside. It was still
the thing through middle school, I justified getting action figures because I was gonna make stop motion animated movies with them. I wanted to make it, so I took my little Ewok figures and this is before we didn't have a VHS camcorder at the time. We shot on 8mm film, and you shot it, you hope for the best, and then you sent it off to get developed, and then you got it back, and you just hope that you got something. It was a lot harder to create Star Wars, your own little Star Wars stuff at that time. And then you also had the issue, you don't have the issue now, is you never had anyone to share it with, right? You could make these things, but sharing what you made, there was not a way to share that. It's a much different time. The way that the internet and YouTube and like the idea of a podcast or an interview show where people from across the country, from across the world, get to share their love of Star Wars, or share their love of whatever it is they are into, is so drastically different than what we were going through in the 80s and 90s.
For me, not that I forgot about Star Wars, because you couldn't, it was always there was at a point in time in the late 80s, early 90s that you did have VHS, and it came out on VHS or it came out on DVD at the time. But I managed to put it aside only because of two persons that I really think got me through those 16 years. And it was Steven Spielberg and John Williams. And, what those two put together when they were working together or they were working individually is pure magic in the movie theaters. So it still gave me a reason to go back to the theaters, because they're.
Can I add a third group to that?
Sure.
Industrial Light and Magic.
I was about to get there. Exactly right. Because even though Star Wars was not there, Lucasfilm still existed through ILM. Absolutely. That's right. Yeah. And from what I understand, the reason why there was such a wait for the next Star Wars film is George Lucas wanted to make sure that the technology was where he needed it to be in order for him to make the prequel trilogy.
And it was a long wait.
Yeah.
And we never really were sure when it was. I mean, like, that wait happened. It began in the 90s, in the early 90s, and you would hear rumblings about it, and then something would happen, and then it'd sort of go away. And so we didn't have a date. That was the thing, is like, there wasn't a date that said, okay, 1999 is when this movie is going to come out. It was just like, oh yeah, he's working on it. He's working on it. He's working on it. And then before 1999, the big date that changed the trajectory of my life was January 31st, 1997. And that was the day that the special edition came out. The special edition was, I remember before that came out, we had magazines back then. Entertainment Weekly magazine,
yes,
had a cover story that said the biggest gambles of 1997. Star Wars was a gamble. Like they did not know if people would want to see Star, and it was a gamble because these are movies that we had on VHS, on DVD, maybe even Laserdisc. We'd seen these movies hundreds of times. Why would we go to a theater to see a movie that we had seen hundreds of times?
True.
So the week before January 31st, Cornet Theater, the theater that I had originally seen Star Wars as a kid, was showing the special edition. And I walked by, I think I walked by there on the, it came out on a Friday. I walked by there on a Wednesday. There were people waiting in line. They'd been waiting in line for 5 days. They had sleeping bags. They were so in love with Star Wars. Star Wars meant so much to them that they would sleep on the sidewalk in front of the theater, waiting for a movie that they've seen hundreds of times to come out. And I went there on that Wednesday, 2 days before it came out, and I thought, oh my gosh, my entire life I thought I was the biggest Star Wars fan out there. There's no other.
Yeah.
There's no other Star Wars fan. And here they were sleeping out for a week in line, and I started to doubt myself. I was like, oh, I thought I was a big Star Wars fan, but I'm not sleeping out there. I mean, so it was a sort of like, you came to this realization like, oh, whoa, wait a minute. There's other people like me that are out there that are willing to go to these lengths. And so one thing that had happened before that Wednesday is I had interviewed at LucasArts. LucasArts was the name of the gaming division of Lucasfilm. And I had interviewed the day before, so I was already kind of on cloud nine because I'd gotten to visit LucasArts, and there was a written part of the interview where there was a cardboard, and during the interview there was this cardboard standee of Darth Vader behind me as I did my interview. That was one of the sort of like distinct memories of that. So the movie comes out Friday. I think it's a Friday, January 31st. I didn't wait a week, but I did get up at like 4 a.m. for a 10 a.m. showing. So I figured I wasn't waiting 6 days, but I was at least waiting 6 hours. And by that time, the line had swelled. There was like people with lightsabers. There was a guy in a Chewbacca costume walking around roaring. There was TV crews there because, whoa, hold on, Star Wars is back. This is an event. You don't want to miss this. And getting to see it on screen again was amazing. Now, why that date and specifically is so important in my life is I saw the special edition, and when I got home, on my answering machine was the message saying that I had gotten the job at LucasArts.
Nice. Very cool. Very cool.
So I haven't had to wait a 6-hour line since, at least not for a Star Wars movie.
And when you got that job at LucasArts, what year was that?
That was 97. So
97. So it was still right before.
It was. I found out that day, and then like maybe like the next Monday, I was at LucasArts.
Got it.
I was testing games.
So it seems to me that what you're doing, what you did in your past, was shaping your future. So you are a Star Wars fan, but at what point did you not just became a Star Wars fan, but a historian? Because you had to start, paying attention to detail and collecting data about Star Wars early on. So when did you start looking at Star Wars as more than just, a fan enjoying what's on the screen, and just really remembering and capturing the moments, the memories, and the ships, the creatures? Do you remember that?
I mean, as a fan, even before I joined LucasArts, I knew I was very passionate about the lore. I mean, reading all the books and collecting the trading cards, that trains you to even getting the action figures and looking at the back of the card to learn all the characters' names of all the action figures. Even back then, it's sort of training you to have an eye for that, to have that type of detail. And they had reference books, they had essential guides, they had the first guide to the Star Wars universe. So I had those, and because you're always hungry for more Star Wars knowledge. And the funny thing is, like, sort of like the more that you learn about Star Wars, the more that you learn that you don't know about Star Wars. So I knew the games very well. There were certain blind spots in my knowledge. I didn't know the trading card game had a bunch of Star Wars lore that they named different blasters and different ships and different obscure background characters. I learned much more about that. There was the radio dramas. We had these radio dramas that would play on NPR, featuring the voices of Mark Hamill and Anthony Daniels.
My dad has 2 of those.
Yes. Yeah, I actually have that recording. Yes.
Yeah, and they're amazing. And they turned our 2-hour movies into 8-hour epics.
Yes.
Filling all these details that weren't in the film.
How did you transition from LucasArts to Lucasfilm?
Okay, so that's interesting. Let me go back to when I knew the moment that I knew what I wanted to do, and that was as a game tester. I sort of established myself as a Star Wars expert in an entire department full of Star Wars experts. I mean, you had all these people that coming in, and they were huge. A lot of them were huge Star Wars fans coming in. So sort of like to make yourself stand out as someone steeped in Star Wars knowledge in that particular group was something that sort of set me apart from what my colleagues were doing. And so one of the projects, the first Star Wars project that I worked on was a game called Rebellion. It was a huge strategy game that had 60 characters and 100 planets. And it had a little encyclopedia within that. So as a game tester, as a tester, you're going through all those bits of lore, making sure that they're using the right ships and making sure things are spelled correctly. So even as a game tester, I was using some of those skills. But it was the project. There was something called Behind the Magic. And back in the 90s, the late 90s, like DVDs were brand new. But what they were called multimedia CD-ROMs were a thing. So you can get an encyclopedia on a CD-ROM. And so they had a Star Wars CD-ROM called Behind the Magic. And it was the first time that you could see deleted scenes from the films. This is before, before DVDs became more prevalent, before YouTube, before all these extras that came out later. This was the first time that you could see deleted scenes, and all these scenes that it had a different cut of the cantina scene. It had Luke and Biggs, and all these things that you had maybe you'd seen glimpses of in other content, or that you read in the book, or you heard it on the radio drama. Getting to see those for the first time was amazing. And so this Behind the Magic had the entire script in it. It had hundreds of entries divided into different classes. So it had a section on vehicles, it had a section on characters and creatures and aliens. And it was when I was working on that, when I was just like, this is the greatest. Being able to sort of fact check Star Wars on a product at LucasArts. This was the dream come true. Now, unfortunately, that product had a great lead on it, where this project was not going to go over. It was going to finish on time. It was going to finish on budget. And sort of that dream of working on checking Star Wars lore was was just gonna last a little bit, but when I was on it, the 3 months that I was on it was just like, this is it. I am in my zone right there. Fast forward to 2000. So 2000 is when Wizards of the Coast gets that role-playing game license, and they decide that they want to create a database for it. Now, the other interesting thing about being a game tester is when you're a game tester, the job is conveying information through a database to the other people that are working on the game so they can fix those things. So you enter your bug into the database, and that information gets sent to the developers, and then they respond back, what your database is like. And as a lead tester on games, I'd been there for 3 years testing games, so I'd become a lead tester. Behind the Magic was the first project that I was a lead on. You get to customize your database. You have certain needs that this particular database has. So I was gaining database experience, which I had no idea that it was going to be important to my next job. But as fate would have it, those 3 years, not only was I gaining Star Wars knowledge, I was gaining database experience. And so when I saw that job opening for someone with extensive Star Wars knowledge and database experience, it was just like, oh my gosh, this job is so for me. And then, as luck would have it, I interviewed with Lucy Wilson. I interviewed with a man named Bill Slavacek, who was very much an architect of the role-playing games and a lot of lore that was established for those. He also had written some reference guides. I interviewed with them, and that's how it happened. I mean, there were so many things that had to sort of line up for me to get this job. And who would have thought that the database experience was the key skill that I needed for maintaining Star Wars lore.
Mm-hmm. After Disney bought Lucasfilm, there was a plan to take the books written before the acquisition and relabel them as Legends books. This paved the way for Lucasfilm to create all new canon of books and comics. Could you give us a sense of how much work was involved and the challenges you encountered updating the database to include new characters and storylines?
In terms of creating, it's always, even previous to Disney, it's always a huge flood of information that's coming in, whether it's coming in from video games or from new animated shows at the time, or in books, or consumer products. It's always a flood of information, and you're always trying to stay on top of it. One of the things that with the way that the database is run, there was certain things that I could automate. Like an encyclopedia, I could find ways to import that information from the encyclopedia straight into the database. So you try to do as much automation as you can, but it's always, you're constantly trying to stay on top of it. So in that respect, pre-Disney, post-Disney, not different in that there's always a constant stream of content. Maybe the amount of content wasn't as great. Maybe because there are different channels of storytelling that we do now with Disney. We didn't have parks. With the creation of Galaxy's Edge, so much lore was created for that. That was an avenue of storytelling that we hadn't done. There's a lot more formats of books that we hadn't done. So the young adult books were not a thing that we were doing pre-Disney and then post-Disney. Lost Stars was the first sort of young adult novel that we did. So there's a whole nother tier of books that we do. And there was some, it there were some challenges, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, the hardest part is all these relationships that you had been building. All of a sudden, in some cases we had new publishers. The comics license going from Dark Horse to Marvel. I mean, you develop these relationships with writers and editors, and then sort of having to go through that process of working with new teams. That is always depending on what the relationship that you had before. If you had a great relationship, having to work with new people, it's you develop such a bond with these people that you work with. Working with new people is some of the there's some heartbreak with that.
What are your thoughts on the canon changes with Disney's Star Wars universe, like completely removed from work as a fan? What do you think of how the canon shifted?
Completely removed from work, as I don't think that's possible.
Or at least partially.
So I there was a reason why the expanded universe was an expanded universe, because I know the directives that George was giving us for our content, and I knew that he wasn't beholden to whatever we were doing. If he was, and it was even very rare that he knew exactly we were doing in all our books and games. He was, especially during the prequel trilogy, he was very focused on his films, and if he created rules that contradicted what we had done in the books, that was his prerogative. So if he suddenly says Jedi cannot get married, okay, we have to respond accordingly. Because we had, prior to that, we had no idea that Jedi couldn't get married. So we had Luke Skywalker getting married to Mara Jade, and there were plenty of other Jedi that were getting married. And then you sort of just adapt from that point. So at that point, we always knew that there were tiers. That's why if you've heard of the tiers of canon that we talked about when the holocron was first developed, there was a field in the holocron there still is. It really isn't that different. There was a field that's okay. This is the material that George has created, which included the films. He was very involved in Clone Wars, so George, that was kind of on the same tier as the films, and we call it George as opposed to film canon because he would give us notes for okay, there are certain rules for the Star Wars universe. It might not be in the films. We also had notes that George had from various internal interviews that he would do, interviews with our authors that were doing the novelizations. We would have all this backstory that George would create in developing the films. We would send him questions in case in our publishing a question came up that maybe George could answer. We would send him questions, and it would be like a yes/no question. Originally, it would be a yes/no question. Later on, it just became the head of licensing, Howard Hoffman, would sort of like have a monthly meeting where if there were any questions that came up, he could talk to George about those things. So it was always sort of separate with George in terms of what we were doing in the expanding universe and what he was doing in his on-screen content in his films and in Clone Wars. So there was always a degree of separation. Now the thing is, we have to respect everything that George was doing because that's the content that the majority of people, the largest pie of the audience, is they're watching the films, they're watching Clone Wars, and as you get to other types of platforms, there's sometimes a much smaller audience. So you kind of have to go with like, what are the things that most people are going to know? And that would be the stuff that you see on screen. Now, how we made the shift in the database itself, I didn't delete any of the information that was in there. I always knew that we could, if there was an opportunity to mine that information and bring back characters that were in the expanded universe, we should absolutely take advantage of that, because there's a familiarity with his characters. It saves you from having to create something whole cloth, and also, these characters have stood the test of time. So when you see a Thrawn appear, there's a reason why Thrawn is so beloved, is because that's a great character, right? And so why would you want to lose that? Why would you not give yourself the opportunity to use that if you have it? So when I remember when Dave Filoni said that Thrawn was going to show up in Rebels, and we got to have Timothy Zahn, the creator of Thrawn, come to Lucasfilm, and Dave told him personally that we were bringing him to Rebels. That was a great moment.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. That's a very good point. So in other words, if a book is now considered non-canon, you don't just remove it from the database, you keep it in there, because at any point in time,
it's kind of shifted. There's a separate field there for the stuff that's the legend material. So it's there. Okay. It's searchable. We have all that history of that, and then from there we can decide, okay, these are the parts that we can use, and maybe there's other parts that no longer quite fit. But the important thing is that there is a conscious decision behind all this. So if we are going to make a change, we know what change we're making. We know how different it's going to be. We might be able to gauge some of the fan reaction as to, okay, they might not, fans might, this is different than what the fans are expecting. But the key is making an informed decision about it, as opposed to, the worst thing would be, oh, I didn't know that book came out, or I didn't know that happened. And that's what part of the role of our group is, to sort of make sure that we can make informed decisions about that.
We have one final question for you. It involves Legos. I know you played an important role with the Lego animated specials. Keith is a big fan of Legos, if you can tell in the background.
Big fan.
Yes.
I mean, big fan.
Yeah. This is all. I think, Leland needs to see it again. I think it was too fast. Bring it up again. It's a tree. What is it called? The Tree of Life?
No, just it's a Lego Ideas treehouse.
Oh, it's a treehouse. Okay, yeah.
Wow.
I built that when I was younger.
Yeah, when he was 4 years old, he started building from Legos.
I got this bad boy.
Yeah.
Which one was that? These are not Star Wars sets, from what I can tell, so I'm not as familiar with the non-Star Wars.
That's my favorite Star Wars set that you gotta move your head.
Oh, okay. There you go.
That's the Star Destroyer right there.
The Star Destroyer? Okay, right. Yeah.
That's my favorite one of the spider crawler for the main.
Let me show you my favorite. Well, I've got two Lego things here. There's a BD-1 back
there.
Look
at, wow. How about that?
This was a
we're sharing things to top each other.
All right.
Razor
Crest.
Let me show you my last one.
I look at that Yoda. Very cool.
This was an employee gift. So at Lucasfilm we have a Yoda fountain. You may have seen people take pictures of. The Yoda fountain as an employee gift, when you're celebrating May the 4th, they gave us this.
That's
set
very cool.
That is a replica of the Yoda fountain.
If you give me some pieces, I can make like a nice little statue.
Just and then you can
you can copy it and put it on everybody's desk. Like I can make a piece from every movie. As long as you give me $20, I'll make it happen.
Well, so Leland, here's my question about Lego Star Wars. So you were a part of Lego Star Wars Summer Vacation. We had the good fortune to interview with the director Ken Cunningham and the writer David Shane. There is a scene in that series where they confirmed that Finn is Force sensitive because he saw the ghost or the Force ghost of Obi-Wan Kenobi. He was talking right at Obi-Wan Kenobi. Now, in The Rise of Skywalker, there were hints of it that Finn might have been Force sensitive, but it wasn't really confirmed. And I think there was a point where Finn wanted to tell Rey something, and they never got around to telling us what that was.
I have a feeling or something.
Right. So there were hints of it. But it seems in this Lego series, this anime series, it confirmed it. Now,
it wasn't even summer vacation. It goes back to the Lego Star Wars holiday special.
Okay.
You know,
where Rey is actually training Finn. Even at that point, Rey is training Finn, and part of that story is the journey of Rey becoming a teacher to Finn because she has to get over this obstacle that she has of why she can't.
I have a question though. Are these Lego shorts canon? Because like, you know how in the Lego Force Awakens game, all the DLCs are canon to the wider Star Wars series, like, or is there some mix of canonity that these shows have? Because I'm almost certain Rey grabbing a crystal and going on an adventure through the timeline isn't canon, but like Finn being forced at
there are definitely liberties that we take with Lego that we would not take. And it's not even just story points, even things like the Emperor and Vader's relationship.
And them being besties.
It's not something that you're gonna see in canonical. So there are definitely elements that are there purely for fun. But when we're developing these stories, we definitely have an idea of, we are definitely looking to where we think the story may go. And yeah, definitely Rise of Skywalker set up those pieces for I mean, he actually has a moment where he senses where the tower is, or at the end there. So he actually does something that demonstrates that he has some sort of intuition or some sort of, he demonstrates the ability or some sort of ability. So we're not making that part up. Whether it appears in future content, it's anyone's guess. But it definitely, we were looking at the pieces that were being set up by Rise of Skywalker.
I want to work at Lucasfilm.
Yeah, and getting to work on Summer Vacation, the moment where you actually get to see Ben Solo as a Force spirit with Leia. We were really thrilled to be able to
What's
show
Han?
that moment. Han's not a Jedi, so whether what Han is when we see him in Rise of Skywalker, that's sort of left open for interpretation, because he's not a Jedi, so obviously he can't manifest himself the way that Obi-Wan.
Right.
Yeah, and he's not glowing, so
No.
I figure it's
Not
just
glowing.
like Ben's
It's something else.
conscience.
This is something
Exactly.
specific to Ben.
Like,
I
that's
don't know.
Ben is having a dream, or maybe he's just thinking about his dad.
That was a really
Yeah.
strange scene, though.
I didn't find it strange. I just felt that, okay, well, this was a moment where, Ben was coming to realize that what is he doing all this for?
Han did not deserve that.
Right. And I think that's what it is. I think that was that guilty conscience that he had to reconcile with his dad, which he could have done when he was alive, but it had to happen after the fact. Yeah.
Yeah, and the other thing is, I mean, what filmmaking sort of conveyances are they using at that point? Is Han really there? Is this all in Ben's mind? And so sometimes different storytellers will tell stories differently, and they will take advantage of things like flashbacks. And there's always been crazy stuff in Star Wars, like. Going back to Empire Strikes Back, Yoda on Dagobah. What is that? What's happening there? What? Just because you're seeing it on the screen doesn't mean it's a reflection of reality in that universe. And is that a storytelling thing? Is that something specific to the place? So there's always been an element of weird, even going back to the holiday special. I don't know if you've seen the original 1978 holiday special.
I have.
You have?
A long time ago, yes.
You lived to tell the story.
You remember at the very end, this just occurred to me, that never occurred to me for years and years. At the end of the holiday special, Everybody is together in the same place. Now, the whole point of the whole show was they couldn't get Han and Chewie were rushing to try to get to Kashyyyk. Luke was somewhere else. Leia is somewhere else. They are in a weird place where they can all be at the same place, but they're on different planets. It's almost like I don't know if it's a world between worlds thing. I don't know if it's force portals or whatever. But there is something weird going on even back in the holiday special.
You should write an ARG or something.
That's interesting. I mean, it's been a long time since I saw the holiday special, but I do remember them all being together. And then Carrie Fisher as Leia started singing a song.
And that's not taking place in a Kashyyyk. They all go. Yes. All the Wookiees go into a tree. They go into the tree of life, and they are in this weird. It's just like ethereal, just space, and there's sort of candles all over the place. But they are not in that's not reality that you're seeing there. When Carrie Fisher sings her song, they're not in a real space as we know it, because we already know that they're on like 3 different planets.
Wow.
Well, fundamentally, Star Wars is a bunch of people with special space sabers and magic powers, We've had 40 years of this, so we've managed to craft an entire universe out of those fundamental purposes. Think about that. It all started with just like a handful of characters.
Yeah.
Like 10 total. You had your main characters, your main heroes, the main villains, and stormtroopers, and that was really it.
Yeah.
Now we got
one of the great things about Star Wars is you can ask, 10 different people who their favorite character is, and you'll get 10 different answers.
And we keep getting new characers. I mean, when the Acolyte drops, more brand new characters.
Who's pumped for the Acolyte?
I'm looking forward to it. Yeah.
Yeah, very excited for that show, because we are in this all new era, in the High Republic era, that we haven't seen on screen, or at least not in live action, where we are getting to see all new characters that we don't know the fates of these characters, and that's super exciting, because that is one of the handicaps with some of the storytelling that we have. Even with the prequels, you kind of knew where the story had to go.
Right.
Clone Wars, you knew where the story had to go. A lot of the other content that we've done, you kind of know, okay, these characters have to survive. And it's when you have new characters that you don't know what the fates of are, where it's really exciting, because none of us know. That was kind of like, it's interesting, because we get the thing about they should have adapted, the expanded universe. They should have and you wouldn't get that element of surprise if we were just strictly adapting the expanded universe material. So the sequel trilogy really had to be new stories.
Speaking of adapting things, I just got a good idea for a LucasArts game. So like,
Give us this unsolicited policy.
What's your idea?
So like, what if you had
okay. Wait,
do you actually want to hear the idea? Or?
No, I guess if it's your pitch, we don't want to.
I'll tell you later.
Yes, we. Leland is just, protecting his image, and
you gotta stay safe out here.
No, I'm also protecting you, because if it's a fantastic idea,
yes, right.
You gotta
so
stay safe.
Put your idea out there, and it's for everyone to hear. And I got it. We got it. I'm sure it's a good idea. I can't wait to hear it.
Yeah, we'll talk later, off screen.
Thank you, Leland. This was a pleasure speaking with you.
And let me can I just say, your show, a father and son. Like, I have 2 kids of my own, and being able to share Star Wars with our kids is the greatest joy. And it's not just Star Wars, sharing anything that we love, and even our kids bringing us to new things. You know, that is one of the greatest joys that you can ask for. And to be able to have you two doing a podcast about it, talking about what you love, whether it's Lego, whether it's X-Men. I was hoping we get to talk about X-Men 97 episode 3 today, but I guess
Dad and Mom haven't seen
You're
it.
right. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet, unfortunately.
I saw it. You can talk to me.
I was floored the entire time watching that.
Bombshell.
It was just like I love the there's relationship issues. There's a soap opera element that we don't quite get with Star Wars. That X-Men has, and oh boy, the recent episode.
Wow. Okay. I'm going.
So good. So good.
I'll catch it this weekend, definitely. But thank you so much for what you were saying about the podcast. You mentioned that there was a time in your life where after the original trilogy ended, that there wasn't really any Star Wars to talk about. Not only that, I mean, I felt the same way, but not only that, there weren't many people that I could talk Star Wars to, because most of my friends and family don't follow Star Wars, outside of 2 of my buddies. So I've lived, all of my adult life before Keith came along and not talked to anyone
Hi there.
About Star Wars. And then, Keith came along right around the time when Disney bought Lucasfilm, and then the sequel trilogy was coming out, and the hype machine was back. And, it was an exciting time to introduce him to Star Wars. And I had no idea whether he was going to like it or not. It wasn't a requirement, but
I love it.
Yeah. I mean, it's a dream come true. You're right to share that experience of something that I loved when I was growing up, and now passed it on to him.
Star Wars is my life.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's a part of your life, but you have other interests as well, which is cool.
Like Marvel.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So,
speaking of Marvel, we need to go see Madam Web again. I need something to laugh at.
No, we're not going to talk about Madam.
Something to make fun of.
Did you see Madam Web? I guess I have to ask that question.
Did you see when he was in the Amazon with her mother when she was researching?
I didn't see Madam Web. That was not a Disney Marvel.
It's not.
Film,
No, it's not.
So I can diss that.
No. Okay. All right. So, Leland, where can people find you if someone wants to, maybe check and see what you're up to, or do you have social media that you want to share?
I would say Instagram is. I mean, I don't post a whole lot. Instagram sometimes. So I had a TikTok specifically set up so I could sing Joe Blasto. So if you want to watch me sing Joe Blasto, Holocron Keeper on TikTok, Holocron Keeper on Instagram. Those are the main.
Everybody
channels.
follow
I'm not
Holocron
on
Keeper.
Yes, Holocron Keeper.
Holocron Keeper. Yeah.
Absolutely. Where can people find us, Keith? Okay. Take your time.
You can find us wherever you get your podcast, socials, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Fathers and Galaxy, website fathersandgalaxy.com. Please check out our merch store, fathersandgalaxy.myspreadshop.com. Donate to our Patreon page, patreon.com/fathersandgalaxy. I need that money to buy DLCs.
Is that it?
Well done.
All right.
That is it.
Thank you so much, Leland Chee. Keeper of the
Thank you so much for
Holocron.
having
Thank
me.
you so much. This is really a pleasure. All right.
Same here.
Thank you, everyone, for watching this special episode. Until next time, take care, and we will see you again. Hello, everyone. This is Kerwin of Father Son Galaxy. Our guest is Jamiel Owens, an author, advocate, father, and creator of The Awesome Show, a platform used to support and encourage other fathers of children with autism. It is a safe space where dads discuss their experiences, emotions, and challenges related to raising children with special needs. The Awesome Show also offers resources, education, and a sense of community for fathers navigating this journey. Besides his role as content creator, Jamiel was a law enforcement officer. He is currently the Family Relations Coordinator at the Center for Autism Research at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and a volunteer firefighter. Jamiel, welcome to Father Son Galaxy.
Thank you for having me. Anytime people read my bio, I kind of get embarrassed because I hate when it's just something with me. I try to be as humble as possible, but you start reading down everything that I've done and you're like, wow, like this guy, he might be kind of interesting, but I'm always bashful when I hear everything. So thank you though. Thank you for having me here.
Well, you've done so much more, so that's why I'm looking forward to having this conversation with you. So we're going to talk about it.
Yeah, definitely.
What I want to know is I wanted to start off by asking you, well, if you could describe what your life was like before the birth of your son, Shane.
So we're going to keep it as transparent as possible. You know, I was born to a very young mother. She was 17 when she actually had me. And originally I was born in Houston, Texas. So I was born there. And then right before the age of 1, we moved up to Philadelphia, actually North Philly to be exact. In that move and that transition, her and my dad, for some reason, separated. So it was a single parent home. My mom was up here. She was a kid, raising a kid, just trying to navigate the world as a young woman. And, you know, I was loved. I was loved by her. I was loved by, you know, family members that are up here in Philadelphia, but it was, you know, her. She was my, you know, my dad, my mom at the time. She was the enforcer and also the coddler at the same time. We kind of grew up together as friends. I would say we had a very good relationship. Her request from me was to always do my best, and she believed in me. And her job, as she seen it, was to work and to provide as best as possible. And that sometimes can be hard for a single parent. And I don't want to isolate it to just a single parent as a mom, but both mom and dad. It could be hard for single parents to actually maintain that and do that. I found myself doing a lot in school academically because I was so good at education, at early education, and really good at just kind of conceptualizing facts, history, social studies, things like that. Math, it wasn't my best, but I did what I did, where I was getting a lot of accolades in school and playing instruments and trying to just stay busy. Never was a athletic person, but you know, unfortunately, my mom was trying to put food on the table, so she was never at any of my award ceremonies or my musical rehearsals, unfortunately. And you know, I can't say that it didn't hurt at the time. And even up to recently, I never really look at it as hurt because I knew my mom was doing something. Like it wasn't just like she was at home and she didn't want to participate. My mom would come home, make sure she make a pot pie for me because we had a great relationship with the next door neighbors. She would let them know like, hey, I'm about to go to the second job. Can you make sure he's okay? And she would literally leave me in the house between the ages of 10 to 12 to really take care of myself. So I was really put in a position of authority in some nature before I even had a childhood. Then, of course, being the only child, you kind of get bored and you shoot yourself in the foot and you say, hey, I want a playmate. I want a brother and a sister. And then came along my little brother and, you know, trying to help her raise my little brother. Unfortunately, my little brother's dad and her, that relationship didn't really last long. And what I notice now, obviously, because having a younger son now and witnessing postpartum depression and everything, my mom did have that. But I didn't know what that looked like back then. It was just me trying to help my mom out. And she would go to work and come home and literally go to her room. She would, you know, play around with my brother. She would take care of him physically, but it was like she was drained and she would go directly to her room and I would actually take over, like almost like the night shift. The unfortunate circumstance at this time I was in high school. Fast forwarding a little bit. I'm in high school, got accepted to Central High School. One of my biggest upsets in my life was not really graduating from Central High School. And I'll tell you, you know, now what's the reason behind that. Unfortunately, with my mom not being within therapy to address her postpartum depression, she succumbed to some other psychosis that she was developing and no one knew, which was schizophrenia and depression. I'm in Central. I'm excited. That's the school she wanted me to go to. You know, I'm doing well. And then it's like a bomb just hit me because my mom started not to trust me, her 16-year-old, at the time I was 16-year-old son. And it played a very pivotal role as far as how I viewed the world at that time. And I viewed it with anger, because I was like, well, how can this happen to my mom? She's the only one I know. Like, what am I to do? You know, the unfortunate cause of this, I didn't tell people at school. So I started to fail. My grades dropped. I didn't open up about what was going on at home. I opened up to one of my close friends, and he lived with his grandma and his mom. And that was one of the couches that I used to sleep on. I used to go around the house to house because my mom put me out at 16. The first night, I kind of thought she was joking, and I slept on the porch because I was like, all right, well, this is just one of her episodes. She'll blow over. I'll just knock on the door in the morning and she'll let me in. So I slept on the porch, and then I woke up in the morning and I knocked on the door and she would not let me in. And I sat there all day, not knowing what to do, having to use the bathroom, things like that. I didn't know what to do. So I stayed on the porch another night until I was able to use my next door neighbor's phone and call my friend who I used to sleep on his couch, one of my main friends, Bruce. And I was like, listen, do you mind if I stay over there? It's a long story, but I'll tell you. And he was one of the underclassmen under me. So he said, yeah, sure. So from, you know, at that time, North Philly, all the way over to Southwest, traveled over there and let him know. He's like, listen, you know, you can stay here. Definitely. You can use the shower and everything like that. You know, do you want to talk to somebody? But at that time, once again, I'm a 16-year-old knucklehead. You know, I'm starting to build this anger. So I'm like, I don't want to talk to nobody. I just want to figure out what's going on with my mom and try to help her. So I would travel back and forth and try to talk to my mom, and it just wouldn't happen until like one day I went to the house, and the house was actually like boarded up, and she boarded the house up to kind of keep me out. But she had a paranoia about other people like police and anybody else trying to get in the house. And on top of that, she wasn't there. So I didn't even know. I was sitting on the porch. I was knocking. And then I'm like, you know what? I got to call the cops. So I called the cops, and they came around and picked me up, and they asked, you know, do you live here? And I said, yeah. And they tried to knock on the door, and they're like, well, you know, is there anybody home? And I'm like, I'm not sure. You know, they were like, well, you know, is your mom okay? I was like, well, I don't see her car, so she's not here. They couldn't break into the house because they couldn't verify me because I didn't have an ID at that time either. So they said, well, do you have somewhere to go? And I said, well, the only person relatively close would be my great grandmother. So they took me over to my great grandmother's house. And I remember this is another trauma that I went through. But in the back of the paddy wagon, they just got finished with a homicide. And it was literally blood in the back of the paddy wagon where I was like riding in. And I'm just sitting back there like, you know, like this can't be life. Like this literally at one moment I'm sitting there and I'm doing my best in school. I'm achieving. I'm in the care of what I consider my mom, but also my best friend. And then the next moment, I don't even know who this woman is anymore. And she kind of just released me to this world. So I remember another part of that, you know, arriving at my grandma's and walking up the block. And I was so distraught. I was crying. You know, I remember my face breaking out really bad because I was just so stressed out. And everybody on the block knew me from my grandma's neighborhood, but they were trying to figure out why was I there during the week at that time, because they're like, well, he should be in school. So I came inside their house and you know, what great grandmothers do, they try to console you. And I wasn't having that. I just wanted to go upstairs. I went upstairs. I took a shower, and then I stayed in my room for about a good 3 days. And that was like the pivotal part of me, unfortunately, canceling out being a kid or a young teenager. And I figured in my mind, this is now adulthood. I have no choice but to be an adult because I don't know what's going on with my mom. Long story short, kind of fast forward, you know, obviously I got kicked out of Central. Once again, one of my faults that I have in my life. I wish I would have at least graduated with a high school diploma. I developed my, you know, got my GED and just worked 2-3 jobs. One of the key things about this is that I never got therapy. I figured if I work, I will kind of get rid of all this negative mindset that I might have in me. So I just worked and I worked and I worked. My mom during this time was living out of her car with my little brother. Now she would take care of my little brother to the utmost respect, but herself and her belongings, she wouldn't. So our home in which we grew up in me and my little brother was actually foreclosed. I wasn't able to retrieve anything from that house, so that was gone. And then I didn't know where my mom or my little brother was until she was arrested for assaulting a police officer. And then at that time, my little brother was about to go into the foster care system. And I was, I was out here working and doing whatever I can to kind of make a living for myself. I moved out of my great grandma's house because of that age difference. You're talking about a beautiful woman that was born in 1913, right? That's seen everything in history, who was raised, on very Southern biblical values on how to raise children and how to just be a respectable adult. And I wasn't having that. I was ready to draw blood from the world, eye for eye, tooth to tooth. So we didn't see eye to eye. Quite frankly, I took advantage of her and in my anger, and I just was like, I gotta leave. So I left, got my first apartment myself with a slumlord, but I didn't know. I was just happy to have my own place. And then I found out about my little brother. Thankfully, my grandmother took him in, so went through the whole system. He was accepted to live there, and he was able to finish out school with her. Very, very prominent school. He was able to go to school, finish out school with him. And, I just stuck to survival, and then, trials and tribulations through life. I met Shane's mother, who happened to go to Central, and I never noticed her. That was the funny part. I never noticed her, but she knew who I was. And we met because I was working one of my many jobs. I literally had about 6 jobs, literally had 2 full-time jobs, and the rest of them was part-time. That's how much I was trying to dilute what was going on with me in the trauma sense. But anyway, me and her got together, and she was dealing with a lot of traumas, and I don't want to speak on those out of respect for her, but it was literally an imperfect person trying to cure another imperfect person. And while, she's an amazing mother, she's an amazing woman, it didn't work out for us. We was butting heads. I was not fully a man yet. I was still trying to relive the childhood and the young teenage years and the young adulthood that I lost because I had to grow up too fast. And, we got married, but we had Shane right afterwards. And then we started to go into, divorce, separation and then divorce. So yeah, I told you it's kind of deep. A lot of my story, a lot of people don't know a lot of my background, because when you meet me, you'll be like, okay, this is a cool guy. He's fun. He's really passionate about helping the neurodivergent community. He loves his son, but you don't know that story behind me. Whereas though, if you follow a world script, I shouldn't be this type of person. I should be in jail. I should be possibly deceased. There was different avenues that I should have went down, but God didn't have that for me. So I'm very happy to be here.
Yeah. Knowing your story now, you're right. I, didn't know about this part of your life. It does explain where you are now. I don't want to jump too far ahead, but things are starting to connect right now. But yeah. I wanted to talk about how we know each other, because we have a connection that we're both raising boys who are autistic. Mm-hmm. When usually, from my experience, I can only speak from my experience, there were maybe some signs or some milestones that we saw in Maceo that we were expecting to see. For example, Maceo didn't start walking until he was 18 months. And his older brother, started walking at 10 months. Oh, so wow. That was one. And then, Maceo had a very difficult time expressing himself in words, only sounds. Yeah. So that was something that came to our attention, and we thought that maybe we should get him tested. Were there signs that you saw in Shane that said to you, okay, well, something, we're not sure what's happening, but we need to find out? Yeah, there definitely was signs, and the signs that Shane exhibited were subtle at first, but then became some of the normal characteristics that are defined when you speak about autism and neurodiversity, right? So the real delay that happened with observing these and actually saying, you know what, there's something going on with my child, was the fact, once again, I'm still dealing with trauma. I have a first child that
I didn't even have a father to show me what the example of this looked like, of being a father. And then I had drama between me and my wife at that time. So I kind of skipped over a lot of the things that I look back now and be like, yeah, that would have been a red flag, or that was something that I should have, noticed. I think the one particular one that I'll tell you briefly about this episode was, me and his mother, we were both working jobs. I did overnight. She did during the day, kind of help out with babysitting costs. And I would come home tired, and it was like flyby. And she came inside the house and she left. And I would literally put him in his packet play, his crib. And I would literally go on the couch and fall asleep, like dead to the world. He would be in there. That's how crappy I was as a father, because I was just tired and going through so much. This day I didn't do that, and I was extra cranky. So I let him get out, and we had a sun porch. He went onto the sun porch, and he had Thomas the Train trains. So he loved those. We bought a bunch of them for him. And on the radiator cover, he lined the trains up exactly to the edge. When I mean exactly to the edge, if you took a magnifying glass, you would literally see where the plastic is like hanging off of the edge, but it's like maybe a quarter of it is still on there. And he would have it, and then he would stem, and he would go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And I caught him, and I went out there, and he was going like a mile a minute. Like, he was going back and forth, back and forth. And at that moment in time, it was fear and it was anger, because I was like, Shane, stop. And he was like going faster and faster. And I'm like, Shane, stop. And he wouldn't. So I tell this every time I speak, but I pushed him. I literally pushed him because I wanted my son to stop. And when I pushed him, all of the trains came falling down, and he just started just having a total meltdown. Like I've never heard him cry like that before. And I'm like, you need to stop crying. And I turned around and I started crying, because I knew deep in my heart, I'm a new father, but I know that's not typical behavior. And I know there's something going on. So I kind of gathered myself and went back out to the sun porch. And as soon as I got out there, I'm like, I got to make this right. I got to at least hug him or anything. Shane got up. He picked up his trains. He lined them up exactly again. And he went right back to stemming. And I'm like, I got to talk to his mom. And I just left it alone. I didn't hug him. I didn't acknowledge. I didn't apologize. I said, I got to talk to his mom. So we had a conversation, and I came to her. It was like, listen, we're not on good terms, but there's something going on with Shane. And she ultimately came out and said, I've noticed some things too, but I didn't want to say anything. And I said, okay, then we need to go ahead and get him tested.
Yeah. And how old was he when he was first diagnosed?
3.
3. Okay.
Yeah.
And then what was your reaction when you were told about the diagnosis?
I wanted to leave. I was already in a preposition to leave something that was too hard for me, right? Because I had an example already. I had a person that left me, a father that left me. So I felt like I should leave. This is not right. I don't deserve this. This is not what my ideal situation of my child should be like. At that time I didn't like my wife, so I wanted to roll. I remember sitting, because funny enough, we got diagnosed at CHOP, and I remember sitting in a room, and the doctor gave us the results and said, he is on the spectrum. This is what we're finding. At the time, high functioning was the term that we used. He is high functioning. These are the things that we suggest for you. It was cold. It was like, I don't care. I want to be out,
Yeah, it's interesting that when, if you're any parent who has experienced this, where you go into the doctor's office and you're told that your child has autism, you're not really given any other details other than that this child has autism. Like, well, what do you do? Like, where do you go outside of, you have a piece of paper that provides support that he has a diagnosis, and then you take it to an educator, and get him enrolled or her enrolled in some type of schooling. Who was one of the first persons that you were able to get your answers, the questions that you had answered? Like, was there somebody that you turned to and maybe directed you, put you in the right direction and say, okay, well, this is what you need to do, or this is where you need to go?
Did you have someone like that at the beginning?
No, I didn't. The funny thing is my dad came back into my life. He searched for me after Shane got the diagnosis. It was literally like maybe a couple of months afterwards. And he came back into my life, and it wasn't, we're great now. Like, we're great. He loves Shane and everything, but it wasn't no, hey, Dad, you missed all this time. Like, what do I do in this situation? I didn't open up to him. He didn't open up to me. He asked me for acceptance back. I granted that. I just said, be here for your grandson. That was it. It was just be here for your grandson. Be here for me. And I didn't get a eye opener per se until later on. And we can wait and kind of discuss that. Or if you want me to go into it now, it wasn't until a couple years after this.
Yeah. Let me know. At some point, someone came into your life and opened doors for you, or, answered the questions that you had. Who was that person? You don't have to name names, but what does this person tell you that really, enlightened you and said, oh, okay, I know what to do next. I know where to go. I know what I need for my son.
And okay, so I don't want to make this a spiritual thing, but it was God.
Sure.
And I'm going to tell you a little bit why, because as you asked me, it was like, hey, what was your thought process after hearing the diagnosis? I wanted to go. So I facilitated me leaving my family after that diagnosis, and I fully went through with the plan, and I succeeded. I fully succeeded. So I was absent from Shane already, back and forth, because of the turbulence me and his mother had, my wife at that time. But you want to add 2 more years to that. I wasn't in Shane's life. Like, I was out, I was working, I was doing my thing. I totally separated myself from my son and his mother, my soon-to-be ex-wife. And I got a call from his mom one day, and I'm just like, all right, here we go again. And I picked up the phone, and she's like, listen, I'm not trying to fight, but your son just called the trash man daddy. I think you need to come see where your son is at. And at that time, I'm talking about a vicious cycle of just working, partying, spending money, not just being really respectful or responsible with my time, with my resources. I didn't have a car. I was on SEPTA, and I was like, I got to go see my son. Like, there was something in me was like, I got to go see my son. So I took the bus up there, and I went to her residence, and she's like, listen, you can't come in my place, but you can sit outside with him. And I still have that picture to today. And we sat outside and we did pictures, and I'm like, listen, I don't care what I got to do. I'm going to come up here and I'm going to be with you from this point on. I apologize. And I worked it out with her. We went through the whole court system. That's another topic. But I said, this is where it starts right here. And then God started to work on my heart to really say, like, I understand you're mad because your mom is not here, but I don't need you to take this out on your son, because your son is a gift from me, something tangible, because you're hard-headed and you can only learn by having something in your hands. So I'm giving you a piece of me that you can actually love every single day, that will help you be a better man down the line. He's going to stop you from possibly death or being locked up. You just don't see it yet. That's literally what Shane was doing, was transforming my heart. I didn't have a roadmap, but he had a roadmap for me, and it was first accepting my son and being involved in his life.
Yeah, that's a beautiful story. You had a life of trauma, and at some point you had to realize that you didn't want this trauma to be generational. You didn't want to bring this on with your son and have him take on this trauma and then carry that forward. So, you had an intervention, and you understood that, okay, well, I need to focus on my son. And then, what's happened to me, that's something that I'll have to, work on. I'll have to talk to somebody about that. But it's not fair for me to pass that trauma on to my son. And at what point did you decide, I'm just looking at where you are, and, you're talking about where you came from. Community was important to you. So I'd like to know, how did you start building a community to help you raise your son?
I started to, because his mom was, she got the diagnosis. She hit the ground running, started reading books, articles, reaching out to other moms. Like, she was really navigating the space, but we were in this pettiness where the information wouldn't be shared from me. So, and thankfully, because the communication barrier between men and women can be very hard and very difficult and get very frayed on both sides. I had to learn this for myself. So I started to go to what I knew best was like kind of social media and kind of connecting on there with other autism parents and reading some magazines. Time magazine had an article out at that time. I picked that up, started reading that. But then it kind of went from me reading to me being like, all right, I need to do something, because everything that I was reading, and this is no disrespect because I love everybody, but everything that I was reading reflected from an old Caucasian physician. It reflected from an individual who may not even had children, but were specialized in that particular specialty category of practice. But I didn't see anybody that looked like me, that talked like me, that had traumas like me and persevered through. So then I was like, well, if there's nobody there, why don't I become that person? But if I become that person, then I have to really indulge myself in not being, excuse the language, an a-hole, and opening up my heart to other people who may not even look like me, on the strength of learning and accepting and building connections, and being able to gather information and resources to be able to articulate that to other fathers who may be in the same predicament as me or something other. So it was a task, and I thought about it, and I was like, well, what am I going to do? And then I was like, a podcast. And I was like, but I never done a podcast before. And you're talking about 2014 now. And I'm like, I don't know where to begin. I never did public speaking. I don't know. I did work at radio. So I worked at Power 99 WDAS for a little bit as an account executive. So I knew the sales part, but as far as like being on air, I always knew like I could do it, but I never had any formal training. So I just started it. I just kept on reading, kept on connecting with people, introduced myself. I told them a little bit of my story and what I wanted to do. And what people kept on telling me was, thank you, because we don't have enough male voices in this space. And whatever you need, we're here to support you. That's all I kept on hearing. And I'm talking about people through social media in UK, across the pond, in Australia, and Indonesia. I'm connected with all these people that I would have never connected with because of things that were happening in my life and how my mindset was at that time. But I knew in order to make these connections and be that person, that I needed to open my heart, and Shane helped me through that, because I seen the beauty in him. Then I started seeing the beauty in your child and their child and his child. And I'm like, they're all connected. And I'm like, they don't look the same, but they're all connected. So I have to be able to do that.
Yeah. That's very interesting. And that makes sense. Well, you said you've had so many people come up to you and say, thank you. I want to be another person to say thank you. Because when you get this diagnosis and, you're given this information and all you want to do is make the best decisions for your child. And that we knew, my wife and I, and even my son Keith knew, that we are the ones with the voices, and Maceo doesn't have a voice right now. And we are his advocate. And we have to make sure that he is treated just like anybody else. It's a very rough road, as you know. It's very difficult to change people's minds. They have a mindset, as soon as they look at him, they have their idea of what this child is, regardless of whether they know that he has special needs or not. They just know, well, he's very loud. Well, he's very noisy. Well, he drops to the ground. For many, many years, I felt as a father very alone, because I didn't know any other fathers who had children on the spectrum. None of my buddies had child on the spectrum. My brothers, my sister, no one. So it was hard. But the one thing that we didn't want to do is to hide our child and to be ashamed of who he is. After a while, maybe you've experienced this, when you go into places like restaurants and supermarkets and, you get those looks from people, Maceo makes noises and, they look at you funny and, they stare at you. It used to bother me at the beginning, but now it's like, look, you don't walk in my shoes. You don't live my life.
Yeah.
But I wanted to say to you, thank you for telling me that I'm not the only one, and then directing me to meet other fathers and, be a part of the Autism Fathers Conference and the autism group that's sponsored by Drexel University. So that was very helpful, extremely helpful. So thank you.
Thank you, brother. It is a scary situation for everybody, but for men, we're programmed by society to keep our mouth shut and keep on pushing. But when it gets too much of a load, and majority of us don't have a spiritual connection, or we fall or falter from that, how we're going to push, that's going to lead for our household suffering. And I'm a prime example of it. 100%, I'm a prime example of it. So I'm really adamant about sharing and kind of uplifting other men, even if they're like, yo, well, I haven't seen my child in like 3 months. You know what? I acknowledge you for doing it right now. You have it in your heart to do it right now. I'm going to help you do that and let you know that it's not going to be easy, but you can do this. That's what I'm here for, because I didn't have that. Just like you, I didn't have that in the beginning. And I know what it feels like, and I don't want another man to feel like that. So I appreciate you, acknowledging me for that. It's just, it came off of me not having that, and feeling that hurt and that pain. And that's something that you can't shake off. It's not that easy to shake off.
Tell me about your position at CHOP. Was that your way of giving back to CHOP? I'm not sure if that was the place where you would go to get, was that the place that you went to take your son to get the diagnosis? Or did you feel that they had the resources to actually advocate for kids on the spectrum? Like, why did you want to work for CHOP?
So here's the thing. I'm telling you, it's crazy. I tell this story all the time. I only been a CHOP. Well, I'm a CHOP baby when I was up here because I have a physical disability called an AV fistula on my right leg. So I do represent the disabled population to a certain aspect of it. I don't let it stop me. But when it comes down to advocating, I'm for not only just those who are neurodivergent, but for everybody that falls under this umbrella. I'm really advocating for them, just to kind of see who I am and how I do and how I move in this space. But it was the diagnosis and then the feeding program. So Shane went into the feeding program at CHOP. At the time, I wasn't working, so me and his mom worked it out. I did the feeding program with him for the month, which built a bond with me and Shane, because I was there to hear his crying when he wouldn't get his way, but I was also there to see his triumphs when he was doing the program right. And then I was able to kind of share my thoughts and opinions with those practitioners that was there during that trial. So I did that. Then, I went into law enforcement, and that's where I thought I was going to go, because I always like to protect people. So, life happens. I lost jobs and kind of navigate through everything. And I put in an application for security at CHOP in 2018. I got a call because my wife was pregnant with our now youngest son. And I'm like, how are we going to afford insurance? I'm stressing here. And I'm like, okay, this is not good. And they called me in 2020. Was like, hey, are you still interested in a job? And I'm like, yeah. So then they told us, and they were like, well, this is the shift that you will work. It was afternoon shift, like mid shift. Told me all the benefits and everything. We're like, yeah, let's get that. So got the job there, started working. And funny enough, my building where I'm at now, Robert's building, I found out that on the 5th floor where I work at, that there's the Center for Autism Research. And I'm like, I need to work on this floor. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I need to work on this floor. I remember the day that I was driving past the building, and I was like, God, I don't know how I'm going to do this, but I need to work in that building. Well, mind you, while all this is happening, I started the Awesome Show in 2014. Ever since 2014, I've been doing my show. I've been doing community events, no roadmap or anything, on top of everything that's happening in my life. I'm coming out, I'm speaking, I'm doing speaking engagements, writing books, all this stuff while I'm working regular jobs that I really don't like. And then one of the directors for the LEND program at CHOP invited me to come speak. And I was like, okay, that's a great thing. So I remember I did my podcast show because it was on online television in Jersey, drove over, had my uniform hanging in the bathroom at the Roberts building. And I was like, well, I'm going to do this presentation, and then I'm going to change it to my uniform and go over to the main campus. So that's what I did. And then she stopped me before she left out and said, I think there's a position here for you. I'll have somebody reach out to you. They reached out to me, and I'm like, yeah, I'm excited. They're telling me everything. Meanwhile, I'm in the hospital because my wife water broke. So we're about to have the baby. And I'm like, yeah, when I get back, definitely I would like to sit back. But then on the job description, it says you need a bachelor's degree. And I'm like, here's the problem. I don't have a bachelor's degree. I have a GED. I said, I know I could do the job hands down because I've already been doing it, but I don't have that. If you can't overlook that, I understand. I'm in security. Maybe something else will come up, but it is what it is. They said, give us 2 weeks. We'll be in contact with you. I said, okay. 2 weeks. I swear, brother, they removed the bachelor. They removed that requirement. And then I interviewed with everybody in the infrastructure, my colleagues in which I work with now, from the director of the program, Dr. Schultz, Robert Schultz, shout out to Bob. Every single one of them was like, Red, we seen your social media presence. We seen what you do. We have full confidence in you. You can do this job. That's all I've been hearing is you can do this job. And the rest is history. I've been here ever since.
Have you learned since you've been working for the Research Institute?
I've learned a couple things. One, I am not that important. What I mean by that is, yes, you see my name, you see my face, you see titles, but at the end of the day, it's not about me. I am not that important. I learned to humble myself every single day, even when I'm getting awards and accolades, because I know it's not by my own strength that I'm in this position. It's really not. You know what I have background. I have none. And I'm working around doctors that have prestigious degrees who have had GPAs higher than what I ever had. And I'm in a position where they listen to me and we work together collectively for the better good of the community. So that's the first thing, is that it's, I'm nobody. I'm nobody in this. The second thing is that there is a distinct disconnect between the community and the healthcare organization. And this has been somewhat for years, but especially after COVID, something that we're still trying to recover from. And what these doctors want is a connection to this community, but it's a hard puzzle to put together, right? How do you be a professional and be very good at your job and outgoing as far as finding new therapies and new opportunities, but still connect with the community in a way that transcribes information that makes sense to them? It's not an easy fix for a lot of physicians, and that's where I come in as far as outreach. So that's another thing I learned, is that everybody has faults, right? And you don't point out those faults, you point out solutions to make those faults disappear. So I have grown professionally to be able to articulate to a program director or a vice president, a VP, down to Lil Mookie on the corner on 32nd and Girard. I'm able to do that now. And it's a great feeling, because they look at me, for the people in the community, they look at me as though they have an ally. And, hey, somebody been in my shoes before. And then the doctors and the physicians I work with say, hey, we value you, because I'm not from that area and I don't know. But I know I have an ally in you that can connect me to that, so I can be more robust in the community and that we serve. So it's really taking social norms out of my mindset to really see people for who they are and the fruit that they actually grow. So that's the other thing that I learned. And the third thing is that, autistic individuals are some of the most beautiful, God-gifted people on this planet. And people don't really understand what it is to befriend or even love an autistic person like your child. Like it's something that fuels you more than anything else in this world. I can look at everything that I have here and tell you, if it wasn't for Shane, I wouldn't have my house. I wouldn't live in a nice neighborhood. I wouldn't have a sustainable car that's very nice that I shouldn't have. I wouldn't have these things, but Shane opened my heart to be able to push forward, to put me in positions where I met people, to open my heart to be able to talk to people and not disrespect them, to take criticism and not get mad. That propelled me into other positions. So to befriend these people, you don't ask, hey, what can I get from you? But it's like, what can I learn about life from you? You get me? That's every person that I come in contact with through the center, every family that I help, every family that helps me. I'm always learning something, and I'm gaining vast knowledge about this community that's often overlooked, and I'm willing to share it with others. So those are the three things. If I had to sum it down, those are the things.
That is excellent. So you mentioned that you used to work in law enforcement, and you have expressed the importance of people who are on the spectrum know and understand what to do when they encounter a police officer. Can you talk more about that?
Yes. So I'm glad you bring that up. So I want people to understand me when I say this. I have the unique pleasure of looking at it from different perspectives as a parent and caregiver, as a professional with the healthcare industry, and as former law enforcement first responder experience. There needs to be more training specifically to our law enforcement and first responders in connection with autism. The reason why is because if you look at, and this is just me looking at it, but if you look at the term disability, right, and you look at the human perception of disability, disability is, okay, I see someone in a wheelchair. You go back, you see commercials that somebody's disabled. You see them either in a crutch, a wheelchair, missing a limb, something that's deformative, and I use that term lightly, respectfully, about their physical features. People who fall in this category, I want to clarify that, are the most brave and amazing people because they've been given less and they accept it and they are humbled by that, and they still fight every day to love people who have everything, right? So I just want to say that before I go on. But those who are neurotypical don't fit in that category, right? Because physically they look just like you and me. They present like you and me. They may be strong like you and me. They may be taller. They may be husky. All these things. But yet their cognitive thinking is not incorporated with their age, their age, their numerical age. So most of the time we call it an invisible disability. So how do you, for example, look at the force continuum? The force continuum is the levels of force that as an officer you choose to use in order to get a subject or a person to adhere to your demands or your actions, right? You're asking them to be complacent with your questions, right? The use of force continuum is what we're taught. So as officers, we have to see what the threat is, what use of force we will have to use, and what is justified as far as that force. So the bottom line, the first amount of force is just simple presence. Just the simple presence of an officer in uniform is on the force continuum. That is the very bottom line, right? And as you go on, obviously you've seen on the news because, using the use of weapons, deadly force, that is the top and most lethal force. That is because there is a threat not only to the officer, but to the person who is being the subject of the matter and also everybody around. But where does neurodiversity fall in that use of force? Where do our loved ones fall in that force continuum? And I need officers not to say, oh, well, here we go, another hater of the force. I don't. I love law enforcement. But when my son is stopped by you and Shane gets nervous and he starts to get twitchy and he's moving back and forth and he starts to etch back a little bit because he feels as though he's getting too close and he needs room to breathe and decompress before having the sensory meltdown, where does neurodiversity fall in the force continuum that you won't immediately go for impact weapons that might be a expandable baton to strike him because you think you're being defiant, or worst case scenario, lethal weapon because maybe he has that flight scenario. Now, on the flip side of that, I'm going towards the parents. You need to have a conversation, if possible, in teaching your loved one on what interactions with law enforcement looks like. So how do you do that, Jay? You do that by going around to your local law enforcement office, introducing yourself, going around to the local fire department, introducing yourself, letting your loved one see what an officer looks like, see the red and blue lights, the car, the fire truck, in the SB, in the tank, in the mask, in all the gear. That's the accountability that you have as a parent. So that now we're playing tennis with law enforcement. You know what? I took my loved one to the station. You guys seen my loved one. If they have a premise report, I put my loved one's information in the CAD system. So it doesn't matter if you get a part-timer or someone from a different district as a lateral change. When they come on shift and they get a call from my house because my son or my daughter is having a meltdown, accountability is in the system. I did my part. Now it's time for your part in order to come to this situation and handle it in a less lethal fashion. That's how these interactions need to take place. We got to get checked as a parent and we got to get checked as law enforcement. But when we're checking each other, we're still sitting down at the table and be like, okay, now that we got our feelings out the way, how do we make this safer for our loved ones moving forward? What does that look like? And that's what I teach. That's what I teach. You know, I do trainings with law enforcement now. That's what I teach to them, not through CHOP, through another organization, you know, outside of my roles at CHOP. But that's what I teach because I know this is what needs to happen. There is not one agency in this entire country that can tell me that they have consistent training for autism. You can't tell me. I've been through the training academy. You can't tell me.
Yeah. You know, part of it is the fear that some communities have with speaking with their law enforcement, you know, and, you know, it's obvious that, you know, especially with our community, our Black community, you know, our relationships were, you know, can be strained. So it's a lot easier for maybe for other folks to approach a police officer and you know, talk to law enforcement, explain to them that they have a child that's on the spectrum, just like to introduce you to them. You know, that was something that we did when we were living in Upper Marion. You know, Tanya, my wife, decided that, you know, I want the local law enforcement to know who our children are. So there were occasions where they would have, you know, maybe like a day where the police will come out and go into the neighborhood and they'll have kids come out and, you know, have some food and some drinks, and they'll have them go inside the vehicles and play with the lights. Yeah. We're in a new neighborhood now, so we don't know our law enforcement as of yet. But, you know, as far as your outreach, you know, are there particular places that you're going to for law enforcement? Is it just the Philadelphia area, or have you branched out to other locations and counties in Pennsylvania?
You know, I did. So I do also, along with my Autism Fathers Conference, the Autism Town Halls, right? That bridge the gap between law enforcement, first responders, and the autism community. So the second one, so the first one you guys came to over where I live at, that was my first event with my own fire company. But the second one with the Norristown Police Department, a lady saw my post on social media. That's why social media has its pros and cons. It's not all pros, it's pros and cons. But she was in Utah. She was a teacher in a school in Utah. And she took this to her superintendent and said, I think I should go here. And the superintendent in the school paid for her to fly over from Utah to come to my event to see how I actually did this. And the only reason, once again, how I knew this is because I was leaving the event and she was standing there. And I'm like, ma'am, are you okay? So we're in Norristown, right? So, you know, Norristown is not, let's keep it real, it's not the safest place for a special, you know, especially for a certain demographic. You know, people use that. They can look at you and be like, oh, they're not from around here. So I'm like, ma'am, are you okay? You know, is there anything I can, you know, help you with? I'm the organizer for this event. And she's like, oh, you organize it? And we started to talk. And she's like, yeah, well, my ride should be here, and then I'm going to catch my flight home. So I'm like, flight home? I'm like, well, where you come from? And she's like, oh, I flew here from Utah. And I'm like, you flew here from Utah to be at this event? And she's like, yeah. She was like, it's amazing. We need something like this over in Utah. And ever since then, we've been working together. I wrote a letterhead to the chiefs of police over there, outlining everything that I basically did for this event to hopefully start it with her, so she can look at that outline and say, okay, this is what he did. I'm going to take this, but I'm going to remove this and make it her own event and start working with her community over there, because I can't do everything. I'm not supposed to do everything. Sure. It's not about me. So I work with anybody. It doesn't, you give me a call and like, hey, I want to talk about, you know, training. I want to talk about doing an event with you. I want to talk about maybe having a town hall where we invite the community out with our officers and we sit down and talk about those hard questions. That's what it's about. It's not about pointing a finger and sitting back and being part of the problem. It's like, okay, what are you doing to solve this problem? And by doing so, you are holding people accountable. You are pointing a finger, but you're also sitting down and saying, okay, what's our plan so we don't have another incident like Idaho where that young man was shot to death?
Well, you do have something coming up, a big event this Saturday, August the 2nd. You want to talk about the Autism Play Date?
I mean, first off, yeah, you should know because you guys are hosting it. Yeah. So, excuse me. 8th annual Autism Play Day, 8 years. This was this responsibility to help plan it was given to me by a good brother, former council member at large, Derek Green, who him and his wife Sheila actually took this event and really made it their own and pushed it forward to the tri-state area as, you know, the one stop that you need to take your child, take your family before summer ends. As summer is dwindling down, this is the place you got to be. So I've been a part of this event for the past 4 years, a part of the planning of it for the last 3. And this event, once again, brings over everybody in the tri-state area. So we're talking about families of neurotypical children, neurodiverse children can come for this day. A council member, Kendra Brooks, is now the host for this event, this annual event. And, you know, we've been working very hard to bring the best out of people, you know, for families to be able to come to this event and say, you know what, I don't have to look over my shoulder as far as people looking at my child, because we'll be around family. We'll be in a safe space. I'm going to bring my child here to learn how to interact with neurodivergent children, right? I want to get them well seasoned in the community to be a respectable, inclusive person as they grow older. And then also too, you have the people that will come there and be like, I need resources, and we'll have that at this event. So this is this year's special because it's Star Wars theme, right? I'm a Trekkie, so we're not going to go there. I love Star Trek. Star Wars I grew up on. I get it. You know, everybody see Chewie and the Ewoks and all that. I know Star Wars, but Star Trek, like I can pull out. I got stuff right here. Look, this is how bad. I got little gift things here, and this is how much I'm a Trekkie. I'm gonna show you one more thing, and then we get to the conversation. I even got a Star Trek alphabet book that I got for my youngest son, but I took it away from him because I said he won't cherish this like I would.
I gotcha.
So that shows you how much of a Trekkie I am. But this Saturday, we're going to have you guys out there hosting DJ Blake, an autistic DJ, world renowned DJ Blake. Shout out to DJ Blake and his mom and his dad. He'll be out there on the 1s and 2s. We're going to have free haircuts from Awesome Cuts, from the Barian family. We have a game truck that's out there, Wild Games. We have 4 food trucks, reduced price menus, but for the first 100 people, children, let me specify that. So for the first 100 children that are registered and actually make it there, you're going to get 1 free ticket for any item off the food truck. So we're working here. We're making this a really big event. What else we got there? A magician show. We got Chase Books, Uncle Chase from Chase Books. He'll be there doing reading time. We have Mazden Music that will be doing a little music perception up there. So we have a lot packed into one day, just to show the autism community that we love and care, and we think about them on a daily, and we want them to at least one day, if anything, kind of kick back and just look at their child interacting and just being playful and being themselves. So, and it's at Smith Memorial Playground. It's a beautiful spot, you know?
Yeah. Saturday, August the 2nd from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m., right?
1 p.m. to 5 p.m., yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We are so excited to be a part of this. We thank you so much for including us.
Of course.
Yes.
Of course.
Father Son Galaxy will be there.
Of course.
Anything that you need from us, please let us know. But it was just very exciting. And I believe the weather's going to be very nice too. Like it's going to cool off.
For the first time ever, listen, for the past 3 years, we have prayed to God, like, listen, these clouds is looking a little too scary. It has rained on 1 year. In the other 2 years, it was very cloudy, and then it opened up. So for once ever this year, great weather. Come on out. There's no reason for you not to be out.
All right. So thank you so much, Jamiel. I am so looking forward to this. This is wonderful. You have an incredible story. I am so glad to know you. Like I said, that you have been such a great help, you know, not just for my family, but for me personally. I don't feel alone anymore, you know, that, I can call on somebody who has been through it, who understands what I'm going through, and get some healing, and I'm going to pass that along to other brothers, and, whatever questions they have or anything that I can provide to them, I am here. So thank you once again for being on the podcast. Please let us know where people can find you.
I'm on social media. So Instagram under The Awesome Show. That's TheAusomeshow. Also my nonprofit Awesomeness, AUSOMENESSINC. That's also on Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn. You can, I say this respectfully without being vain, you can Google me and see everything that I've done, interviews such as this one, and just really get a kind of taste of who I am. But thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be on this podcast. You guys, one thing I want to say real quick, because this is really a salute to you. When I think about, people ask me, why do I like Star Wars, right? And I tell them, because as a kid, when I did get a chance to like sit down and be a kid for maybe 5 minutes or maybe get into that space, when I saw Star Trek, I didn't see racism. I didn't see hate. I saw anger of different cultures not understanding other cultures. But at the end of the day, when you talk about the Federation, it didn't matter. They had people that were green. They had people with scales on their head that was breathing like out the side of their neck. But they all worked together for the common good. And that's to explore new territories and to bring them in to a federation of love, right? Mm-hmm. And I really would love my both my boys if they get into this, but if not, it's okay. But for people to hear that, and you're a part of that, you and Keith and your whole family, you guys are embracing a culture that is founded on love. The concept of the show is founded on love and exploring each other and bringing them together to mold these cultures into a commonality, right? A common union. So I definitely, want to salute you guys and keep on doing it, because people need to hear the message, and all the great actors and people that you guys connect with, and just your thoughts about, stuff that is coming out here. People just like to hear it. So thank you. Thank you for the space.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, we love the community building, and it's a safe space. We all need that, especially these days, someplace where you can just be yourself, and be accepted. So we are honored once again to be a part of this event. And we enjoy what we do. We love what we do as well. So thank you so much. All right. Thank you. And you can find Father Son Galaxy on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok. You'll be able to find us on your audio and streaming platforms. We also have a YouTube channel. So thank you once again, everyone, for tuning into this episode. Hope to see you on Saturday, August 2nd. All right. From 1 to 5, Smith Memorial Playground. All right. Come out and have fun and enjoy the music, enjoy the food, enjoy Star Wars. Just have a great time. All right. So thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Until next time, take care, and we will see you again.
Hello, I'm Kerwin. Welcome to Father Son Galaxy, a Star Wars podcast. Thank you for joining us today. My guest is Raphael Moran, a writer, artist, producer, and father of 3 children. He is the host of the Geeky Dad Podcast, where he and his children discuss the latest in geek culture. You can find the Geeky Dad Podcast on your streaming platforms. We'll discuss his upbringing, his interests, and life lessons he's passing on to his children. Raphael, welcome to Father Son Galaxy.
Thank you for having me on the show. I'm very excited to be on here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I've been looking forward to this as well. So as people will know who watched our previous podcast, Keith is not here. So it's just a father to father talk.
Yes. Yeah. Geeky dads talking together.
Yes. So thank you. I'm looking forward to this. When I was looking through your Twitter account, you describe yourself as a full-blown geek. Can you explain what that means, a full-blown geek?
Well, how some people in geek culture, they kind of segregate themselves to like, oh, I'm a Trekker or a Trekkie. I'm a Star Wars fan. I'm a, Lord of the Rings fan, or, I'm a Marvel guy or a DC guy, all that stuff, I like everything. Okay. Yeah. I don't discriminate. You know, I like all genres. I like all the franchises. I like everything.
And when did the love for the geek culture start? When did that start for you?
Well, you know, I mean, I guess you could say high school, you know, junior high. You know, I wasn't really what's the word, popular. You know, I always segregated to myself and people like myself, you know, the little geek clan, always you know, in the little corner of the gym while everybody else was like, you know, playing basketball or baseball and whatnot. But in the corner, me and my friends, you know, what we used to do was talk comic books, you know, trade, you know, in the 90s, we used to have the Marvel trading cards, you know, that was really popular back then, you know, and we used to like trade cards and talk about the latest animated TV show, you know, episode. That's what we talked about. We didn't talk about sports and stuff like that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we did.
Right.
Yeah.
And where did you grow
up? Brooklyn. Yeah.
Okay. Were you born and raised in Brooklyn, or were you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
We have a similarity there. I wasn't born in Brooklyn. I was actually born in Barbados. My family,
okay.
Yeah, my family immigrated from Barbados back in 1969. So I came to the States when I was almost a year old. So Brooklyn is really pretty much all I know. I know we lived in Florida for a short period of time, but I was very young. I don't remember living in Florida, but Brooklyn, I do remember it. I lived in Brooklyn from the time I was 1 year old until I moved away to college when I was 20 years old. So it's so it's a big span. I went to New Utrecht High School. I understand that you went to South Shore.
Yes, I went to South Shore and I went to Huddy Junior High.
Mm-hmm.
Now, my family is from Guyana. Okay, and my wife is actually from Bangladesh.
I see. Okay.
So our kids are like you know, a clash of different cultures.
Yes.
You know.
Yes. Yeah. And when you were growing up in Brooklyn, you know, we're talking about the geek culture. How were you accepted? It sounds like you might have had a circle of friends who you can talk to in regards to books and films. Did you feel that when you were going through high school that you found a place where you could fit in?
Well, you know, not really. You know, I think now it's a lot more easier because geek culture is more accepted. It's more mainstream than it was before, you know. Everything is like either Marvel or, you know, Star Wars, you know, it's popular now, but back then it wasn't really, you know. You'd get like maybe one Batman movie every couple of years and that's it, you know, or you get like reruns of Star Wars on TV. That's it. Nothing else, you know. We're starving for content. And that's why we latched on to each other. You know? Now it's like too much content right now.
Yes. Right. Yeah. I feel the same way when I was growing up in Brooklyn. I said I went to New Utrecht High School. New Utrecht High School is a jock school. So to me, it was about sports, always about sports. You know, they had a great football team. And like you, I didn't follow sports as much. My dad is a big baseball fan. You know, he loves cricket. So, you know, where he comes from.
Yeah, my parents too. Yeah.
Yes. So baseball is the American equivalent.
Right.
So as far as sports, he would take me to see Mets games. He was a big Mets fan. So I've done that. But as far as anything else like football, that was so foreign to me. And it was, I found it very difficult for me to fit in, because I was not into sports, and I really couldn't find anybody outside of, you know, two friends of mine who were Star Wars fans, who knew what Star Wars was or even went to the movies. Movies is pretty much all I did when I was old enough to take myself to the movies, and when I was 13 years old.
Right.
I tell this story of me and my two buddies who went to see Return of the Jedi. And, I talk about that day like it just happened yesterday. And that's what I did throughout my high school years and college. I just find myself resorting to, escapism through films and to television. And I could not find anyone else who had that same interest as I did back then.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a lot easier for kids today.
Yeah.
Now, did you used to go to the comic book shop? Because that was like my holy grail area. That was, I used to spend hours in there.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Which one did you used to go to?
Yeah. I used to go to Forbidden Planet. Now, if I can tell you where it is, well, I can tell you where it was back then. So I had a friend of mine, a buddy of mine, we're still friends to this day, who went to Art and Design High School in Manhattan. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know if you're familiar with that.
I went to SVA.
Okay, School of Visual. Yeah,
yeah,
I'm familiar with that, School of Visual Arts. So he attended Art and Design High School. I wanted to go to Art and Design High School, and I applied, and I didn't get in, unfortunately. So I resorted to going to New Utrecht High School. But what I would do is whenever I could, even if it meant cutting class, unfortunately, I would leave high school early. Yeah, and if you know where New Utrecht High School is, it's in Bensonhurst. And that's just way down in Brooklyn, and
yes,
this long train ride from Brooklyn into Manhattan, Midtown Manhattan. And then I would meet up with my buddy, and then we would go to Forbidden Planet, and then we go in and we pick up all kinds of comic books. I was into Moon Knight back then in the 80s, Spider-Man, Star-Lord magazine was a very popular magazine to pick up that talked about the sci-fi fantasy films that were up and coming. So yeah, I definitely spent a lot of time in the comic book stores.
I think I've been to Forbidden Planet a couple of times, but I've been to Midtown Comics a lot though.
Yes, yeah. And Midtown I know is still there because I was there a year ago. Midtown Comics. Well, they have 2 locations now, right?
I think they have 3 now.
Oh, they have 3. Okay. Yeah. So I to this day, well, I'll tell you, it's for me, it was an evolution, and we'll get to that. But there was a period of time when I stopped reading, where I stopped buying comic books.
Basically, yeah. I mean, around the time that I got married, I think when I stopped. I just didn't have the time, and then the kids came, and now actually I buy the comics for them.
Okay.
So I usually buy them the trade paperbacks of like collected stuff, so they can read it. Yeah.
And when you were with your group of your friends who were into the geek culture, the Star Wars, and Marvel, DC superheroes, besides the comic book stores, did you go to conventions back in high school, maybe?
No, we did go to the movies a lot, I don't know if you've gone to the one in Sheepshead Bay. That's a pretty nice one. It's right on the water. Afterwards, we just went to the beach after watching the movie, have some fun, that was our weekends.
Gotcha. And what were your favorite films growing up that you loved?
Well, I got back into Star Wars when they did the re-releases, and I was totally excited when they did the prequels as well, so yeah, I was always a Star Wars fan. I started actually the first Star Wars movie I ever saw was on CBS, and it was Return of the Jedi. So I saw Return of the Jedi first before I even saw the other movies.
Yes.
And surprisingly, I understood what the movie plot was. Yeah, I don't know. You saw which one did you see first?
I saw The Empire Strikes Back first.
I
saw it in 1980. And then a year later, they re-released A New Hope. And so I saw the first film. And in 83, I saw Return of the Jedi. So by that time, I understood even though I saw the first two films out of order, I understood what was happening. I knew what to look forward to for Return of the Jedi, so I was ready.
Yeah. I even I love those old 80s Star Wars cartoons, the Ewoks show and the Droids show, and that's what I used to live on, right?
Good, very good.
Yeah.
And now, when you are, you're now in your 20s and 30s, are you still into this geek culture? Did it ever go away? I know you said at some point you did stop reading comic books.
I stopped reading comics because at that point I was actually making comics. Around the time that I got married, I had released like 2 graphic novels, 1 miniseries, and a couple of one-shots that I did with various different publishers, all indie comics. But it was that was my dream, to always be a comic book creator, and I actually got my book in Midtown Comics one day, and I took a picture of it, and it was like incredible. One of the best feelings in the world,
Very nice. Yeah. And you knew back then that you wanted to get into the comic book industry and
right. What when the kids came, I took a back seat because being a writer, especially an indie comic writer, you gotta do a lot of traveling. You gotta go on the road. You gotta do signings all over, United States. And when the kid was born, I decided, I'm going to take a break from that. I need to, focus mostly on the kids, and because that's the most important time.
Sure.
They are small, and I did a lot of writing for comic book websites. I did a lot of reviews, movie reviews, comic book reviews, and that's what I was doing in between. Now that I'm doing a podcast, But I have been working on a couple of books in the meantime, and I'm hoping to get them, released either in a couple of years or so. I'm working one with my daughter actually, so that's going to be exciting.
Very nice. Okay, and tell me about why you wanted to create a podcast, and why did you want to involve your children as a part of the podcast?
Yeah. Originally, when I started the podcast, it was just going to be myself, just talking about being a dad, my experiences as a writer in the industry and stuff like that. And, I'll have my kids on maybe a little bit. And then, what happened was they took over my show. Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah.
And is it your goal that you want to pass on your love of the geek culture to your children, or are you just looking at it, or are you having your children just sit down, watch a few things, and just get their own perspective of what they're seeing? Is it? Yeah.
That is probably what the main focus of the show is about, because I usually introduce them to new movies or TV shows or concepts every week, and they give me my opinions, but they are geeks. Geeks, full-blooded geeks. They love Star Wars. They have an encyclopedic knowledge of Star Wars. I didn't have that knowledge at that age.
Yeah.
Because we didn't have like the internet to look up all the species and whatnot. They can tell you what alien that is and what planet that alien came from. I didn't have that luxury.
Right.
And I just called the guy, the pig alien guy. That's all I knew. But yeah, they know everything. Especially Marvel. They're really big into Marvel, and all the superheroes and stuff like that. You know.
Right.
Read constantly. My daughter loves to read, and in fact, she gets in trouble in school because she's reading while pretending to do work. Okay, that's dedication right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds a lot like Keith. I believe your daughter is 10 or just turned 10.
She just turned 10. Yeah.
And she is your oldest.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. My story with Keith, how I introduced him to Star Wars was with the sequel trilogy.
It's exact same thing with me. You know, A is what she gravitated towards.
Yeah.
It was another girl. You know,
Yes.
she likes anything with a empowering female character on the screen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It was to me, you know, Star Wars is throughout my life. Like you said, there wasn't a lot of content as far as Star Wars. You just had the first, you had the first 3 films. Then you had a long break, and then you had the prequel trilogy come out, and then there was another long break. And then when I, started my family, and then the sequel trilogy, Disney announced that they were buying Lucasfilm, and then the sequel trilogy was right around the corner, and I was in the bookstore and I bought, I was looking in the bookstore and I saw that they have the little golden books of the first 6 Star Wars films. So I took it home, and that's how Keith was introduced to reading Star Wars. He didn't watch the movies first. He read the books, and then he just became so interested in reading the books that he was ready to see the films, and that's how he was introduced.
When I was a kid, I gobbled up all of the extended universe stuff, Heir to the Empire, all the Dark Horse, comics that used to come out, none of that stuff is canon anymore, but, that's the only thing I could, latch on to back then, I got one of these thick, it's like the size of a Bible. It's called 5-minute Star Wars stories.
Yes. We have yes.
Yeah. So every night my daughter used to read one of these stories, and it basically, recaps the entire saga in one book. So she's not, she knows everything already, even though we haven't seen all of the movies yet. We're actually going in order right now. She saw the Rey movies, but she did not see the original trilogy.
Mm-hmm.
We're going back and watching the prequels first, and then we're gonna, watch all of Clone Wars. And right now, she saw Revenge of the Sith, and we're watching Bad Batch and Rebels right now.
Yes.
Also, Obi-Wan.
Yes.
So, and she saw Rogue One already too. So she's ready to see episode 4, 5, and 6. So we're gonna probably wait until Obi-Wan is done, and then we're gonna watch it. Let's see how that segues into that movie.
And it's interesting. Are all 3 of your children into the?
Yes, my son.
Marvel? Yeah,
my son is a huge Anakin fan. He didn't know Anakin was Darth Vader. And when he did, he still likes Anakin, but he likes Luke now. Big Luke fan, and he's a big Ezra fan. He loves, the baby, doesn't really understand anything right now. The baby actually likes He-Man a lot. He's yelling, "I have the power," all over the house. All over. Very loud.
That's great. Yeah. It's wonderful that our children now have Star Wars in their life, because there's so much of it, different than the way we had it when we were growing up. I mean,
and they keep making stuff. It's like it's hard to keep up now.
And Keith he's picking up on he's got so much to remember and so many characters to analyze and to discuss, and he's able to retain that information so well, you know. And you know, he's seen the Clone Wars, more of the Clone Wars episodes than I have. So yeah, we're the same way. So he's been, you know, so we've seen the films. We've seen Rebels. He has gone back and he's watched pretty much all the episodes of the Clone Wars, all 7 seasons. And he's also watched Star Wars Resistance, which I have not. And we're also following the Bad Batch as well. We can't wait for season 2 to come out. Yep. And how important is it for you to bond with your children in regards to something like Star Wars or Marvel?
It's very important because, you know, it's a way to engage with them and connect with them in a personal way, you know, because we can both enjoy something together, you know, something we both can love together. And, you know, hopefully it's something they will always enjoy with me together, you know, because it seems like, you know, it's not going to go away. Yeah. I think they'll keep making Star Wars stuff after we're both long gone, I think, you know. So hopefully they can continue that love with their children and so forth, you know. And they can say, you know, Papa got me into that.
Yeah. I feel the same way. I really did. You know, it wasn't my intention that Keith would be a Star Wars fan. It wasn't something that was required. You know, you have families who have they pass down the love of their favorite sports team, and they're very passionate about making sure that you love this team through generations. I didn't really have that for Keith. You know, it was just, well, let's give him the books. Let's see if he likes them, and if he does, great. If he doesn't, it's okay. We'll find something else to bond with. But now knowing that he loves it just as much as I do, it does make me feel like a kid again. You know,
who's his favorite character?
Ahsoka.
Ah, okay. My daughter loves Ahsoka too. Yeah.
He bought the novel, the E.K. Johnston novel. Well, we didn't buy it out at first. We took it out from the library. That book must have been in circulation for about a year, because every time we would return it, a week later, it just comes right back. He just kept reading it over and over and over. He also read the audio book of the audio book of Ahsoka. So he loves Ahsoka Tano. See, we were even fortunate enough to even, well, for one, Ashley Eckstein.
I saw that.
Yeah. So we were interviewing Mark Daniel of Disney, and Mark and Ashley know each other, and Mark surprised us with having Ashley appear, you know, just do a phone recording, and he played it for us, and we were just floored. And
so that must have been awesome.
It was amazing. And we actually ran into her twice. We went to the Philadelphia Expo, which was in April, and we saw her there. And we also saw her at Star Wars Celebration, which we just came back from a couple of weeks ago.
I met Rosario, but years before she played Ahsoka. So I guess.
Wow.
Yeah.
But where was that? Where did you meet her?
At a movie premiere.
Oh, okay.
The Hellboy movie premiere.
Got it.
For her. Yeah, she's very short in person.
Is she?
Yeah, I thought she was short, but I'm pretty tall, so maybe that's why.
Oh, okay, because she looks to be tall.
Yeah.
I've never seen her in person, but I can imagine, you know, just
yeah.
So we're going to be seeing a lot of her. You know, I'm very excited, and you know, she's such a great role model. I mean, she's done Marvel, she's done Star Wars, so you know, she's like one of us. You know, she's a part
yes. She actually is a geek.
Yes,
I know that for a fact. Yeah.
I
saw how geeked out she was when she saw Mark Hamill, and it was like, you know, that's just like one of us. We would do the same thing. Yeah.
Now, is there a genre that you like more than one that you like more than the other? Like, if you were to given a choice of Marvel, Star Wars, Star Trek, what do you find yourself drawn to the most?
Not really. I gobble up everything.
Okay.
They gobble up everything. Yeah. Star Trek has been sort of like I haven't gotten into it as much because I didn't get the Paramount Plus, but I just got it, so I'm gonna devour as much as I can until my subscription ends. Yeah.
Now, as far as Star Trek, are you referring to the recent series, or
I loved all Star Trek.
All Star Trek, okay.
Back from the original '60s show.
Got it. Okay.
I used to watch that every day. It used to come on in the afternoons on Channel 11, I think. And I used to watch the original show. I watched The Next Generation. I watched all of the other shows as well. Yeah. So I started watching Discovery. The thing that I'm a little bit disappointed with Star Trek a little bit now is I think they're leaning more towards an adult viewership. Before, Star Trek was something the whole family could watch, and I'm a little disappointed because Discovery is a little bit it tends to lean towards R sometimes, adult, and it's the first time we have like a woman of color.
Yes.
Lead role, and I thought maybe it would be something my daughter would love to see. I gotta wait until she's a little older to watch that. Yeah. I don't know if you've seen Discovery.
No, well, Discovery. I tried to watch the first season. I had a hard time getting through the entire season.
Yeah.
I think I may have stopped at maybe the 11th or the 12th episode, and then I realized, well, this is more than 12 episodes. So I didn't get a chance to finish the season, but I did start watching, as a matter of fact, the new series, Strange New Worlds.
Oh, yes, that looks good.
Yeah, and Keith and I saw and Keith knows nothing about Star Trek. And so we're, he's seen it for the very first time. I'm also seeing it based on the knowledge that I have of Star Trek, which is not much.
Right.
But you're right. The characters, if you're someone who watched the original Star Trek, the character of Spock may not be the same character played by Leonard Nimoy back in the day. Spock's a little more complicated.
Right.
He has relationships and those kind of things. And I thought, like you said, I thought they were a little more adult oriented themes, but it wasn't too bad. We got through it. Keith enjoyed it, so we're probably going to go back and look at I think there are 5 episodes already, so we'll go back and watch.
Have you tried maybe showing him the reboots, J.J. Abrams?
Yes, I would like him to see at least the first one. Yeah,
right.
I think he would enjoy that one. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
It's the closest to the Star Wars that the Star Trek has ever been, those movies. And same director, right?
J.J. Abrams, right, exactly, yeah. J.J. Abrams, yeah. And going back to Star Wars, do you have a favorite story that you personally enjoy? And
originally I liked the original trilogy, but right now I think Mandalorian is pretty good. Mandalorian, but for me, the best in terms of story, I really love that last season of Clone Wars. The last couple of episodes were so quick, so intense, so grand. That was pretty good. And also, I really loved the Rebels. Rebels was really, I thought, had a great story.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and fantastic characters. I actually like it better than the J.J. Abrams movies.
Yeah, I'm with you on Rebels. We love Rebels. Just like the adopted family, how they all came together from different parts of the galaxy, and they had the Empire in common, like they're you know, their lives were uprooted by the Empire, and here they are, this small ragtag team, beat this huge, So it's a great story.
Yeah, and I love Chopper. Chopper's great. Yeah.
What about your children? Do they have any favorite Star Wars stories or anything that they like to talk about?
My daughter loves Ahsoka, so she loves Clone Wars, and right now we're watching the Bad Batch, and she loves Omega right now, and she really likes Sabine from Rebels, you know. So yeah, again, all the female characters she likes, basically. Yeah.
Okay. And your podcast, when did you start the podcast?
Well, we started this late last year, actually. Yeah. And at first I thought, you know, starting a podcast would be kind of complicated. You need to get all these fancy equipment. But when I went through Anchor, it was like free, and all I needed was a phone or a computer. And I'm like, okay, I guess I can do this, you know? So that's how it started.
And what gave you the idea to start a podcast? Why did you want to start a podcast?
Well, I've been a guest on a lot of different podcasts before, and I thought that, you know, I had a unique perspective. You know, I don't think there's too many geeks of my hue or background out there with podcasts, and I don't think many do the podcast with their kids, you know. And I usually, a lot of podcasts don't get the perspective of the kids as much, and I tried to get their perspective and my perspective, and kind of do some kind of merging by the end of it, you know.
Yes.
Yeah. I see you do that too. You do that with your son.
Absolutely. Yeah. For the same reason. I mean, it's, you know, I felt that we have, you know, quite a few things in common. That's exactly what happened. We started in 2021. And I love listening to podcasts. In the back of my mind, I said maybe one, you know, I would, if I were a podcaster, I think that'd be a great gig to have, you know. But I didn't really take the steps to make it happen. I mean, that came from my wife. That's Tanya's, dream or idea of us putting a podcast together, because Keith and I love to talk about Star Wars. And we were watching The Mandalorian. You know, we would watch the episode on a Friday, talk about it the next day at the breakfast table, and she just decided to record us. And when she approached me and said, you should do a podcast with Keith, and I said, well, I don't think people would be interested in having a podcast, you know, watching a podcast with a father and a son. And, you know, she said, well, isn't this what Star Wars is about, family? And I said, well, that's a good point. And then she says, and how many father and son podcasts are out there? And I said, well, I don't know. And how many of them are out there that look like you?
Exactly.
And I said, you got me. I have no idea. And, you know, we've been doing this for a year, and outside of your podcast, I don't see anyone else who, you know, look like us, who have their children involved. But you have a very good point, because it is about family, and Star Wars is, you know, it's for children, but it's also for adults. So it's good to get an idea of how adults are looking at it. Could be the same scene, you know, we're looking at it one way, and then a child can look at that same scene and look at it
exactly. Totally different perspective. Yeah.
Which I think makes it very interesting conversation to have.
Yeah. And sometimes they go wild.
Yes, they do. You know, that's fine.
Yeah.
And
that's what makes it fun.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. But I am looking to find more people of color doing podcasts about Star Wars, because I think that's one of the things that I missed out on. You know, it either didn't exist when I was growing up, or I just didn't know where to find it. But, what it sounds to me is that you were fortunate to have a circle of friends who you did have, commonalities. You had the same interests. You were into the comic books and the geek culture and the film.
Right.
I didn't have that circle of friends. I've been,
right.
So it's unfortunate because most of my life, my young adult life and early 30s, I had to keep that. Not that it's a secret, but I just really didn't have anybody to talk about Star Wars.
Exactly. Yeah.
So no one knew how much I love Star Wars. There wasn't anyone who was interested in hearing about me loving Star Wars. So I had to just keep that inside, and I just had to adapt to, wherever I was. For example, the high school I was telling you about, I couldn't follow sports at the time. I didn't follow sports, so I could not be a part of the conversation, so I just, ways to just, like in the cafeteria, like there are two places that really bugged me when I was in high school, the cafeteria and gym class, because
exactly.
Cafeteria, that's all these guys would, sit down at the table. That's all
right.
they talked about was the Jets and the Giants.
One time when I was reading a comic book, I got hit with a basketball on purpose.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was this, stigma about, kids who, didn't play sports. They seem to be.
Yeah. You see it in, in 80s movies all the time.
Yeah. Absolutely. And there's a little bit of truth to that. And the other place was the gym class, because I was not great in sports. So I would avoid gym class as well. So what I did over, the next 2 or 3 years in high school is just cut them out entirely. I would take out my lunch break, I would take out gym, and then try to schedule my classes early in the morning, and then leave early, and then get out of high school, get on a train, and go into Manhattan, and then be me, be myself.
Right. Now,
yeah.
One thing I want to ask you, is your wife into Star Wars?
She is not into Star Wars as much as we are, but she's actually getting much better.
Okay.
She is picking up very quickly.
Okay. See, the same thing happened with my wife.
Mm-hmm.
She got into Star Wars through The Mandalorian. Yeah. I mean, that Baby Yoda.
Yeah, that Baby Yoda. Yes, man.
From anybody's heart,
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Tanya have seen the prequel films. I think she might have seen the original trilogy, but again, it wasn't something that she went back to over and over and over. But she's a geek in her own way. She's really into cartoons, and it's pretty funny. When we met, we were actually we met in a speed dating event. And the first question that Tanya asked me was, are you into cartoons, or who's your favorite cartoon character? And I said, well, I was trying to think of, what was the last animated cartoon or movie I saw? And I said The Incredibles. So this is back in 2008.
Right.
And she says, The Incredibles? Come on, man. I'm talking about Underdog. I'm going way back. You know what I mean? So that's how we broke the ice, So she's just as much of a geek as I am. It may not be Star Wars, but she has her own geek thing that that she's into.
You should put her on a show more often.
Who knows?
That's something you don't see.
Yeah.
You don't see women of color.
Yeah.
Yes, at all.
That's a very good point. Yeah,
I've seen any.
Yeah. I could recommend when we started up our podcast, and we were on Instagram, we were on Facebook, we were hesitant about Twitter, and then another father-son podcaster, you're aware of Todd Hoffman, Big T Little T.
Yeah,
he encouraged us to get on Twitter. He says there's a big Star Wars following on Twitter.
There is,
and we did, and it was amazing. We did find Sisters with Sabers. I'm not sure if you're familiar with them, but
no.
Yeah, Sisters with Sabers. So if you look up their information, they're fantastic.
Yeah.
Maria. She goes by Blurred Girl Jedi. She loves Star Wars, and she is a very passionate Star Wars fan, and she has a lot to say. So I think you would really enjoy her podcast. So I do highly
I'll check it out. Yeah,
absolutely, and yeah. But you're right. It's hard. I mean, you're starting to see it come out. I actually ran into a gentleman. We have not spoken directly as of yet, but he's into anime. And I don't follow anime. I don't know if you do, but I'm interested in
very little.
And speak with him and talking about anime, like what attracted him to anime. Was he loved by anime? Yeah.
I usually have a lot of fellow podcasters on my show. Almost every other week, I try to have another podcaster on my show. In fact, my show has gotten so popular. We did a spinoff where we tackle the things that the kids cannot see.
Yes.
And now I've wrangled my wife into this show. So every other week I try to introduce her to something geeky and see what her opinion is. Now, because she didn't grow up in America, and she didn't experience she doesn't know anything about Star Wars. She doesn't know anything about Star Trek, or Marvel, DC, and stuff like that. So it's like culture shock when I show her these things. She loves it though, and it's an honest opinion. You don't see like that opinion from a person that finally experiences for the first time. It's especially an adult. So we did that show, and we're running with that now. It's getting popular too.
And this is Geeky After Dark, is what it's called.
Yeah, the Geeky Dad After Dark.
Geeky Dad After Dark. I have not. I've been listening to your Geeky Dad podcast. I have not heard the After Dark podcast. I can't wait.
All adults.
Yeah, all adults. Understood.
Yeah,
understood. So that would be very interesting. Yeah, but but that's
very controversial opinion sometimes.
Sure. Yeah. I saw one headline about a certain director who we won't have to mention. You don't have to mention his name, but it was a director you said he needs to really give it up. Give up directing. So that'll be my first episode I'll listen to.
We just try to have fun. I'm addicted to podcasting right now. I'm also guesting on a lot of different shows. I love doing it. It's very fun.
Yeah, I'm with you. Again, we've been doing this for 14 months now, 15 months. This is all I want to talk about. This is all I want to do. I still have a full-time job, which I gotta still pay the bills, but I would love at some point if I could just make a living just doing
right. Yeah. I haven't I need to really focus more on the YouTube page. I haven't done that as much. I did a couple of videos that really caught on, but I haven't really focused too much on the YouTube stuff. But my podcast has really been growing immensely. So I gotta try to balance the two. I don't know how you guys do it.
It's a family operation. It is a lot of work, but we love doing it. We do. And like I said, my goal is to do this podcast as long as I can, and to just have this be what I do. When I get up in the morning, I'm thinking about my content, putting together content, doing research, and talking, making contact, networking, talking to people, trying to book guests on the podcast. That would be my dream job.
One of the reasons I don't do YouTube videos as much, the kids are very hard to wrangle. Okay.
Yes, understood.
They're bouncing. I don't know if you notice it if you listen to the show, but they are bouncing all over the place, and I'm trying to rein them in constantly. I don't think I can. I got to be like Michael Bay to shoot that episode if I have to have them on camera, because I have to go to 100 different angles just to catch them.
No, I understand completely.
Yeah.
Are you? Do you have siblings?
I do.
Okay. Okay. And how do they feel about you starting a podcast? Do they have any?
Very ambivalent. They don't really care.
Are they older siblings, younger?
No, they're younger.
They're younger. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, it's pretty funny. You know, yeah, I the same with I have 3 older brothers and a younger sister. My younger sister does follow the podcast on Twitter. And, you know, she's, you know, very nice and she's keeping up with what we're doing and our topics. But my brothers, you know, I don't think they have a clue as to what I'm doing.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you know, that's okay. You know, it's not for everybody. You know, podcasting is not.
Yeah, my parents never listen.
Yeah. My parents, you know, I try to explain what a podcast is, you know, but
they don't like radio where people talk anyhow. They just want to listen to music.
Yeah. It's very interesting. Yeah. So, yeah. I want to see more of us on this platform because, you know, our voices are important, as you know, and that we need to be represented. And I, in my opinion, I think Star Wars is going in the right direction. You know, they're not quite there yet, but they're making an effort, you know, so I'm very happy for that. And I think they're well aware that representation is very important and diversity is very important. So I'm looking forward to what they have, you know, in store. You know, there's a lot of content, as we talked about earlier. There's a lot going on. Is there anything you're looking forward to coming up in the future for Star Wars?
Well, I hope they can redeem my boy Finn. You know,
how about that? Yeah,
they did him dirty.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He was one of the first characters I actually latched onto in the Force Awakens, and then they did nothing with him at all. Yeah.
No, I agree with you. I hope it's a lesson learned.
But
yeah, I think they are aware that, you know, things didn't turn out the way it should have or as people expected.
Right.
I was so excited, you know, when I saw the trailer.
Right.
Trailer for the Force Awakens and
and he was holding the lightsaber too. I was like, wow.
Yeah. He's the first person that we see on the screen. You know,
I know a lot of people were saying, "Is that Lando's kid?"
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Exactly. So that was the rumor. Like, oh, is he related to Lando? You know, but no. Yeah.
Now, one theory I want to latch on to you right now. Okay, you saw the latest episode of Obi-Wan, and he mentions that he had a brother.
Yes.
I don't know. I can't think that's a throwaway line. I think, you know, now that we know there's other Kenobis out there.
Yeah.
Maybe future franchises can sometime, maybe we'll see another Kenobi. I think.
I don't know. I mean, I hear you, you know, throwaway lines, you know, they're not common, you know, he brought it up for a reason, but I can see how they would fit that in.
Not now, but I'm saying like for future, like a future story sometime. I think.
Future Kenobi.
Yeah, maybe a great grandkid of her or something like that. You know.
I did look at it as a throwaway line. I mean, even though, you know, like you said, you know, when you drop names like that or you say something that we didn't know about a character, you know, usually it's going to lead to something else. But I have a feeling that's just giving, you know, Obi-Wan more depth, I guess, you know, just
maybe
to, know a little.
I mean, a lot of people were theorizing Rey was going to be a Kenobi at one point.
True.
You know? I don't know how that was possible.
True.
But now maybe.
I'm looking forward to where this series is going to go. So I find myself, you know, thinking now about when I was growing up in Brooklyn, going to Manhattan, going to the comic book stores and going to the movies. I'm doing that now. You know what I mean? So it just, what I'm doing now just takes me back to some very fun times I had of just going to the comic book store and now and going to the movies. And now it's even better because I have more content and I'm enjoying it with my son.
Yeah. And, with the internet, you can just talk to anybody you want.
Mm-hmm.
Interest anytime you want.
That's true.
I'm just right here anytime you want.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I wish you the best on your podcast. I really enjoyed it. It's just so funny that, we started our podcast at the same time.
I think you started a little bit before me, though.
Yeah. And, we didn't know that either one existed.
No, I just recently found it.
Yeah. So it's wonderful. Yeah. So I'm just hoping to meet more podcasters like us, whether they're family or single. I just want to represent it and to just talk Star Wars. So I can't wait.
Yeah. It's a lot to talk about. You never run out of stuff to talk about with Star Wars.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. I'm really glad to get around to talking to you.
Thank you. It was fun talking to you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Raphael. And hopefully we can bring our families together.
Yes. Maybe in the summertime because,
Yes.
work and school, they got to go to school. So, they got to go to sleep and all that stuff,
Sure. Yeah. I know it's going to be tough. It's like herding cats, as I was.
And every weekend I had something coming up, it was just, oof.
Yeah. So we'll put something together. No hurry, no rush.
Right. Yeah. And if you're ever in Brooklyn, let's all meet up sometime.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. And where can people find you?
Well, you can find me wherever you listen to podcasts. I am on Amazon. I'm on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio. Everywhere that you can listen to podcasts, I'm there. And, I'm also on YouTube. I'm going to update my YouTube a little bit more. And, find me anywhere.
All right. Sounds good. Raphael Moran of the Geeky Dad Podcast. Looking forward to more of your episodes and best of luck to you. And we will be in touch.
Thank you. We're going to be doing a lot more Star Wars content coming up on the show.
Sure. Thank you. And then you can find us also on your favorite streaming platforms, Apple, Spotify, Stitcher, Radio Public, wherever you get your podcasts. We also have a YouTube channel. You can find us on the socials, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Father Son Galaxy. And we also have a website, fathersongalaxy.com. Raphael, thank you once again.
All right.
Take care. Thank you.
You too.
Hello, everyone. This is Kerwin of Father Son Galaxy. My guest is Pete Fletzer, a writer and host of Around the Galaxy. Now he is the author of this book, Who Owns the Myth? Star Wars Fandom and the Soul of the Saga. I can't wait to talk about this book. It's a part memoir, part cultural study, and it's about how a modern myth has captured the imagination of fans all over the galaxy. So let's bring him in. Pete Fletzer, welcome to Father Son Galaxy.
Hello there. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you for welcoming me. I'm not welcoming you. I guess maybe I am. How are you? Good to see you again.
Yes, it's been a while. We haven't spoken in a little bit. Yeah,
it's been a bit of time. Yeah.
Yeah. But I've been keeping in touch with the show. I have been watching the episodes, and I really enjoy it. It really feels like a variety show to me, and that's a good thing.
I like that. I like hearing that because it's we just like you just want to have fun with this silly galaxy that we've been in love with for in your case and mine our whole life. So if we can keep it fun, then we're doing our job, and same with you. So I'm happy to hear that.
Yeah, thank you. Congratulations on the book.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's been a real joy to put together, and kind of a learning experience for myself at the same time as putting together a book. So it's been a blast. I appreciate it. Glad you
Nice.
enjoyed it.
Thank you. How long have you had the idea of writing the book?
Well, it's interesting. I've always kind of felt like I had a book in me, but I didn't know what it was going to be. And a couple years ago, I thought, well, maybe the podcast, since I'd been doing it since 2019, maybe there was a story there. And so actually, before I even started this book, I had started writing a book, kind of taking a lot of the different stories that I had heard from people who I'd interviewed. But I soon realized like that wasn't my story to tell. That was their story. It was great to get the stories from various places around the fandom, but it really wasn't mine to be told. And the other thing that I kind of realized after putting together the first, handful of stories in that book was it's a very similar story. It's a very similar Star Wars background. A lot of people shared it with family. Like the story was, my father took me, my grandmother took me, I went with my older brother or sister or whatever. So while I realized that's a good thing, it just didn't feel like it was, like I said, my story to tell, or that very different a story, unless you really go down into the deeper levels. So I thought, there's got to be something that I've learned from doing the podcast for all these years. And I've always been a fan and very interested in the Joseph Campbell insight to the myth. And, as I even mentioned in the book, when I first learned about it and sort of mapped the hero's journey against the first Star Wars movie and then the full Star Wars saga, it made a lot of sense to me, and that there was that connection. But I think what I've learned over the last 6 or 7 years as I've been here, sorry to say 6, 7. I know if my son heard me outside, he'd be doing the thing. But over the last 6 or 7 years, I've certainly had, as you know, in some cases great, in some cases really challenging experiences online with fans. And I wanted to kind of dig into why people care so much. Why are we so passionate? And again, giving no quarter to the people who have used it to become ugly and just some of the worst sides of fandom. But I do know that there's a lot of passion in some of the most fierce arguments. And I really wanted to kind of dig into why that was and try to see what I could learn about people and why people who may have loved the original trilogy still can't get over the prequels, or the sequels might not fit to them, or people who've come in through the sequels and what it all means. And I think I found that I think the reason there is any disagreement in any Star Wars fandom is for the valid arguments, it's because we just love it and it's part of who we are. And to have anything about it be a little bit different than what you had in your head or what you expected is sometimes difficult to handle.
Yeah. So let's go back to 1977. That was the year that you saw Star Wars, right?
Yes.
The first year of release. And how old were you?
I was 7. I was 7 years old. Yep. So I was kind of prime target.
Yeah. So now at 7, how did you hear about Star Wars? Why did you want to see it?
Well, I mean, at 7 years old, first of all, I remember my grandmother had given me a Star Wars t-shirt. My birthday's in July, so I hadn't seen the movie. But at that point, though, a lot of my friends had started seeing it, and it was everything that was being talked about. It was on the news. It was every TV show. It was every magazine that I saw come home, and so it was a thing, right? And back then, there was no internet, so of course. For something to dig that deep into the culture, really had to have something special about it. And unfortunately, my dad, who was he was a weekend musician, so he wasn't able to bring me to go see Star Wars until September. So it was Labor Day weekend. We finally had the opportunity to go. And by the time September came around, I went from just sort of hearing about it to my friends telling me you have to see it. And I was so excited to finally get there. And honestly, by the time I kind of walked into the theater, and again, I don't recall too much about the movie itself the first time I saw it, but I can still see the theater vividly. But it was like going to see a celebrity. It was like going to see some sort of legend come to life, because again, I didn't know much about the story yet. In fact, at that point, I still thought C-3PO was a bad guy. I don't know why, but it was just this thing that was everywhere. It was ubiquitous in the culture. And I remember just walking out and being forever changed. I remember sitting in the back of my dad's station wagon and pretending that every car that drove by was a TIE fighter, and I was trying to shoot it like I was in the Falcon. And then from that point forward, now that I had it to share with my friends who had seen it, it became our common language. All my friends, we played with all the action figures once they came out the following year. We would drawing pictures on our notebooks and talking about, well, why did Luke do this? And what do you think the Clone Wars are? And all these things. And it just became everything to us as kids. And at that point, it was indelibly marked on my soul. There was just no way it was ever going to leave me at that point.
So just after the first watch, you walked out of that theater and this movie was just not just a movie for you. It became like a phenomenon and it just took over your life. It just happened that quickly.
Yeah, it really did. And I think
Wow.
part of it was because there was so much, that surrounded it. And I remember I got the soundtrack double album, and that was sort of my way to revisit Star Wars because, of course it wasn't on television yet or anything like that. And every single, my dad was really, he was one of those dads that once he knew I was into something, he would, if there was even something slight and small that he could bring home to me to surprise me or something, Starlog magazine or anything that I could find that had a picture or mentioned it, or he would wake me up because there was going to be a special report on it on the 11 o'clock news, and we would watch the 2-minute report about it or whatever. And so it just really became such a part of my life. And again, I think, and one of the things that I sort of collected as I was thinking about the memoir part of this book is that it really became, as I said, the common language among us as friends, my friend groups. And we all just dug into it so much that, and it's funny because there was no sort of multiplex. It wasn't easy to take your kids to the movies at those times. I mean, it wasn't difficult, but it wasn't, as easy as today to find a movie theater close by. So I honestly don't know how many times I saw it until it came to my local theater. So I probably, honestly, in the theaters, the first run, which was actually 44 weeks, I probably saw it maybe 5 or 6 times. But that was spread out over a long period of time. But it was the conversation that surrounded it that sort of dug into us. And the thing that I think also, when the toys came out, that changed everything because we were writing our own stories, right? We all, before he was Pondo Baba, he was just Walrus Man. And what was his backstory? And what were the things that we made up and envisioned in our heads? And I also still have very fond memories of me and my father trying to figure out, what do you think the Clone Wars were? And, we didn't know. And George did such a great job of presenting us with this canvas of not just telling this really great story that was easy to follow because it hit all the mythical elements, all the things that we as people are used to seeing or have grown up with or have been with us since the dawn of time, but he created it on a palette that just gave us so much more to think about and to speculate on and continue the conversation.
Yeah. Star Wars didn't hit me that hard. It took a little bit of time. I didn't see Star Wars in 77. I didn't see it until 81. I saw it a year after I watched The Empire Strikes Back. And my memory of the Empire is vague. I just remember the big reveal with Vader and Luke and not believing what I was seeing. I thought Vader was just making it up. He was trying to get inside Luke's head. But I wanted to know more about this story. And I would just find whatever I could find, whatever books. I had a couple of comic books at the time. Marvel had a line. Read the books. Never had any of the toys. I read the books. But I think one of the things, two things that actually brought me closer to Star Wars was the Starlog magazine. Right. So we had that, and that's just for people who don't know, just an entertainment magazine that talks about usually fantasy and science fiction films, and it gets you prepared and gets you excited about the movie. And then the NPR series.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
Star
radio
Wars,
play. Yeah.
the radio program.
Mhm.
It was long, but
Mhm.
I was deep into it. And then by the time Return of Jedi rolled around, I was more excited than I have ever been. And I
Yeah.
think once I saw The Empire, I think I felt the same way you felt when you saw the first movie.
Yeah.
When I saw Return of the Jedi, I became an instant fan, and then I've never looked back. Yeah.
Yeah. And I love that. And I think that's what's so brilliant about Star Wars, the original trilogy, the prequels, the sequels, and everything in between, is it's that galaxy which allows you multiple entry points. And so whether you came in through Empire, you came in through Jedi, you came in through the Phantom Menace, you came in through Book of Boba Fett, whatever it might be, it welcomes you in all those areas. And everybody, if it hits them at the right point in their life, it grabs them. And that's really interesting. And I love that you started with Empire. Like, had you seen Star Wars before Empire?
No, I saw The
Okay.
Empire. Yeah. So what's interesting is, they're two different movies, and I didn't
Yeah.
know that until afterwards. But The Empire Strikes Back is not the type of movie where you go in and you're cheering because the heroes are winning. It
Right.
wasn't that kind of movie,
Yep.
So it was kind of a downbeat for me.
Yeah.
But when I saw Star Wars, okay, and I say, all right, well, I could see how people got so excited about this movie, because that was the movie where people could jump up and cheer, and
Yeah.
the destruction of the Death Star at the very end, and Luke being the one to take the final shot, and
Mhm.
Han coming at the last minute to save the day.
Yep.
I can understand if I was in the theater in '77, I would
Yeah.
have been standing up and clapping and cheering as well. But yeah, that's not how it started for me.
That's interesting. I
Yeah.
love that. And then Return of the Jedi with its victory and
Yes.
sort of very
Everything.
defined ending, right? It allowed you
Yes.
to kind of
Yeah.
live with it for a long time and go with it. That's great.
It's
Yep.
to this day is still my favorite movie going experience. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
After 40 plus years. Yeah. I had
Yeah.
a wonderful time. Yeah. Yeah. So tell me about the mythology of Star Wars. How would you describe it? What is it?
I think it follows one of the things that's interesting about what Joseph Campbell wrote in The Hero with a Thousand Faces and the creation of this hero's journey is there are traditional elements of every major myth that you can go back in time to, even, as recent as Wizard of Oz, to, the Iliad and the Odyssey, to the Ramayana from India, to all kinds of these stories. So it's interesting because once you start to realize that even stories from cultures that never interacted with each other have these same elements of the hero and the call to adventure and the refusal of the call, and then the labyrinth and the final battle and the return of the hero, all these things are very similar. And so what Lucas did was he intentionally sort of placed his crazy space fantasy on top of that and made it work. But I think the myth to Star Wars and this, because the other thing with myth is myth tells a story based on a truth that is so true that it can only be told in a story, right? And I think that what Lucas really did was he, in a time of the late 70s, when it was a very pessimistic world, the movies at the time were things like All the President's Men and The Exorcist and The Godfather, really great films, but not super optimistic. Even science fiction at the time was a little bit on the pessimistic side. But he told a classic story of good and evil. And I think that's what Star Wars is about. I think by the time we got to Empire and Jedi, it became a story that expanded beyond pure, no gray area, good versus evil, and became a myth that told about the importance of family and found family. And again, if you think about a myth as being something that's so true that it's told in a story, you see the way Empire kind of launched this, wait a minute, is the bad guy the father of our hero? What does that do to things? But again, and then with the introduction of Leia as his sister, but the people who were just as important as family, the droids, Han, Chewbacca, Lando, everybody who came along for that ride became a family. And so what I think, if I was to, nobody's asked me that question. It's a great question. If I was to sort of define what the lesson we're trying to get out of the original trilogy, is that, yes, good triumphs over evil, but it will face very, very unique challenges, and you can't do it alone. Whereas I think a lot of classic myths, a lot of the ancient myths, are about the hero kind of going out on his own and facing the monster, head to head, one on one. And I think Star Wars continues even to this day to tell the story of, you can't do it on your own. You can be the hero, but you need to take advantage of or leverage the found family that comes with that. And I think that's a great story, especially in today's times, right? And if you think about, the other great thing about myth is a good myth evolves with, or at least reflects, the current times. And I think if you look at things now, I don't think there's anything more true than, in order to survive this world, you have to do it sometimes more than just with family. It requires a support group. It requires people to sort of walk with you on your path. And if that's the lesson from Star Wars, then that's a lesson I'm so excited to see people be able to take from it.
Yeah. There's something that when I read your book, there's something I didn't know about you, is you created a fan website.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back in the 90s. So I was working at the time, for a company, and they were like, hey, this internet thing is happening. Maybe you could look into it for us. I was like, okay. And then I started, as I was learning how to create websites, at the same time, I was also trying to expose some of my writing to different places and different people. And, I had been writing for, my father and his friends created a board game, science fiction and horror trivia game. So I was writing columns there, and I figured I'll just put them up there. But I had learned to code, and what is something that I cared about? And even in the dark times, as we called it then, right? I was still such a huge Star Wars fan that I created what may or may not be, I don't know for sure, but I know it was definitely one of the first, if not the first, Star Wars fan websites. It was called Echo Base, and it was built on the members.aol platform, which was sort of this way to upload. And it was ugly. It was an ugly site. In fact, it's the only way I can ever go back and look at it is I have a binder in the other room where I have all the pages from the website. I printed them out. But it was great because it gave me, it was really unknown. I didn't realize it at the time, but I was discovering that Star Wars community and realizing that it was bigger than me and my friend group. And as I grew up, not everybody was still as nerdy about it as I was, but when I put it out there and it was found by people and they just were sharing their love of Star Wars with me, it was really wild to me. And it really, it reminded, it sort of set my path forward as to, on building Star Wars communities, whether it's through social media now or the podcast or the book. But it was this great opportunity, and it led to me meeting Steve Sansweet, who then gave me the opportunity to write for Star Wars Galaxy magazine, and get a tour of Skywalker Ranch with Steve, and open the door for a lot of the Star Wars connections that I had. And if I was, I look back on a lot of things in my life, and I'm happy to say that I was right time, right place. Like, the internet was just happening, so that was the right time, right place. Calling Lucasfilm to find out where Steve Sansweet was going to be doing his tour about, because at the time in the mid 90s, he was touring Star Trek conventions, and he was talking about the special editions which were coming out. And since I was the only website that people could find, they were asking me where Steve was going to be next. And so I picked up the phone on a whim and called Lucasfilm, as you do. And the receptionist picked up the phone because it was the 90s and it was still receptionist picking up the phone.
Yeah.
And I expected to have them say, yeah, we'll email you his list, or no, we're not going to do that. But they put me straight through to Steve. They said, please hold on. And the phone picked up and it was Steve Sansweet speaking. And I was blown away because, again, I was a fan and I had all his books. I'm sure you have a bunch of his books from when you were a kid. He's the big collector. And at the time he was writing a lot of these collectibles books. It was before Rancho Obi-Wan was really starting it was starting to come together. But yeah. And he just said, hey, listen, I happen to have more work than I can possibly keep up with. Would you be interested in an assignment? Send me some samples and we'll see what we can do. And next thing you know, a couple of weeks later, I'm signing NDAs with Topps, who was the publisher of the magazine, and Lucasfilm. And for the next year and a half, I was doing fan features and I was doing stories about upcoming toy and collectible releases, and talking to Ben Burt twice in my time doing Star Wars Galaxy magazine. So it was really an amazing door opening. But again, to your question, it was one of the first, and it was right time, right place. And it's helped me in so many ways since then as well, beyond Star Wars.
Well, that's fascinating, Pete, because I don't know how you even thought that a fan website is something that we would need. I mean, it's like as if you were seeing the future. I mean, that's pretty much what we have now. We have hundreds
yes,
of,
so
a website. Yes, exactly. So the community, the fan community at the time, what was the feedback you were getting from these fans who saw the original trilogy?
It was a lot, because at that time there was sort of this rumor that George Lucas was thinking about doing the prequels when I first started. And so people, it was funny because they really just wanted to keep up with any news and rumors. And also because it was, it was before the rumor culture really existed and the leak culture existed. It was a lot of people that just wanted to share their ideas and thoughts. And so I ran a contest to say, what do you think the new Star Wars is going to be about? Who would you have play a younger Obi-Wan Kenobi? Who would you have, and just sort of getting all these really great things. I think my favorite fan theory was that he was named Obi-Wan Kenobi because he was a clone. And so his name was Obi-Wan. And I was like, that's great. Yeah, let's see that happen on screen and things. And but also, things like Shadows of the Empire were happening at that time too. And so that was where I sort of did my first interview with an author, and had Steve Perry, who wrote that book. And it was funny because it was certainly not a podcast interview. I sent him a list of questions in an email. He replied. I turned it into an article, put it up. But to answer your question, the community was just really about just people wanting to talk about it. It wasn't about what they did or didn't like. They liked everything. Or it seemed they did. And if they didn't like everything, they didn't go into why they didn't like things. And it was really, in hindsight, this sort of first look at what the Star Wars community, when it's at its best, is all about. It's just people who were like sending me emails and just saying, thank you for putting this together. And, if I can do anything to help, let me know. And, and I did like a couple contests and it was fun. It was funny. I look back, there was one thing I did, which was a trivia contest, which is so crazy because you could have just Googled all the answers and gotten them all right. But apparently nobody did that. They just answered the questions on the site and they got, some of them wrong, some of them right. And, but it was just because people wanted to be a part of a Star Wars community, which was, so I think what was happening at that time is I think people like myself were starting to realize that it's more, it's more than just my friend group. Like Star Wars always felt very personal. It was always something that I was the Star Wars guy, even in the mid 90s when I was working a day job and had Star Wars action figures on my desk, and people thought that was a little bizarre. But I was the Star Wars guy. But to me, it was always something that was mine and my friendship and was close and personal to me. But then I was finding, Kerwin Yarde was also a Star Wars fan. Wait a second. And who's this? And finding that this group of people who held Star Wars close to their hearts were everywhere. And that was really amazing to me. And I just loved sort of being able to open those doors for people.
That's amazing. I mean, that's just groundbreaking. So what I want to do is I want to take a look at a section of your book. So you don't call the chapters in your book chapters. They're actually episodes, just like the films are episodes, right? So I want to read episode 2. And what you do is you also have a crawl, just like in the movies, right? So I want to read the crawl for episode 2. You call it The Battle for the Myth. The galaxy is no longer at peace. As the saga expands, so do divisions among its followers. Creative shifts, corporate influence, and cultural tensions ignite fierce debates. What began as a shared love becomes contested territory, with rival factions fighting for control over the story's meaning. In this turbulent time, the light and dark sides of fandom clash across 1,000 battlefields. I thought that was pretty good. And, you know, it's interesting. As I'm reading the book, and I was just thinking about, okay, well, when exactly did this rift in the fandom start? And I actually thought it started during the prequel era, but it actually went back a few years before that. It was the special edition.
Yeah.
Can you talk about the special editions and why was the changes that George Lucas made for the original trilogy so controversial?
Yeah. So one of the key questions for me as I built the story here, and it's, you know, again, it started out as a handful of ideas and essays and that kind of thing. But once I started to think about the story, there was a question that struck me that I found very interesting. And it was, what happens when the creator of the myth, George Lucas, walks away for a number of years and then comes back and rejoins a conversation that he hasn't been a part of in a while? And as anybody who was, you know, sort of in that sort of special edition time and really focused on what was happening, it was exciting, as Steve Sansweet was showing us, that there was going to be the special editions and we were going to see cleaned up scenes, and Mos Eisley was going to be, you know, much more bustling, and we were going to see, we might see Jabba the Hutt in his new form or in his original thoughts and form. But what had happened over that time was the story of Star Wars, the original trilogy, became so ingrained in us. To make Han Solo not shoot first was almost a personal affront to people who were fans of the saga. And it's what's interesting about, and one of the great experiences I had writing this book was my dad was actually one of my beta readers, and while he didn't do a lot of editing, he wrote a lot of questions in the and comments in the sidebars and sent it back to me to make me think about things and expand ideas and things. And the point that he made, which is I think really true, is everybody kind of understood what Han Solo was before special editions, before Greedo shot first. Han Solo was a scoundrel who operated in defense and thought about himself first, right? Greedo sitting across from him, he's in a defenseless situation. So what do? You go on the offensive and you take out the person who is threatening you. And that says a lot about him as a character. And then because when he returns to save Luke or to cover Luke, that's him becoming, you know, committing to the cause. That's him, you know, no longer just out for himself. It shows a major character change. And I think when Greedo shot first, to a lot of people, myself included, for quite some time, and if I'm being honest, probably still to this day, it was a change to the character that I wasn't ready to accept or willing to accept. It felt because what happens is you have that ownership, the question of the book, who owns the myth? It's a personal ownership, and somebody changed it. But the challenge was, it wasn't just, you know, 20th Century Fox deciding, well, it might be better if Greedo shoots first. It's the guy who gave us the story who said, no, this is the way I want the story to be. And so it was uncomfortable. But what was interesting from a pure pop culture and fandom perspective was everything Star Wars to that date was nothing but positive. You know, there were some arguments over Ewoks at one point, but at the end of the day, everybody just was, Star Wars was this love fest, this community of people that just were happy with, you know, just to be there. But for the first time, we had people arguing over, well, does George have the right to change that? It's not what he did originally. And so what happened was there was this first kind of division in the fandom of, you're either a Han shot first guy, or I'm going to follow what George said happened in the story the second time he told it guy. And it was the first time there were sort of factions and tribes within the fandom. And of course, when the prequels came out, that continued, because again, it was what people had thought they knew about the story was a little bit different, and it wasn't exactly what they wanted. And I think that's a harder thing than people realize, especially when something, as we were talking about before, if it has become a part of who you are, if it doesn't go the way you want it to. I think that was the biggest problem with Last Jedi for people. For me, I thought it was a great story because I was an older man, an older person. I've gone through good and bad, and to see Luke go through that, to me, I could associate with that. But if Luke was, in my head, always just this white knight hero, that was difficult for me to accept. So I put Luke in The Last Jedi in the same category as Han shooting second, as Anakin being a little boy, and seeing that unique story as well. So it was interesting. I'm not really answering your question directly, but other than to say, as a fan, to see the fandom divided for the first time, not realizing that this was going to go on for the next 25 years, it was an interesting thing to watch, and sides were taken for sure.
Yeah. Well, I want to go back to the special edition, and I'm so glad you brought up Han shot first. Now, there were many other changes that were made in the original trilogy. I mean, we could spend a half hour talking about all the changes. I mean, you got Jabba appearing in at the Hangar Bay in Star Wars. You got Jedi rocks in Return of the Jedi.
Yep.
But for some reason, this moment where Han no longer shoots first has just drove the fans crazy. And I'm trying to understand. Well, first of all, why did George want to go back and make these changes? And I thought that he was not happy with the way the films looked. And if he had the money at the time, that these are the things that he would have done. So now or the technology, not just the money, but the technology.
Right.
So now that he has the money and he has the technology, so he says, okay, well, I want to go back and do the things I wanted to do, but couldn't because I didn't have the money and the technology at the time. But Han shooting second, Greedo shooting first, has nothing to do with the upgrading technology. It has nothing. It didn't make the shot it didn't look any better. It didn't enhance the film. So what was George going for? Why did he what statement was he making having Greedo be the one to shoot first?
I don't know if he's ever really talked about it. And to me, it feels so. I think there's two possibilities. One is, I think he might have had in mind to make Han just a little bit more likable, right? And which wasn't the objective at the time, right?
Yeah.
And I also think the other thing is, and now I understand what he meant by when he said films are never finished, they escape, right? It's kind of the same thing with the book here. Like, I literally, up until the last edit, I literally added a chapter with about a week left before I was going to go to the first test printing. I was like, oh wait, I want to hit this. So I understand this. So because also, let's face it, George probably didn't plan on Luke and Leia being brother and sister either. And so I think I think he had a change of heart as to what the character was supposed to be. And again, so if you break that down to this whole concept of what do the fans expect, I've told you the story this way. Han Solo is a scoundrel, and he makes these choices, and he's me first, and then he changes, and that's a wonderful story arc. But what he's done now is he's softened him up. So him coming back to save Luke may not be that as big a deal as we might seem. So I don't know why he did it, and I think the other thing it could be, honestly, is I would feel better if Han did this and he just did it, And now he's kind of stuck owning it. Right now he has to keep it and make his story as to why it happened. But it's funny. It feels like the fan base almost knew Star Wars better than he did in a way. Right. And that's a very, potentially argumentative statement. And I don't mean it the way it came out, but it's, the fan base knew Han Solo this way. And if George had thought this all along, that's fine, but he didn't tell the story that way. And that's what I think threw people off.
Yeah. So let's get into the prequel trilogy. Now, I know that, first of all, I thought it was very impressive that you attended a red carpet premiere of The Phantom Menace in New York City at Lowe's Astor Plaza, which, by the way, is actually the same theater that I went to see Return of the Jedi.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I was living in Brooklyn at the time, so that was the theater I went. I love that theater. I know that theater's not there anymore, but so you went to the red carpet premiere. First of all, how'd you get a ticket to get into it?
Good.
And second of all, what were the people, the moviegoers' reaction when they saw the film, before they saw the film and after they saw the film?
Yeah. So, I mean, in fairness, it was, I made up, it was a charity event. So much like most of the other celebrities, most like the celebrities that were there, they purchased the ticket. I purchased the ticket as well, but I used it as an opportunity to write, for, at that point it was for Star Wars Insider. So I attended that premiere, through charity, which again, that's one of the great things about Star Wars as a community, whether it's Lucasfilm, the 501st, or even, smaller podcasts, just getting together for charity, like the things that you and I have done as a result of, Podathon and that sort of thing. So it's always great to feel good about the charity work that we can all do together. So that's how I got in there. But what was interesting was, I think the best way to describe it would be like, everybody who was there, and again, it's sort of similar to the podcast, right? When I one of my favorite interviews on my show ever was Charlie Benante, who's the drummer of the band Anthrax. I'm an old metalhead, and so when I found out that Charlie was a honorary member of the 501st, I reached out to his people, and they connected us, and we were talking, and I was like, oh my goodness. So, but after 5 minutes of getting over, this is one of my musical heroes from when I was a teenager, to just talking about Star Wars, we were just two Star Wars fans talking, and which has always been kind of what I've tried to do with the podcast. But as it relates to going to the premiere, I mean, there was Glenn Close, Natalie Portman, Liam Neeson, the Backstreet Boys, Macaulay Culkin, Donald Trump, just like John Leguizamo and Christian, like they were all there, but they were all Star Wars fans. Like there was a buzz in that theater of, we're going to get to see Star Wars, and everybody was excited again. And so I found that very interesting. And, of course the logo comes up and everybody cheers. And, but as I think is the case for a lot of people who were in that room at the time, I think there was this hope, this impossible magic we were trying to recapture of, back in 1977, when I was so engrossed in Star Wars and so taken by it. I was 7 years old. Now here I am, I'm 29 years old. And, the story didn't strike the way we expected. I honestly, there was a piece of my brain that was like, I don't think this is really the final movie, because I felt like with, the Nemoidians with their very strange accent, the goofiness of Jar Jar, when you're 29, it doesn't hit. But I remember the very first podcast I did, I'm going off on a little tangent here, but the very first podcast I did, I interviewed my daughter just as a test, right? And at the time it was 2019. So she was 10 years old, 9-10 years old. And one of the questions I was asking all my guests at the time is, who's your favorite, Jar Jar Binks, Porgs, or Ewoks? Because those were three things that were kind of divisive in the three generations of fandom. And my daughter's response was, that's not a fair question because I love them all. And I was like, she nailed it. And that's why Jar Jar worked. But as people walked out of the theater, there was like silence. There was a very sort of, in a way, if I'm going by my own reaction was, I want to have loved that. So maybe I did. Maybe I have to see it again. Maybe I missed something. And And it's the story I tell in the book about Christian Slater. As we're walking out, it's one of my Star Wars fandom highlights is walking out of the theater. So to set up the story a little bit, I didn't know what you wear to a premiere, to a movie. I didn't know. So I wore a suit, right? So I'm wearing a suit. Most people aren't wearing a suit. I am. And as I'm walking out the door, Christian Slater is right next to me. And I'm like, oh my gosh, he's one of my favorite actors at the time. And so I just turned to him and I go, Christian, what did you think? And he looks at me. And the suit's important because he had no idea if he should know me, if I was somebody he did know. I got that. You ever talk to somebody and they're like, you get the sense that they kind of think they know you, but they're not sure.
Yeah.
That's the way he was looking at me. And so he was very tepid in his response. And the best part was he gave me the classic Christian Slater look and he goes, visually stunning. And that was his response. And I think everybody felt the same way. Like, we want, and I remember talking to my friends after seeing it, who my friends were all jealous because I got to go see it, a week or two before they did. And I remember my response was, yeah, it was good. I can't wait to see it again. And I think everybody felt that way. It's what's bizarre is now Phantom Menace might be my go-to movie to watch. If I'm just going to throw on a Star Wars movie to have on, it's probably the Phantom Menace. And I don't know if that's because it's just such a fun adventure movie. And once you get over that, that the humor is made for a 12-year-old versus a 29-year-old. But it's got some of the best Star Wars in it. You have Darth Maul and Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon. You've got the pod race. You've got, as questionable as the accents are for the Neimoidians, it's still an interesting concept. And most importantly, it set up everything that we're at now. But in direct answer to your question, it was the feeling walking out and walking down to the after party was sort of it was more subdued than I think everybody thought they would be. And I think it's because everybody walked in with such high hopes and high expectations that honestly, there was no way it was ever going to match that.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So everyone goes in with the frame of mind, oh, wow. They're thinking, if they're fans, that they've seen the original trilogy and they know how much they love the first three films. And they expect that this film is just going to be just as good. And it turns out for most people to be a disappointment. I mean, it's understood. But you have a good point in the story that you said about your daughter loving all of it. I've come to realize too that movie is not for me or was not made for me. I mean, I was in my late 20s seeing this film, and yes, you're right. I'm not 10 years old. Maybe if I was 10, I would have liked it more, but I'm not, and I'm okay with it. But you do have a good point where there are some elements of that film that is just fantastic. You can't take anything away from the visual effects. They're the best. And you created one of the greatest villains next to Darth Vader, and that duel of the fates. I mean, that lightsaber battle is just unmatched to me.
Yeah.
So it has its elements, but as a whole, it's not one of the films that I would go back and have a return visit to see the film. And that's okay.
Yeah. No, and I think that's the great thing about Star Wars in the community, and I think that's where the frustration comes for me is like, you don't have to love to me, The Last Jedi is the best Star Wars story of all 9 of the numbered movies. It's as a story, but it's also not a movie I put on all the time because it's a heavy movie. It's not Phantom Menace or A New Hope in that it's, just guns blazing, crazy, wild action. It's a good story, but it's a good adult story. And I can understand why it hit people in a different way. So, yeah, you're right. And there's 9 choices and you can like as many or dislike as many as you like. So,
yeah, exactly. What was your reaction when you heard that Lucasfilm was made a deal with Disney and Disney bought Lucasfilm for a little over $4 billion? What was your reaction when you heard that?
I was actually super excited because, again, it's funny when one of the things that was great about writing this book was it reminded me of all the times that I had spoken about movies and Star Wars in particular with my dad. And one of the things my dad and I had been saying for years was, maybe because it took me literally until maybe about 4 or 5 years ago, honestly, to really embrace the prequels. It was probably, maybe like 5 or 6 years ago to really embrace the prequels. So I was still of the mindset of, we need to recapture whatever that Star Wars is. So my dad and I used to talk all the time about, wouldn't it be great if George Lucas kind of gave the opportunity to different writers to write, a Star Wars movie? And that's what Disney kind of promised, was it was going to be new people looking at the story and going forward with it. So I was a little concerned about it being Disney, but at the same time I was excited because, they had a blank checkbook ready to go to create more of these stories. And it was exciting to me because at the time I had a child who was 3 or 4 months, 2 months old. He was just 2 months old, and a daughter who was 3 and change. And this meant that Star Wars was going to be back for me to share with my kids, not just the stuff that I had watched, but they were going to have their own Star Wars. And to me, that was really super exciting. And it's proven to be the case. And when I look at, my daughter, she's too cool to like Star Wars now because she's 16, and I get it. But yeah, she'll come back to it because she was really into it there for a while. But my son, he came into it through the Clone Wars, and, Clone Wars doesn't get finished without Disney, and he loves Grogu and the Mandalorian. And so the stories that have come out for him have given us the opportunity to be Star Wars fans together. So, but I mean, in transparency, I was nervous because it was Disney, and, I felt good though because they had done such a good job with Marvel. But this is Star Wars; it's not Marvel, right? And you can make cases where they're the same and where they're not the same. But again, Star Wars is personal to people who love it, and so it was a little unnerving but exciting at the same time.
Yeah. So, so we talked about the divide that took place during the special edition and the prequel trilogy. Now here comes the sequel trilogy.
Mm-hmm.
And the fandom has like split into two.
Yep.
I don't know if there's any way that we can bring the fandom back. I don't know. What are your thoughts of that? Because right now it seems that there's money to be made to keep the fandom fighting each other. Because you have, those group of content creators who are actually just telling you everything that they hate about Star Wars, and not telling the other side of the story. Like I can't see anybody just get up on a microphone and just say how much they hate Star Wars, but not even talk about what they love about Star Wars. And I thought that's very one-sided. And the only reason why they're doing that is because that's how they make their money. People want to hear the negative side, the criticisms. So unfortunately, because money talks, I don't know if there's ever going to be a time, well, maybe you can consider Andor or The Mandalorian, if there will be a time where the fandom will come back together. Do you see a time?
Yeah, and it's a really interesting thing to think about because, I will never forget hearing or reading an interview with Rush Limbaugh, who I was not a fan of, but I remember him saying, I hope Clinton gets reelected because people will listen to my show. Right. So yeah, sure. He's out there saying, talking negatively about Bill Clinton, but that's what's bringing the money in. So it's an interesting question because I kind of go back and forth because I don't know if the fandom needs to be united again. And one of the things, in fact, it was one of the last chapters that I wrote and wanted to make sure I included was the people right now who are the most anti-sequel, anti-Disney era were kids when people were telling them that the prequels weren't real Star Wars, right? They were going through this same fight that now people who I would say probably millennial and younger who own the sequel trilogy in their mind, they love the Rey, Kylo, Poe stories, and there's not a reason not to, but that's their Star Wars. And the question is, will they eventually one day be sitting somewhere saying, episode 10, 11, and 12, that's not my Star Wars, or, whatever. I don't think they will. I'm hopeful that they'll learn the lesson. But I think ultimately it will come down to when the people who are making this content have their own memories being made with Star Wars. And again, here's the thing. If I hated the sequels and I only watched, episode 4, 5, and 6 with my son, I'd have that memory, and that would be our Star Wars. And I don't have to love everything, but I think the fandom will come back more together when there's more of what the core of Star Wars is. And I think it needs to walk away from the Skywalker story. I hate to say that because, we all love Luke and Leia and that whole, that familial piece. But I think you only walk a line that can only be disappointing to people if you're trying to revisit that hero. Which is why it's always an interesting thing to watch the new James Bond come out. Whoever it is, there's always that kind of, well, that's not really the James Bond I remember. And that's okay because he's today's James Bond or whatever. So I don't know that the fandom will ever be back the way it was because it's a very different world. I think as long as creators don't get influenced by what they're hearing online and telling the stories that they like or that they are confident in, I have a lot of hope for the Sean Levy movie because he's operating in a completely different space. And I think that's why Mandalorian worked so well the first 2 seasons for people, because it brought us back to a familiar place, but didn't rely on us to know or to see a change in what we knew. And so even if you didn't enjoy the sequels, you were in a spot where you knew the Empire had failed. There's still stormtroopers. There's factions out there. And every corner that Mandalorian turned showed us a new piece of the galaxy, and we were just happy to be there. So I think getting away from trying to continue the stories that we already know, but being willing to move forward. And I think that was hard for Disney because you bought this great IP and you figured everybody loves Luke. Everybody loves the Skywalker story, so let's tell more of that. What they didn't realize was by revisiting it, much like when George came back to revisit it, it was a conversation that had been going on for many, many years without you being a part of it. And now you're coming in and telling them what the story is. And that's difficult. So, I think it will benefit from not looking backwards and playing in this enormous galaxy, and telling interesting stories that make you realize you're in Star Wars. And what is it that makes it Star Wars? Well, it's got to be a lot of creatures. It's got to have the Force as this sort of underlying mystical sort of glue that holds it all together. There has to be exciting space battles. And I think the story needs to hit things that are universal, right? One of the things, and I'm sorry I'm bouncing all over the place, but one of the things that is so interesting about A New Hope is if you watch that movie with the sound off, you know who the bad guy is. You know who the good guy is. You know who the hero is. You know who the mentor is. You know everything because it's just so core. And I want to see more of that, more telling these classic stories that it just so happens to take place in a galaxy that I want to see more of, but it's not essential to be related to Obi-Wan and Luke and Darth Vader.
Yeah. So we're coming up on the 50th anniversary of Star Wars. And Lucasfilm has already announced that the movie will be re-released to theaters on April 30th, 2027. But they didn't tell us which version of Star Wars we're going to see. It has to be the original, right? From 1977, correct?
Yeah. I think so. Yeah. And again, if you want to win the fans back, do that. Right? Can you imagine the lines of people who are just happy? Because look, if you like the special editions more than the originals, you're still going to go back and watch the originals, especially if they're cleaned up. And if you've been, pounding the pulpit saying we need the unedited originals out there, then you're going to get it. And I think that's, and honestly, I think if you're celebrating the 50th anniversary of a pop culture touchstone, it's worth it for people to see it in the closest to the original form as possible.
Yeah. I know for years fans have been wishing the reign of Kathleen Kennedy to come to an end. And I don't know, no one knows when that will happen, but
yeah,
if it's approaching, that I think Kathleen Kennedy making the decision to release these films and release the original Star Wars film in the version that, was seen in the theaters May 25th, 1977, she would go out on top. And I think that would just be great for her. Like there's so many things you could say about, the decisions she's made and what she has said. But for her to just come out and say, okay, well, here it is, what you've been waiting for 50 years. This is the movie. I think that would just be fantastic for her. If she ever decides to leave, I think she would just go out on top.
I haven't thought of that, but that that would be the best way to go, and position it as a big thank you to the fans. And I would love to see that, and I think you're right. I hadn't thought of it that way, but that's great.
Yeah. So where do you see Star Wars and the fandom in the next 100 years?
I think I don't think that there will be as much new content, obviously, in 100 years, but I do think that there will be. I think it will be taught alongside some of the great myths. I think it's funny when you think about it. You could have been born at any time, but you happen to be born in the time of Star Wars, which is pretty amazing, pretty wild to think about. But I think what's also interesting is I think new stories will be told in that galaxy, because much like, we see movies that come out every summer that, take place during a time of the Greek gods, or take place in, look at Wicked and Wicked for Good, right? That takes place around The Wizard of Oz, which is 90 years old, maybe 100 years old, almost 100 years old. 95? I don't know. But it's a story that worked so well that when you tell stories surrounding it, it still works together, and people want to see that. So I can see us still getting stories in that universe, but more than that, I think it'll be something that's taught as a classic mythological study.
Yeah, I agree with you. I could see this along with Greek mythology being taught in colleges and universities. There'll be musicals and plays about it. There's so many characters. They could just pick and choose which characters they want to tell a story about and turn it into a Tony Award winning play or musical. That's absolutely can happen. And I one of the things that you also mentioned was if fans were allowed to create their own stories, which I think is a great idea, because, well, of course, Lucasfilm is still going to own the IP, but it would be nice if they can allow fans to come up with their own stories, because that's the only way these stories are going to get told, right? Because there's a lot of gatekeeping in filmmaking, and if we didn't have it, Star Wars can control that. And I think what they can do is they can, put something out there and say, hey, you have a great Star Wars story, send us a script or send us a story treatment. And, someone looks it over and says, okay, well, make it a contest, whoever comes up with the great story or the great script, they choose it. They choose that script and they go ahead and, this person becomes famous and they make a movie out of it, and it makes a lot of money for them. So I think, the gatekeeping, if they can maybe reduce the gatekeeping that's taking place right now with filmmaking, that, this will be a great way to listen to the fans, because there are a lot of talented people out there with a lot of great Star Wars stories. So, and they're not going to be told any other way, unless Lucasfilm controls, who gets to tell the story.
Well, and I think that's the sort of the overarching sort of theme of the book here, is that it becomes yours. It becomes, the story is now living in you, and you're telling the story and you're thinking of the story in the way. Honestly, I think that's my biggest challenge with comic books, and Chris Ryans would want to, smack me for saying this, but it's filling in gaps that I don't necessarily need, and when they do fill it in, it doesn't go the way I would have done it. And that's that's not me being a gatekeeper, that's just me being not able to get into that story, right? And I think, again, that's why the prequels hit people the way it did. That's why the sequels hit people the way it did. That's why the Acolyte hit people the way it did. Again, not necessarily because of the execution, although we could have a conversation about Acolyte, but it's that it doesn't tell the story that is in your head. And that, again, is the most dangerous. But to your point, the people who do have stories in their heads, they're probably amazing. And I would love to hear them. And that's, again, that's the great thing about being a Star Wars fan. You see somebody randomly, you're at a party and you meet another kid's dad and he's wearing a Millennium Falcon t-shirt. And next thing you know, you guys are talking about Star Wars, and he doesn't have to love all the same things I do, but because we're in person and we're not online and we're not hiding behind a keyboard and an icon for our face, we can have a real conversation. And he can tell me why he doesn't like Rey as a character, or he, it is totally fine with Greedo shooting first. And let's talk about it, because that's what really keeps it alive, is the conversation and the passion around it. And then being able to agree to disagree. And as I think I said recently on another program, I said, on the internet, nobody agrees to disagree. And that's the problem. Like you and I remember when Acolyte came out and we had dinner together, we were watching it in the theater, and you were honest about how you felt about it. And that was awesome. And because look, we're content creators, we know people and we've met people who've created these things, and you don't have to love everything. And I don't love everything. If I was being honest, I am as much as I can be. I don't love everything, but I love talking about it. And I want to hear why somebody loves The Acolyte and I didn't. I want to hear why somebody doesn't love The Last Jedi and I do. And let's have that conversation, because that's what's keeping it alive. It's like talking about something you love with complete strangers, which is actually a really interesting community thing, an interesting thing about being a human being.
Yeah. Star Wars will be here. It will outlive all of us.
100%.
This is wonderful. So thank you so much for writing this book.
Oh,
I really enjoyed it. I think it if you're a Star Wars fan, or you want to know more about Star Wars, or hear from a person's perspective, and this is the book. This is a great holiday gift. I would pick this up. So this is Who Owns the Myth? Star Wars Fandom and the Soul of the Saga by Pete Fletzer. Pete, thank you once again for being on the podcast. Where can people find you?
You can follow me on all the social medias at the SSW Network. We have our YouTube channel where we do a live Thursday night show on youtube.com/@the-SSW Network. And if you want information on the book, you can go to whoownsthemyth.com. There's links to the Amazon versions and the Kindle version. And there's also signed versions and swag packs and stuff like that. And you said holiday, so I'll throw it out there. If you use the code MYTHSHIP, you're going to get it shipped for free from me with the signed version. So, but Kerwin, thank you so much, man. This was so great to catch up with you, and I hope I see you before Philly Fan Fest, and I hope we get to talk again sooner than later.
Yes, thank you so much once again. This was really great. And if you are looking to find us, we're on the socials. We have a website, so you'll be able to find us anywhere you get your podcast. So just thank you once again, everyone, for watching us or listening to this episode. Until next time, take care, and we will see you again.